We request esteemed dignitaries, led by our founder director, G.K. Goswami sir, to kindly come on the stage and worship Goddess Saraswati to seek her blessings so that she illuminates the path of knowledge.
Students, please stand up for worship Lord Saraswati.
शंकर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा। ब्रह्म विचार सार परमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहा। स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्।
Students, please be seated. 75वें संविधान दिवस के अवसर पर कल हम सब के बीच उत्तर प्रदेश के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी उपस्थित रहे। आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट के सभागार, वेबसाइट, ई-डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी, ऑफिशियल फ्लैग ऑफ UPSIFS, समाचार पत्रिका का उद्घाटन किया। अपने कर कमलों द्वारा PG डिप्लोमा पाठ्यक्रम के मेधावी छात्र छात्राओं को प्रमाण पत्र भी वितरित किया। सभी माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन एवं उत्साहवर्धन से अभिभूत रहे। Today we will dive deeper into the theme of role of forensics and cybersecurity for enabling justice under the new criminal laws.
Moving forward, we now come to a segment that promises to be very knowledgeable. A panel discussion on a very eminent topic in today's scenario: forensic evidence under new criminal laws. To guide us through this engaging discussion, I have the honor of introducing our moderator for the session, Dr. K.A. Pandey. Sir is an associate professor in RML NLU Lucknow. Having around 20 years of teaching experience, Sir's interests lie in criminal law, law of evidence, media law, cyber law, research methodology, and juvenile justice. Let's give him a round of applause.
Now, let me introduce to our esteemed panelists who will share their invaluable insights. First is Dean of School of Law, Rights and Constitutional Governance, TIS, Mumbai, Dr. Arvind Kumar Tiwari. Please give a big round of applause. Please welcome 1997 batch IPS officer, founding director of UPSIFS, Dr. G.K. Goswami. Please welcome director of Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science, Dr. Ranjit Singh. We are honored to have such a diverse and knowledgeable panel to discuss this crucial topic. With that, I will now hand over the stage to our moderator, Dr. K. A. Pandey, to initiate the discussion. Thank you. Yes, sir. Now, I would like to request Assistant Professor from School of Legal Studies, Mr. Ashish Sahi, to represent the sampling to our esteemed panelists and respected moderator. Please give a big round of applause. Now I will request Dr. K. A. Pandey sir to initiate the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and there can't be a better beginning of the day. I have with me a distinguished panel comprising of doyens from the respective fields, a professor of criminology and criminal law, founding director of this very prestigious institute, and renowned forensic scientist. And as pointed out, the topic for this panel is very apt and very relevant. That is forensic evidence under new criminal law, a critical review. As every one of you must be knowing that from 1st of July 2024, 3 new criminal laws that replaced Indian Penal Code, the Code of Criminal Procedure and Indian Evidence Act, the oldest being one of 1860, are now in vogue. And also that in the new criminal law regimen, there has been a thrust on technological innovations and how technology can be infused into investigation, procedure, recording of evidence and their appreciation. So I would like to take this opportunity to start this panel discussion without any further ado, and my first question would be to Professor Arvind Tiwari. Sir, you being a criminologist and having worked in different capacities and having worked with the society, of course, I could hear you on the sidelines of this panel discussion that technology, law, everything is meant for the society. And ultimately, technology and law, when we are talking about in the perspective and the context of new criminal laws, certainly they are meant to secure what we call the maximum good for the maximum number of people. And the ultimate goal would be to secure justice for the last man of this country. So my question is that in what ways can technology be leveraged to improve access to justice for the masses. And I would also like you to please illustrate by citing a few examples in this regard. Sir.
Thank you, Professor Pandey, my co-panelist, Swamiji, Mr. Singh, and namaskar to all of you. And this is a nice opportunity that all students, young students are here. So what I would like to say that the technology समाज के लिए है. अब समाज के लिए जैसे मान लीजिए न्यू क्रिमिनल लॉज में जो 3-4 एग्जाम्पल मैं दूंगा कि जैसे ये आया EFIR का प्रोविज़न आया है. अब EFIR का जो प्रोविज़न है कितने, क्योंकि पुलिस थाने में जाना एक आम आदमी की अगर आप बात करें रिमोट पुलिस स्टेशन में और या जो जिसको ज़्यादा जानकारी नहीं है तो उसमें अभी FIR रजिस्टर करना अभी भी एक थोड़ा मुश्किल काम है. तो EFIR अगर प्रोविज़न है जो बहुत अच्छा है, जो स्मार्टफोन सभी लोगों के पास है, तो हम कैसे इनको सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू जो यंग स्टूडेंट्स हैं, जो कॉलेजेस हैं, जो यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हैं, सोशल मीडिया आजकल बड़ा पॉपुलर है, तो कैसे हम छोटे छोटे बाइट्स बना के डिस्ट्रिक्ट लीगल सर्विस अथॉरिटी के साथ काम करके और दूसरे जो सिस्टम के लोग हैं उनके साथ काम करके हम पब्लिक तक ये पहुँचें कि EFIR का प्रोविज़न अब हो गया है और 0 FIR का भी है कि जो हमें कहीं भी अगर आप के साथ कोई घटना होती है तो आप क्राइम उस जो नियरेस्ट पुलिस स्टेशन है वहाँ जाके कर सकते हैं. तो ये अवेयरनेस पब्लिक तक पहुँचाने के लिए टेक्नोलॉजी का सहारा लिया जाना चाहिए. एक ये हो गया. दूसरा ये हो गया जो फॉरेंसिक साइंस का जो प्रोविज़न आया है कि BNSS में कि 7 साल से ज़्यादा जो क्राइम है उसमें फॉरेंसिक इन्वेस्टिगेशन इज़ मस्ट. Now that's fine, that's a very good development. Anyway, forensic investigation was also happening earlier, but now it has made mandatory by the law. अभी सवाल ये है कि जो सीन ऑफ क्राइम है उसको प्रोटेक्शन कैसे किया जाए, क्योंकि पुलिस के पहुंचने में कुछ टाइम लगेगा. तो मैंने और डॉक्टर गोस्वामी जी ने गोस्वामी जी को हमने इनवाइट किया था, उन्होंने एक पब्लिक लेक्चर भी दिया था. तो कम्युनिटी फोरेंसिक का एक जो कॉन्सेप्ट जो गोस्वामी जी ने तो बहुत काम किया है इसमें, लेकिन हमने दोनों ने मिलके उसमें कम्युनिटी फोरेंसिक की बहुत ज़रूरत है. जो मैं आप सब लोगों को कहना चाहता हूँ स्टूडेंट्स को कि फोरेंसिक जैसे अभी अगर देखें एक नई रिपोर्ट आई है अभी नवंबर में, ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया के रिसर्च सेंटर से प्रेजेंस इन इंडिया, उसमें आया है कि करीब 50% पोजीशंस FSLs में खाली है अक्रॉस द कंट्री. बहुत सारी जगह कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल अपॉइंटमेंट है, फिक्सिटी ऑफ टेन्योर नहीं है, कई जगह मोबाइल बेंच का प्रॉब्लम है. एनीवे सिस्टम विल स्लोली विल इम्प्रूव. लेकिन अगर हम जैसे जो लीगल सर्विसेज अथॉरिटीज़ हैं तो उसमें से जो फॉरेंसिक जो एडवोकेसी है, जैसे हम विक्टिम को जो करते हैं और जो एक्यूज को जो हमें लीगल एड जो है, फॉरेंसिक एड भी एक कॉन्सेप्ट है कि जो फॉरेंसिक एड का भी जो लीगल सर्विस अथॉरिटीज़ के साथ काम करके हम ये कर सकते हैं कि. और तीसरा ये आ गया कि जो साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज़ है, अगर हम देखेंगे न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी जो 2020 आई है भारत सरकार के द्वारा, उसमें बहुत जोर दिया गया है कि कॉरपोरेट के साथ और हमें समाज के साथ इंटरफेस करना है. तो वो इंटरफेस करने के लिए हमें ये ज़रूरत है कि जो कंसर्निंग जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, चाहे वो CBAs हों, चाहे दूसरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हो, कॉरपोरेट के ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हो, CSR के अंतर्गत हम कैसे इसको थोड़ा हाईलाइट कर सकते हैं. तो मेरा मानना ये है कि टेक्नोलॉजी प्रोविज़न तो बहुत अच्छे हैं, पर इसको अगर प्रैक्टिकली थोड़ा और स्ट्रेंथन करना है तो हमें इन एफर्ट्स की ज़रूरत है.
Thank you, sir, for very insightful comment on that. I'll get back to you with another set of questions. But then, 1st July 2024 marks, we may call a red letter day that we unfolded. So my next question would be to Dr. Goswami, being a police officer and also founder director of this institute, that what major challenges in implementation and when these laws are slowly unfolding themselves, do you think are before us as a society and also as a major and minor stakeholders.
Good morning, one and all. Thank you very much for being here and gracing this occasion again. It is indeed a pleasure to interact with such a illustrious panel, and I am blessed that my own teacher, guru, and I could make up myself to that standard that I am sitting with him as a panelist today, especially with Professor Tiwari sir. Having said that, the new set of criminal law is a very, dynamic change in the country. It has not only revolutionized, it has basically transformed the British, regime to Indian culture. And as our Honorable CM yesterday flagged that the focus of these criminal law is on justice, not the punishment. That is the tagline. Very, very important part. Now in the justice system, to have faith in the public, it is very important to bring scientific temper. And forensic science has very strong footing, because once something is said that it is scientific, people believe it. Somebody say that this report or this person is a rapist because DNA has proved it, then people have greater faith on our judicial system. So this is the biggest change that, as sir has mentioned, that section 176 of BNSS has made mandatory. Earlier it was optional, whether you conduct DNA, whether you conduct fingerprint or not. It is optional, but now it is mandatory. So this is very important part. As far as the challenge are concerned, of course, for implementing anything, it takes time, and the government or the legislature has given 5-year time to implement it. But it is a very Herculean task, because we have a lot of population, we have large number of crime, the pendency in the court is huge. So now the biggest challenge is how to implement section 176(3) in letter in dispute on ground. We need to have more and more laboratory facilities. That is one. Second, we have to have large number of forensic experts, and it was rightly mentioned by our discussant that large number of, Professor Tiwari sir has said that almost 50% of existing vacancies are there in the total post available. So I think there is a need, and I think this is a very, very important role of this institute, how to bridge this gap. And not only the professionals, we have to give the professionals who have skill. The major problem with forensic science these days, especially the pedagogy, is that majority of the departments of forensic science does not have proper skill set. They do not have proper laboratories. So I think laboratory standards should be elevated. That is one. The number two is how the government can cope up with the need. I have few suggestions here. It is time actually to have PPP model, the public partnership model. The forensic science laboratory and right on the left to me is an ideal example how private sector can flourish in this area. Nowadays, most of the candidates, when we say that public-private model can be the alternative, they think that how can we share the samples, confidentiality and all. But in my opinion, if we have the samples actually coding and decoding system, prior to sending to laboratory, if a sample is coded and after the report is received, it is decoded, then the anonymity will ensure whether it is being conducted by a government laboratory or by a private laboratory. It does not make any difference. So I think the problem is not only that, and I think in our country, private sector is very robust and we have a great future. If another important point, because time is limited to speak, but another important point which is missing in our forensic law, in the new criminal laws particularly, I want to flag one important point. We should immediately think to have one amendment, and that is to define expert. Unfortunately, neither in section 45 of the Indian Evidence Act, nor in section 39 of the Bharatiya Evidence Act, Bharatiya Saksh Adhiniyam 2023, this expert definition is mandatory to be explained. Otherwise, anybody become expert, unfortunately. That is the important point. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for getting this clue that how I was about to ask you this question, that how this vagueness in the definition of expert is not going to do any good as far as the forensic evidence is concerned. So now, coming to Dr. Ranjit. Dr. Ranjit, there is a great emphasis on digital evidence in the new criminal law regimen. So what are the challenges which you envisage as far as admissibility of digital evidence in India is concerned? Because digital evidence would be the evidence in most of the cases which the police investigates, but the question of admissibility would be most crucial. So your views on that, please.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, our esteemed panelists, Devai and Goswami, sir. It's my honor to share the panel with such a great personality. Coming to the question, starting from the EFIR, when this is a kind of digital evidence which we are producing into the court. Earlier, when FIR was written by the hand, there was no supportive certification is required. But now, several state police, they have to issue earlier the section 65B, now section 63. In some cases, when the authenticity or the procedural lapse in the FIR is considered without having such certifications. On that, we have a several judgment. I'm sure that audience is aware about, either we talk about the earlier judgment or the recent judgment. The problem with the digital evidence admissibility is not about the collection and not about the authentications. The problem is, first we have to talk about the admissibility. What kind of evidences is admissible as per the law? And we have a huge myth on this. In the legal fraternity, with the law enforcement agency, we have a huge gap in that. Either this evidence is admissible or not. With the several discussion when I used to go for the training to give the judicial officers, they said that we have read that audio recording is not admissible. So if audio recording is not admissible, why we have the system of audio forensic in the forensic science laboratory? So coming to the challenges in the court, you know, when the trial started, it took a huge time gap after 3 years, 4 years, and at that time, how the collection was done by the investigating officer has become in question, and during the cross-examination, because nowadays the advocates, those who are coming, they are very well equipped with the technology. They know everything about the science and they are taking the help of several other professionals. Making such evidences admissible until unless you are not fully aware about the technology, you are not fully aware about the chain of custody. The major evidence is not admissible into the digital scenario because we talk about the admissibility first. Later on, we have to go for the authenticity. So when we talk about the admissibility, law enforcement agencies, they are not able to prove that they have properly procured the evidences. And ultimately, if the evidence is not properly procured, either the forensic expert done the best analysis, this is not going to be admissible in the either the evidence is authentic but not going to be admissible. So this is the one bigger challenge we are facing, and very rightly said by Goswami sir that a proper training, proper skill set is very, very important, which we are lacking. And still, when I used to go for the investigation with the police agencies or Narcotics Control Bureau for putting the raid and arresting the people, they have the huge myth how to collect the evidence and what to collect the evidence. Particularly in the raid into call center, there are hundreds of computers. Which computer we should seize, how to seize, and what are the procedures? Because we have to properly time frame all these things. So this is the biggest challenge. Whenever In the cross-examination, if you are not fully aware, you cannot make evidences admissible. Thank you, sir.
All right. So I have a connected question to you only. Are these challenges global in nature, or is only Indian legal system and our laws and those who implement these laws are facing these challenges?
So, thank you, sir. This question is not only related to Indian system. In other international system, like when we talk about the Expert Witness Council in UK or Canada, they have the Witness Council, where the expert need to certify, they have to renew their licensing, which is lacking in our country. We have a huge number of cases compared to other country. Last week I was in the Hong Kong and I was having the discussion with the digital forensic expert. There are only 3 experts. They have to pass examination every year to present themselves as an expert witness into the court of law, which we are lacking here. Just because we do not have any kind of governing body, we don't have any kind of council, we do not have any kind of appellant body, where if any kind of wrong reporting or wrong interpretation into the judgment comes, who is going to listen about such evidences? So better if we talk about some countries like US, UK and some European country where the digital evidence admissibility and their analysis is comparatively, they are following the digital forensic incident response team guidelines, which is given by the Interpol. They have the guidelines. In India, we are still evolving, but when we talk about the worst condition, you go about the other country like Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, they do not aware about the digital evidence, and the if you go in the Africa, they are not even aware about what is the system for the submitting such evidences. Because I used to give the training to the Nigeria police officer, Ethiopia, Jamaica. So these police officers, they do not know either these can be evidences which can be presented. And when we interact with their advocates, they said, oh, this is kind of evidence which we can use into the defense. So global challenges we have. Few places we are, I can say in the conclusion, we are in the middle. We are not on the top, we are not on the below. So still lots more evolvement is required, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for that insight. And now, coming back to Dr. Goswami. Dr. Goswami, from what we heard from the 2 illustrious panelists, forensic evidence is going to be the evidence, of course, in every criminal trial. Being most vital, most important, you only pointed out that humans may lie, but scientific and forensic evidence won't. But then, when it comes to appreciation of scientific and forensic evidence, the quality of evidence and the mode and method of their collection assumes great significance and importance. So what are the challenges that the investigation agencies must prepare themselves for as far as collection, preservation and presentation of these vital scientific and forensic evidence are concerned?
Thank you very much for this very, very pertinent question. Let me just explain few things about forensic science, because very illustrious people are sitting on dais and on the front row and all. The faculties, probably they are well aware of many things which I am going to talk, but for the purpose of the young students, and I want to fetch their attention to this point, that understand very basic thing of forensic science or forensic evidence. There are 2 parts of forensic evidence particularly. One is the technology, that which technology you are using. Okay, it may be DNA, maybe XY model, or maybe apparatus or technology, whatever you say. And another is the procedure involved, which you are talking about, whether it is collection of evidence on the ground, packaging, then transporting, and many more. And then the procedure used in the laboratory. And for the purpose of the technology part, there are 2 important standards. One is Frye test, which was introduced by US Federal Supreme Court in 1923, and another was the Dover test, was again by the US Federal Court, Supreme Court in 1993. Earlier it was 1923, Frye test, and second 1993, the Dover test. So these are the 2 tests which actually determine whether this particular technology is worth to enter into courtroom or not. That is one. Another is the procedure, and procedure involved various, domain, right from collection of evidence from the ground, from the scene of crime, then how it has been preserved, how it has been stored, how it has been transported, how it has been received in the laboratory, and in the laboratory what type of procedures have been utilized. So there are ample chances, and not only speculative chances, there are the reported cases not only in India but across the globe where the forensic samples were manipulated, they were fabricated, and thousands, I am seriously saying, not only one or two cases, there are thousands and thousands cases which have been reported, and people have been hanged because of wrongly convicted people because of faulty or manipulated forensic evidence. So first thing, don't think that forensic science is a gospel truth. You have to be very, very cautious. I am a very strong supporter of forensic science, but you have to open your eyes and ears before you use it, number one. Because if science do mistake, and I say science do not commit mistake, but man behind science can do any wrong like a common man. So you have to be very, very careful. And for that purpose, you must understand the quality standards, quality management standards. Like there are ISO standards, particularly for scene of crime. There is one standard which is globally recognized, and we also in our system also adopt, that is ISO 17020 for the crime scene management, right? And that is associated with 176.3 also. So 17020 for crime laboratory, or you can say the forensic laboratory, it is called ISO/ISE 17025. And for the consumables, the standard is 17034. So these are the standard, and let me tell you that unfortunately the accreditation part is missing in our country to the greater extent. So I think the immediate step in forensic science, if I want to underline, is that whatever lab we have to undergo proper accreditation test. So that is the immediate certification is required, and many things can be done, but I think these are very important points for the purpose of forensic evidence to be appreciated. Thank you.
Very rightly pointed out. Accreditation and making these processes very standard with a certain SOP, that would be key to these issues. Now, I have this very important question, important for me, and I believe that it would be interesting for you as well, sir. How do you see these emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analytics, contributing to the pursuit of justice? And connected is that are there specific areas in criminal law and forensics where these technologies have made important, noticeable impact? Your view, sir?
Yeah. So, thank you, Pandeyji. And you know, these artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analytics, these are coming like in relating to registration of crime and also in the entire process of justice delivery system. Very recently, I'll say that Madhya Pradesh High Court has in Vijay Singh Sikarwar versus State of Madhya Pradesh, 21st September has said, every police station, especially investigative officers, must create a WhatsApp group of every crime number unfolding heinous offences consisting of investigating officer, complainant, court munshi, concerned court clerk, prosecution officer at the initial stage. So, you know, like one would be the AI, how the artificial intelligence can be used for the delivery of summons, like through email also, through WhatsApp group also, and also the standard procedure for the crime, SOPs, etc., which are the minimum kind of standards. So people can also ensure that the police is also taking care of that. As Dr. Goswami said, R&D is also very important. Research and development is very important. Third is also very important that the law colleges must include, because I am little deviating from your direct question to common kind of question, that there is a need that the forensic justice, like what we have done in Tata Institute of Social Sciences, we have 1-year LLM and Access to Justice program. And we have introduced from this semester a specific course, 2-credit course on access to forensic justice. And thanks to Dr. Goswami, he was instrumental for us, and he is also our professor there, honorary professor there with us, our school. And this is being taken by students very seriously. We have arranged the field which so what I feel, that there is a need to develop the R&D, also the introduction of the these courses, and as has been said, training, accreditation, standard setting, and also like this National Forensic Infrastructure Enhancement Scheme is now introduced by the Government of India, and huge money is being allocated for that, for various purposes. I think that the R&D and other component will be taken care of through this fund, as well as also the R&D and other things, and evidence-based research I would like to the students. Like you can do some kind of dissertation, some kind of when you go to the field visit, either in the corporate or in the, because technological innovation, for example, data analytics. Now huge data is available in the judicial data grid, and various kind of, whether you see police or prisons or anything. So evidence-based research should be done, which are pertaining to the forensic investigation or in general to the criminal investigation. So I would say that there is a need to enhance and strengthen the evidence-based researches, and also student engagement, and also institution like Institute of Forensic Science, this UP, R&D is going on, and accreditation. I think they will set up the standards in collaboration with the various stakeholders. I think that would be the future process.
So as we are about to close this panel, I would invite a quick comment by Dr. Goswami on how to bridge the gap between the knowledge of forensics and legal studies. As very rightly pointed out by Professor Tiwari, that forensic science and law, they can't thrive without each other. But then we often see, and this I can say from my own experience, that there is a vast gap between the two disciplines in Indian academia. Forensic scientists may know a little about law, lawyers may know little about forensic science and all. But unless and until we bridge this gap, I don't think that what goal we have set as far as these new criminal laws are concerned, that would remain unattainable. So your quick comments, sir, on that.
Sir, in fact, this gap we are trying to bridge in this institute, and we have brought a very novel concept called Law with Labs. And this actually is an attempt how the legal experts should know the practicing aspect, practicing knowledge about the forensic science. Equally, the forensic experts should know the practicing part of the law. And we are trying to bridge this gap. The lawyers are being given some hands-on training on forensic science, on forensic technology. Likewise, the forensic experts are giving the moot court exercise, the legal terminology and all. होता क्या है अभी एग्जिस्टिंग सिस्टम में कुछ ऐसा है कि जो अगर हम कोर्ट का सिनेरियो देखें तो एक तरफ एक लीगल बैटरी खड़ी हुई होती है, ये एक जज साहब हैं, एक डिफेंस लॉयर हैं और एक प्रोसिक्यूटर हैं, और एक हमारे फोरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट होते हैं. जो उनके बीच कम्युनिकेशन होता है वो कुछ ऐसा होता है कि एक आदमी भोजपुरी में बोलता है और एक आदमी जर्मन में बोलता है, क्योंकि लैंग्वेज की प्रॉब्लम है. लीगल वाला जो बंदा है उसके फोरेंसिक की टर्मिनोलॉजी का उतना ज्ञान नहीं है, और लॉ जो फोरेंसिक का है उसको लॉ का नहीं है, तो वो समझता है कि ये अज्ञान है और वो समझता है ये अज्ञान है. जब तक हम इस गैप को ब्रिज नहीं करेंगे तब तक काम आगे नहीं बढ़ेगा, और ये इंस्टीट्यूट इस काम को करने के लिए, और अगर आपने याद करिए कल जब प्रोफेसर आराफा बात कर रहे थे तो ही वाज टॉकिंग अबाउट लॉ विद लैब्स, एंड यू विल सरप्राइज ही एक्चुअली विजिटेड आवर इंस्टीट्यूट लास्ट मंथ, and although he was very dear friend to, because I was in Cornell in 2022. So when I asked him for this conference that which topic you want to take, because this is, he said the first thing, he said that I will take law with labs. I said that, I just joke that do you want to please me because we introduced this subject, so why are you taking this subject? He said, no, we are discussing this subject in our own institute also. With the Professor James Dean, because he was my supervisor when I was with him in Cornell. Hello. So what I mean to say that this is not the need only in India. This is the global need. And I think if we thrive in it, if India start this as a forensic as service again, so you have to take this lead that India can do the best in various aspects, and law with labs may be yet another added value to FAS. So FAS is the buzzword, we have to adopt it at the earliest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for answering this concern, and also for innovating with law with labs. That's a very novel concept. I would have loved to hear more insights and comments from all the esteemed panelists, but as we are running short of time, so I would invite the audience for quick comments, interventions and questions, if any. Please be brief and to the point, and also mention if possible that which of the panelists you would like to answer that question. Unfortunately, we can't take up more than a couple of questions because I've been reminded that we are already late. So please bear with us, and yes, please.
Sir, I have a simple question with respect to FS when PPP is involved. First of all, integrity management system and multi-tier approval system to ensure that the integrity of the tester as well as this thing is not compromised, and custody transfer and labeling and traceability is there. Secondly, the calibration certification of the measuring instruments with respect to traceability to national, international standards, and how that can be placed for, let us say, justifying the results. Thank you.
Sir.
Hello. Sir has raised very pertinent question that how the test report can be validated and how we believe on that. Sir, there are global standards already existing. There is a very good model in United States, Texas Forensic Science Commission. That is one model. And very recently, last year only on 2nd October 2023, FSR model has been introduced by UK, Forensic Science Regulator. I think this is the need of the hour. We should adopt such type of regulatory body. In my opinion, we should not go for any council method like Bar Council of India, Medical Council of India, because they have better option than that. And these organization, or you can say they are actually, number one, they are statutory in model, like they are fully independent. They not only have the judicial members, but they have variety of members, including in, if you go to US and even FSR model, they are keeping a person who was earlier on death row or was being convicted and later was found, because the people who have undergone the rigor of the criminal justice system, they are the best, people to give the remedy also. So I think we should adopt such type of models which are very much available. We have to customize them and we can moderate according to our need, and then we can go for that, sir. I know the time constraint, otherwise I could have explained it little more, but thank you very much, sir.
Jahan, sir. I am Kanal Sidhu, sir. I have got a question for you. Sir, in India, we are evolving ecosystem, sir, as far as the various laws, statutory regulations are concerned. DPDP is about to come, sir, Digital Data Protection Act. So, sir, the moment an FIR is being registered with a, you can say, hand or all in a particular police station, and someone takes a photo of it, it comes into the ambit of DPDP. So what do you think, how are people on ground, that is the LEAs, the police people, they should be trained, number one, and secondly, the cyber resilient infrastructure needs to be created so that the personal information which has been captured with the digital means should not be proliferated into the open media. What are your views on that?
Sir, you are very right. First of all, let me tell you, sir, that FIR already into 2016 by Supreme Court judgment, it has to be made public within 24 hours. Except few exceptions, some like in rape case, like in Children POXO Act, and few more. And there also you can either you have to give in writing that why you are not publishing it, and that certification has to be given by SP rank officer. And sometime in CBI also, or in cases like where you have to conduct search and raid. Sometime we conduct raid. So those cases where you have to conduct raids, there also you have some leverage to hold public publication of FIR. As far as the this Privacy Act is concerned of 2022, there are so many issues, and not only this is not only dealt by law. I think here technology role is very important. For the protection of your private domain, it is not only the law. Law is only when it is breached. I think prevention is better than cure. Law only cure. But we have to strengthen our technology so that privacy domain, can be saved, especially in the digital space. Although it is a very, very technical and very complicated issue, but certainly there is a need to marry law with technology. I think that is need of the hour.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
So the bottom line from this panel is there is a need to marry law with technology. With this, we come to an end of this wonderful panel discussion. Thank you, panelists. Thank you for the questions, wonderful questions, and also the audience for a very patient listening. Thank you, one and all. Thank you once again.
Thank you, everyone. Now, I would like to request Deputy Director of UPSIFS Additional SP, Shri Chiranjeev Mukherjee, to present the memento to our esteemed panelists and our respected moderator. Please give a big round of applause. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Once again, thank you to our esteemed panelists and respected moderators, sir.
It is my pleasure to introduce our next panel discussion, which will explore this very subject under the theme, Building Trust in Digital India, Public-Private Partnership for Securing Computer Infrastructure. In an age where technology is advancing at lightning speed, so are the threats and vulnerabilities we face. This discussion aims to explore these complexities and build faith in computer technologies. To expertly guide this conversation, I am honored to introduce our moderator, Balaji Venkateshwar, a cyber defense researcher. Sir is a cyber threat intelligence professional with considerable knowledge on malware analysis, threat investigation, and threat hunting. He will be leading our panel with a focus on understanding the public-private partnership in digital India. Please join me in welcoming him by giving a huge round of applause.
Let me also introduce to our esteemed panelists whose expertise in cybersecurity and AI. Please give a big round of applause, founder and CEO, Bhavati Digital Incorporation, USA, Shri Pawan Sharma. Please welcome CEO and founder of Upbuild Global Incorporation, USA, Shri Upendra Giri. We were in a great dilemma. Who's going to be the third speaker with these two vibrant speakers? Please put your hands together and welcome 2014 IES Batch Special Secretary Electronics, Ms. Neha Jain.
I would like to request Dr. Roshan Singh, Dean School of Science and Technology, UPSIFS, to provide saplings to the esteemed panelists and moderator as a token of welcome. Please give a huge round of applause.
Please give a big round of applause.
With that, I now hand over the stage to our moderator to lead the way. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, boys and girls, and our esteemed panelists. Cyber is a very unique domain, and currently the tools and technology that we have it. The tools and technology that engulf our life, right from the mobile phone that each one of you are handling, to the operating system that it incorporates, and then application layer that comes, or whether it is a compute systems or a server systems, everything comes from an adversary country. In today's geopolitical world, it's a mission impossible to get a trustworthy compute systems from everywhere. Building our own indigenous capability is definitely a critical area for building trustworthiness in the compute systems. India has embarked into a new journey of creating its own foundry, and a lot of efforts, the new generations, companies are coming up, the new brains are coming with the startups. How we are going to really plug the gap of trustworthiness in compute system, and how to build a public-partner partnership, that's the topic of the day today. Our first question is to our esteemed guest, Ms. Neha Jain. That what's your idea of computer infrastructure, and is there any need for the government to protect it?
Okay, thank you, Balaji, for the question. I think a very relevant question because it will explain the topic of the session. So whenever we talk of computer infrastructure, as an end user, we know computer as the terminal which is in front of us. But when we look at computer infrastructure from a systems perspective, then it encompasses much more. So जो आपका हार्डवेयर है, जो कंप्यूटर है, वो एक पार्ट है उसका. The software is another part of it. And then there is an entire network जिस पे आपका डेटा फ्लो हो रहा है. और जहाँ पे आपका डेटा स्टोर हो रहा है वो डेटा सेंटर, और जो कम्युनिकेशन सिस्टम्स हैं जिस पे वो डेटा जा रहा है. सो ऑल दिस is encompassed in what we understand by computer infrastructure. And then if we look at computer infrastructure from a government point of view, so the second question is that do we need to protect the government infrastructure? So whenever we talk of government, हमारे मन में पहली चीज क्या आती है? Anybody? Government से हमें क्या आता है? ये चीज सरकार द्वारा प्रमाणित है. ट्रस्ट है ना, एक ट्रस्ट का फैक्टर आता है. तो जब हम लोग गवर्नमेंट की बात करते हैं तो ट्रस्ट का फैक्टर आता है. तो गवर्नमेंट का अगर कोई डिजिटल सर्विस यूज कर रहे हैं तो भी उसमें हमें एक ट्रस्ट का फैक्टर आता है कि वो जेन्युइन वेबसाइट हो, उसमें कोई अटैक ना हुआ हो, फिशिंग वेबसाइट ना हो. वो वेबसाइट पे अगर हमने अपना डेटा डाला है तो वो डेटा चोरी नहीं होना चाहिए, राइट? एक बेसिक ट्रस्ट है जो कि आता है. तो अगर मैं, क्योंकि मैं आईटी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स डिपार्टमेंट देख रही हूँ, तो अगर मैं बात करूँ कि हमारे पास क्या क्या ई गवर्नेंस सर्विसेज हैं, तो हमारे पास पूरे प्रदेश में, अगर मैं यूपी की बात करूँ तो लगभग 1.5 लाख से 2 लाख VLEs हैं, विलेज लेवल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं, जिनके छोटे छोटे जन सुविधा केंद्र है. आप लोग ने भी, अगर किसी ने अपना आय जाति निवास प्रमाण पत्र बनवाया होगा तो आप लोग उनके पास गए होंगे. वहां पे जब आप अपना डेटा देते हो एक्सेस, तो आपको एक तो आपको, क्योंकि वो आपके गांव के ही भैया या दीदी हैं, तो आपको उन पे एक लेवल का भरोसा है कि वो आपका डेटा इधर उधर जंगल नहीं भेजेंगे. बट क्या वो डेटा यहाँ से जाते समय अगर स्टेट डेटा सेंटर पे ई डिस्ट्रिक्ट का पोर्टल होस्टेड है, उसके बीच में तो कहीं पे डिस्टर्ब नहीं हो रहा है? जो डेटा आपने भेजा वो चेंज तो नहीं हो रहा है, इंटेग्रिटी तो मेंटेन्ड है. तो ये बहुत जरूरी है. और गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम में, बिकॉज गवर्नमेंट इज सिनोनिमस विद ट्रस्ट, it becomes all the more essential that we protect our government data. On top of it, when we talk of digital public infrastructure, आजकल DPIs की बहुत बात हो रही है. जैम ट्रिनिटी हम सब लोग ने सुना है, जनधन, आधार, मोबाइल. उसके अलावा बहुत सारे ऐसे डिजिटल पब्लिक गुड्स हैं जो कि भारत पूरे हर विश्व को दे रहा है. उसी प्रकार के स्टेट के भी अपने डिजिटल पब्लिक गुड्स होते हैं, जो वेबसाइट्स होती हैं. मतलब डिजिटल पब्लिक गुड्स मतलब आप समझिए कि रोड है, तो गवर्नमेंट रोड देती है तो उसमें कोई भी चल सकता है, वो पब्लिक गुड है. ऐसा नहीं कि उस रोड पे कोई नहीं चल सकता, कोई नहीं चल सकता है, राइट? उसी तरह से डिजिटल पब्लिक गुड्स जो होते हैं वो हर नागरिक को इक्वली एक्सेसिबल रहते हैं. तो जब हमारे जो डिजिटल गुड्स हैं उनको कहाँ पे होस्ट करना है डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में, तो जैसे कि यूपी का जो स्टेट डेटा सेंटर है वो हम लोग मैनेज करते हैं स्टेट लेवल पे, तो उसको सिक्योर रखना बहुत ज़रूरी है. और हम लोग एट स्टेट लेवल कैसे अपनी तहसीलों से, अपनी ब्लॉक से कम्युनिकेट कर रहे हैं, तो वो भी एक, जैसे हम लोग एक प्राइवेट इंट्रानेट की बात करते हैं, तो जो स्टेट वाइड एरिया नेटवर्क है, स्वैन नेटवर्क जिसको बोलते हैं, तो वो ये 2 बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, यूपी स्टेट डेटा सेंटर, यूपी सोन. इनको प्रोटेक्ट करना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है. साथ ही जब हम बात करते हैं, आजकल कई चीज़ों में कुछ पैसे, कुछ फीस वगैरह भी देनी होती है. सपोज आपको अपना बिजली का बिल देना है, तो अगर आपको अपना बिजली का बिल देना है तो आपको ये इंश्योर करना, मतलब हमें एज गवर्नमेंट हमें इंश्योर करना ज़रूरी है कि वो जो आपका पैसा है या आपका जो बैंक डिटेल्स है वो कहीं मिसयूज़ ना हो रहा हो. तो आई थिंक इन सब चीज़ों को एनकम्पस करके आप देख सकते हैं कि किस प्रकार से बहुत आवश्यक है कि जो हमने कंप्यूटर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर समझा उसको प्रोटेक्ट करना बहुत ज़रूरी है. तो ना ही सिर्फ एप्लीकेशन लेवल की सिक्योरिटी हो, बट नेटवर्क की भी सिक्योरिटी हो, बैकएंड की भी सिक्योरिटी हो, और सिक्योरिटी के साथ साथ नोन और अननोन अटैक्स, तो क्योंकि आप हमारे बीच में एक्सपर्ट्स बैठे हुए हैं, मुझसे ज़्यादा अच्छा बता पाएंगे कि मैलवेयर, रैंसमवेयर, ये सब क्या होता है, फिशिंग, ये सब क्या होता है. तो इन सब से भी अटैक से प्रोटेक्ट करना बहुत ज़रूरी है. इसके लिए हमें अपने डेटा सेंटर में, अपने कंप्यूट में बहुत अच्छी सिक्योरिटी लगाने की ज़रूरत है. और अगर कोई ब्रीच हो भी जाता है, अगर कुछ होता भी है, तो उसको हम कितनी जल्दी रिकवर कर पाते हैं. जब भी हम बात करते हैं साइबर सिक्योरिटी की, हम लोग एक CIA ट्राइड की बात करते हैं, कॉन्फिडेंशियलिटी, इंटेग्रिटी एंड अवेलेबिलिटी. तो गवर्नमेंट के सिस्टम में ट्रस्ट तभी बढ़ेगा अगर एक अभी किसी वजह से डाउन हो गया तो तुरंत वो अप भी हो जाए. जैसे अभी स्कॉलरशिप की वेबसाइट थी, स्कॉलरशिप में बहुत सारे बच्चों को अप्लाई करना था, बहुत ज़्यादा लोड, क्योंकि स्टेट डेटा सेंटर में हम लोग बैठ के देख रहे थे, तो बहुत सारा लोड एक साथ आ गया स्कॉलरशिप पोर्टल पे. तो अब क्या करें हम लोग, तो वी हैड टू वर्क बिहाइंड कि उसको स्केलेबल बनाए, है ना. इस प्रकार से हम लोग बहुत सारा डेटा जो है, चैलेंज ये है कि हम लोग बात करते हैं अपने डेटा की और हमें उसको संभाल के भी रखना है. तो उसमें हम लोग कितना प्राइवेट में जा सकते हैं? तो क्या मैं अपना डेटा अमेजोन के क्लाउड पे AWS पे होस्ट कर सकती हूँ? क्या गवर्नमेंट का डेटा होस्ट किया जा सकता है? आई थिंक आगे हम लोग जब इस पे चर्चा करेंगे तो इस पे थोड़ी और बात होगी.
Excellent. I think, the building the trust in every information that is captured by the government data centers at the pipeline and also at the individual devices, definitely very well captured, Ms. Neha. And trustworthiness to whatever you are bestowing a trust to the government system, it should remain in its life cycle, and security becomes a prerequisite. Very well captured. The second questions, that we have with our esteemed guest, Mr. Pawan Sarmaji. How do you build the digital trust in India? I think that was the opening statement that I gave, and I think you are the right person to give the answer for. Over to you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. I will just take and allude to what she just mentioned. But good morning, friends. Are you okay? Are you still awake? Are you the digital yodhas of FAST that Dr. Goswami talked of? Great. So you have the power, right? I can't hear that. Loudly, you have the power. What does power stand for? So as Ms. Jain just mentioned, there is a digital infrastructure that is available, be it hardware, software, network, you have data. But very important thing, remember, when I say you have the power, P stands for platforms. These are super apps that work on the infrastructure that is given. O stands for online, whether it is e-commerce, whether it is digital identity management. What's left? W. W stands for wallets. Each one of you have a wallet, right? You have GPays, you have Paytms, that's wallet. E stands for anything that is embedded. Remember, whether it's a car that you're driving, it's the phone that you're using, it's the IoT that monitors and manages everything, that's E. And R stands for, any guesses? Real time. Whether you are transferring money real time, whether you are accessing identity or giving identity accesses on a real time basis. So this is power. So think about it. And ma'am just mentioned about 1.5 lakh village entrepreneurs who are working, but there are so many startups, and this is just in the state of UP, right? So you can imagine across the country how many of these are there. So we are not talking about gigabytes. We are not talking about petabytes. We are not talking about exabytes. We are talking about, what are we talking about? Yottabytes, right? This is phenomenal amount of data that we are transacting. How do we ensure that the data is secure? The infrastructure can be made secure. How are we talking of data secure? And I think that is where the digital trust is being built. So the first thing, what do you do? How many of you want to be entrepreneurs? I think Goswami sir mentioned yesterday about people being entrepreneurs. How many of you want to be entrepreneurs here? Students? Very few. I think we'll have to tell Dr. Goswami to, give you a boost of entrepreneurship here, right? But the first thing that you want to do, and if we have to succeed and build digital trust, Balaji sir, in the country, is to bring in digital literacy and awareness. I think that's very important. It's for the very first time we are tackling a problem that is touching the bottom of the pyramid, because every single person in the triangle, in the triad, are going to be using data and information. So I think that's the first thing that you're looking at. The second thing, as ma'am mentioned, is governance and risk management framework. It's very, very important. And I think yesterday, Professor from IIM Lucknow talked about GRC, governance risk compliance, or enterprise risk management. I think that is very important. So that is even at a much higher level, at a policy level. And the government of India has worked, and I think Dr. Ranjit Singh was mentioning that India is not far behind. We are somewhere in between. I would say we are in the top 5 actually, when it comes to cybersecurity and data management. But the cybersecurity, the national cybersecurity framework that the government of India has set up, the data protection authority that has been set up is very important. Brings to the next point, which is data privacy and protection. कितनी बार होता है हम लोग photocopy लेने जाते हैं, we take a photocopy of our Aadhaar, and then we don't know how many pages are made and they are sold, right? Did somebody take a consent? So the very first thing in data protection is consent. Friends, it is just like sex. You say no, nobody can move forward. Data is as important as that. If you say no, people have to ensure it is no. So data consent is very important. The second is transparency. Very important to have transparency. And the third very important item is, if there's a breach, all the institutions and within the government organizations have to share that information. One thing that I still find in India that we need to do better is we don't like to share, or we are scared of sharing our information. And I'm sure, ma'am, you would find that that would be true from one government body to the other government body. I'm very sure, coming from an industry, that we really don't share that data as early, as soon, because we think that we need to have a first mover advantage. I think that's the third thing. The other very important thing is, and I think Professor Tiwari mentioned about PPP. It's very, very important how we leverage PPP to bring about a change where we share resources, we do a common research and development, we create a cert, right? And India has set up a body, ma'am, as you would probably know, is about the India cert. But we need to go beyond that. And the last very important thing is collaboration. Okay? And I'll speak about it, when I get a time. But students, whenever you hear PPP, and if you don't know what PPP means, make it very simple. Call it CCC. What is PPP? What is PPP? It's CCC. It's only collaboration, collaboration, and collaboration. That means collaboration with the government, collaboration with the industry, collaboration with the academia, collaboration for the very first time with the social, every single being, including your father-in-law, mother-in-law, very important, but also your grandparents, okay? But more importantly, collaboration with international markets. And we are talking of heralding into an era where we are having contracts with the international bodies, because a lot of trans-country, inter-country discussions are happening. So I think these 5 elements, if you pick together, it'll help India and all of us. I think more than India, it is individuals' responsibility of building trust in India. I hope
excellent. I think it was power very well defined. Thank you so much, sir. The next question is that the biggest challenge that India faces today in the cyber front, that when you get a terrorist attacks, only a few terrorists comes and destroy a place. To protect against those terrorists, we have got millions of people who are holding the battle. How do we create the capacity where we have got millions cyber warrior in the country? How do you build the capacity, sir?
Very relevant and pertinent question. And the title, I will go first with the title, Building Trust in Digital India. Is it easy? How many people will raise their hand? Is it easy? It's not. Absolutely not. But then, of course, Pavanji and Madam spoke about building the trust, especially government sector, because technology brings transparency. Transparency builds trust. And I wanted to congratulate Madam, especially I was going through this transaction of my wife's ancestral property, which was handed over from Akbar to my wife's forefathers. And I go to do the transaction of these properties these days in Kushinagar. And I can tell you that you can never imagine the seamless process government has put. I used to question it all the time. Sitting in California, I could only imagine. Because when I will give you certain perspective, because I left India 32 years back to pursue my master's in environmental engineering. You must be wondering, forensic is such a new topic. Think about environmental engineering 32 years back. But back then, I could not find a single job. So I will definitely touch upon some of the aspects that how do we go about capacity building in the nation. Especially on the topic, which is so difficult to build. That's trust. So how do we go about it? So I give you an ABC formula, by the way. Last day and till today, so I saw the banner, UP number 1, zero tolerance, bold goals, bold mission, but bold steps are required. You could hear from the CM Saab last night, yesterday. He was very clear. The clarity of thought was so sharp. He did not deviate from the focus. And I was mesmerized. And by the way, I wanted to, because in Silicon Valley, I took the step, meeting him yesterday and inviting Silicon Valley, because everybody wants to meet the gentleman who is transformed in Uttar Pradesh, the most notorious place known on the planet. Amazed, mesmerized, but how do we scale it? Jan jan tak ye suvidha kaise pahunche? By the way, I come from a lawyer's family. There are 14 lawyers in my family. I was the oddball out. I left India when I was 22 and worked for NASA. And then I came across a concept which I felt this could really transform my nation. That was, by the way, PMI, Project Management Institute, by the way. So I got my first certification in 99. And somebody said to me, you know what, with this you can really do amazing, amazing stuff for India. I packed my bag because, Caesar fought the war first time and he lost the war. And next time he won the war, somebody asked, what was the difference thing what you did this time? He said, you know what? We burnt the boats behind us, which we came on. So if you have doubt in your mind that this goal can't be achieved, this would not happen. So I give you an ABC formula. So last day and today, it's all about A, self-awareness. Each one of us, you said cyber yodhas. Today, if you look at, there are three forces: Navy, Army, and Air Force. I would say that cyber force is about to be created out of India. We will be exporting cyber yodhas for the consumption for the rest of the world. So ABC, first is A, your self-awareness. We understand it's a need which is already created in the world. And by the way, you don't have to even create this need. More digital penetration will go. AI further goes. Cyber requirement goes up and up and up. By the way, this will create another challenge for the world. That is what? The load on the power grid of the world. Cyber will be combining the climate change tomorrow. I would see that Yodhas coming not only solve the legal problems of the nation, but they will be solving the climate challenges of the planet. So I can foresee a huge potential and I can see that there are dreams in the eyes of every single person, but they're doubtful because I met few of them since yesterday. They said, sir, what will happen to jobs? I said, don't worry about the jobs, just keep focused. Stay focused on forensic, because forensic force is the future of tomorrow. So how do we go about it? So A is self-awareness, B for big, bold goals, and C for commitment, because you should not deviate. And I can give you an example. When I wanted to bring PMI to India, it took me 24 trips from California to India, and every time people will disappoint me. And eventually I ended up putting a workshop together. 2 people showed up, a gentleman from World Bank, and another was a professor who taught me in my engineering college at Jamia Millia Islamia. Guess what? I left India, in 2014, when 400 people will sit in Karnataka Vidhan Sabha to learn how do we execute complex projects and programs.
Excellent, Mr. Upendra. I think we'll run sort of time. As we are running sort of time, we'll have some small but rapid fire questions. We'll start with Ms. Neha. What government will do to make the PPP in cybersecurity happen in next 2 to 3 years in your $1 trillion economy plan?
Yeah, okay. So is that like a rapid fire question?
Yes, it's a rapid fire. Quick questions in 1 minute.
Okay. So I think whenever we talk of government and we talk of private partnership, there's always a level of doubt because we are also talking of data sovereignty. So there's a lot of skepticism which is there कि हम किसी प्राइवेट बॉडी के साथ अपना डेटा शेयर करें या ना करें, उनको हम अपने प्रांगण में एंट्री दें या ना दें, राइट? एक लेवल ऑफ डाउट रहता है विद द प्राइवेट prayers. But that is where the mindset of each of us also needs to change, that the era, as you rightly mentioned, is of collaboration. So without private partnership, because private sector में जो specialized firms हैं वो हमसे बहुत आगे हैं और हमें अभी catch up करना है, right? So I think the key areas, one would definitely be training and capacity building, and I think Government of India has done a wonderful program of Cyber Surakshit Bharat, जिसमें a lot of private sector के जो अच्छे लोग हैं वो आते हैं, मास्टर कार्ड वीज़ा इन सब के लोग आते हैं, या इवन आपके जो के बिग फोर्स हैं उनके लोग आते हैं, they have their content, and in a government training to government officers, these people give their content. So I think capacity building is very important, where we should partner. Also, when we talk of cyber security, especially of huge computer infrastructure, we talk of something called a SOC, Security Operations Center. तो वो जो SOC सेटअप होता है वो बेसिकली क्या करता है कि अगर कुछ भी जैसे डेटा आ रहा है या जा रहा है, उसमें बहुत सारे लॉग्स जनरेट होते हैं, तो उनको लॉग्स को पढ़ के उसमें से पैटर्न्स वगैरह आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं, और कोई ऐसा इंटेलिजेंस हो जाता है कि जैसे कि कोई किसी चोर को आपके घर में चोरी करनी है तो एक दिन में चोरी नहीं करता है, क्या करता है, रेकी करता है, आके देखता है कहाँ पे वीक पॉइंट है, कौन सा ताला आप कितने बजे घर से निकलते हो और लॉक नहीं करते हो, भले वो 1 मिनट का समय, तो आपका वीक पॉइंट ढूंढता है. तो जो SOC इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो सेटअप होता है और जो मैन पावर सेटअप होता है वो इन पैटर्न्स को आइडेंटिफाई करके आपके कंप्यूटर सिस्टम में पहले ही बता देंगे कि ये वाला जो सिस्टम है या ये वाला जो पोर्टल है, इसमें जो ये वाली डेटा एंट्री की फील्ड है ये वल्नरेबल है, इसको पहले ही प्लग इन कर लो. तो आई थिंक SOC सेटअप करने के लिए प्राइवेट सेक्टर की जो एक्सपर्टीज है, चाहे SOC को हम लोग ऑफलाइन सेटअप करना चाहें या SOC को एज अ सर्विस मॉडल सेटअप करना चाहें, दैट इज वेयर इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. And third, I would say, is a center for excellence for research on upcoming threats, where government, industry and academia. Sir ने बहुत अच्छा, I would really want to thank Sir Goswami sir from the bottom of my heart, क्योंकि सर इतना अच्छा आपने यहाँ पे ये कॉन्फ्रेंस रखा है, इन यंग बच्चों को आप इतना अच्छा एक्सपोजर अभी से ही दे रहे हैं, एंड स्पेशली ये जो टॉपिक है साइबर सिक्योरिटी इतना फ्यूचरिस्टिक, मतलब अब तो it has become the need of the hour. So I think 3 things from me. One would be capacity building, second would be SOC, and third will be COE. Also, to answer your question, as certain under Section 70B of IT Act, we are also planning to set up a UPSIFS. So we would be talking to Sir, and if we could get in touch with you and people like you, it will be really good. Thank you.
So next question to Pawanji, very quickly in one line, you know, as a private sector partner and you have worked in the global organizations and set up your own entities across the world, what one PPP requirement you have and how you can partner with government, what expectation you have from the government to do a public-private partnerships?
I mean, thank you for putting me in spot, but you know, the way I would look at it is, you know, when we look at PPP in a very, I'll just take a little more than a sentence, is 3 things. When you're looking at PPP, A, you're doing it if it's reactive, B, if it's proactive, and the third, if you're doing at a larger umbrella scale. I think if you ask me what is that one thing that you can work with an organization, if I have to come, whether it's at a state or the government level, I would pick up something which is proactive, which means pick up an industry. So I would like to work on an industry. So cybersecurity for the, either it could be for the police industry or for the BFSI industry or for the manufacturing industry. And we can work on that together, creating sufficient data points and processes to build a PPP.
Excellent, excellent. Next question, 1 minute, quick, rapid fire. Upendra Giriji, we are running out of time, but what is the PPP expectation from you, and how we can, you know, work with the government for a great partnership to be built?
Sir, मेरा belief simple ये है, पेड़ से दूर फल नहीं गिरता. जहाँ समस्या है वही solution है. सिर्फ फर्क ये है, continuity accumulates, proximity matters. What gets measured gets done. Simple. Now, how do we do that? पहले हमने बाहर से टेक्नोलॉजी लाए, फिलॉसफी लाए, फ्रेमवर्क लाए, क्योंकि वहाँ डेवलपमेंट हो रहा था. आज तो सब फोकस यहीं पे है. We should set up institutions which should be non-profit, which should certify warriors for tomorrow. And they should be certified and export it to solving the problems of the planet. That's the only model. First industry should be fintech. Don't go anywhere. And create an impact and nail it. And nail में क्या होता है सर? एक डेप्थ होती है nail में और एक होता है head. तो nail वाले तो सारे बैठे हुए हैं यहाँ पे. Head missing है अभी. Head requires integration, end to end. That's what is required. And that's what we will probably talk in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Upendraji. Thank you, everyone. Ms. Neha, Mr. Pawanji, and Mr. Upendraji, thanks for being part of this panel. We really enjoyed your answers. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Now, I would like to request our founding director, Dr. G.K. Goswami, sir, to kindly present mementos to our esteemed panelists and moderators as a token of gratitude.
Please give a big round of applause. Please give a big round of applause.
Thank you, sir. And once again, thank you to all our panelists and moderator.
As we continue to our next panel discussion, is titled as AI-powered cyber defense opportunities and challenges. To lead this important conversation, I am honored to introduce our moderator, respected Shri Rohit Negi, Senior Vice President and Chief Strategy Officer, C3I Hub, IIT Kanpur. Please give a big round of applause.
Now, allow me to introduce our distinguished panelists. Professor Ganesh Ramakrishnan, IIT Bombay. Shri Balaji Venkateshwar, Cyber Defense Researcher. I would like to request our esteemed faculty, Dr. Neha Mathur, School of Science and Tech, to please present saplings to our moderator and panelists. We also welcome Colonel Harkamar Sidhu, Cyber Defense Expert and ex-NCSE PMO. Please give a huge round of applause.
Please bring the saplings. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Now, with that, I hand over the stage to our respected moderator, Shri Rohit Negi, sir, to take it over from here. Thank you very much.
So, thank you. Thank you for having us here. So, have a great round of applause for the audience first. Thank you. So, now we are going to talk about a very important topic, which is AI-powered cyber defense, opportunities and challenges. So, as ma'am mentioned that you have a security operations center, you are having logs which are getting collected from different locations with the perspective of cybersecurity. And the logo of the institute also mentioned that there is evidence, right? So, sir, like when we collect it, right? So, oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce Sri Balaji Venkateshwar, like cyber defense researcher, one of the esteemed and eminent person in the research area of cybersecurity, and Colonel Harkamal Sidhu. He is a cyber defense expert and ex-National Cybersecurity Coordinator's Office and from PMO. So, sir, can you please put some insights that what is the capacity in India for AI right now, about the trainings, the people which we are, and the content we are delivering? Yeah.
Artificial intelligence has really hit the floor in a public domain 4 years back. But artificial intelligence is something is as old as to 1987 time frame, when Indian Statistical Institute have started working around that, and a significant amount of work has been done. As a matter of fact, CNR Rao was one of the pioneers from India who worked on it, and most of his paper on artificial intelligence has become the global holdings even today. Last year we lost him in 103 years of age, but the amount of work he has done was significant. In terms of cybersecurity and AI, marrying between the two different problem statements, currently IT Bombay, under the leadership of Professor Ganesh Ramakrishnan, is working on Bharat Jain. And to give you a level of comfort that we have already reached to a stage where the conversions of information into actionable intelligence in a real-time basis, particularly in the Security Operations Center, is happening with a rapid pace. When it comes to the Security Operations Center, is all about, huge amount of telemetry information which come from multivariate sources. Whether it is a system logs, whether it is the network logs, whether it is an application security data, whether it is a log which are coming from identity and access management, and significant of a log which come from the deep packet inspection, and as well as domain name, systems. Now, all these informations provides petabyte of informations, and many of the organizations in the past, they were trying to discard some of this information and trying to focus on the syslogs. So detection of anomaly was almost negligible. And the result was 1606 Fortune 2000 company have reported some bit of breaches in the last 3 years' time. And each one of them have invested almost around $35 to $40 million to keep the organizations, intact and secured and resilience. And still 1606 company has been breached. The region, that comes as a center of focus, that even though the data sets were there, but people were not leveraging the data sets because with the constraint of the GPU and constraint of the money the organization has to leverage those capability was very less. Now with the large language model, it is very much possible to leverage the data sets and do a rapid, anomaly detections by building both, structured as well as unstructured, information sets which are available. And speed of, converting a security operations center to a real-time attack management program is very much possible. Cyber is a very interestingly, is an engineering problem and it requires engineered solution. Why I call it engineering problem? The fact is that somebody has written the code of kernel not correctly, he is an engineer. Somebody has not compiled the compiler properly, he is an engineer. Somebody who has written the application, he has not written completely secure application, secure by design, he is also an engineer. So it's an engineering problem, it requires engineering solution. With the advent of LLM, the code curations can happen in a real-time basis with a very minimal efforts, which can build a secure operating system, which can secure your compilers, it can secure your assemblies, it can secure your application in real-time basis. So chances of breaches will come down significantly if we can leverage AI.
Thank you. So, thank you. So you emphasize on engineering solution, right? So, sir, I would like to emphasize one point that earlier what we do, like we have a DNA sequencing machine. We collect a sample of DNA and then it has been processed by that machine. It creates a string of 0 and 1, and based on the output, we conclude that, okay, like this is whether it is a victim or whether it is not a victim, right? And it has been told that DNA sequencing machines are susceptible to cyber threats also. So, sir, like, which means if we use AI in cybersecurity, like these domains who are working in DNA forensic or other forensic areas, will they get facilitated? So, sir, like, what are the, like, how AI is like helping cyber defense? Would you like to emphasize on that, sir?
Thank you, Negi ji. I think I'll be failing in my duties if I'll not say thanks to Dr. Goswami sir and Balaji sir for having given me this opportunity to be here. This is my second visit to Lucknow. The first one was whenever I got commissioned into 4th Division of the Indian Army, and it was based in Allahabad. So from Allahabad, we visited Lucknow on a bike. It was CBZ Honda, I remember. I was there along with my wife. And today, after 24 years, I have got that chance again to be here. Thanks, sir, for the opportunity. And whose land is this? Whose land is this? This is the land of Captain Manoj Pandey, the Paramveer Chakra, who got Paramveer Chakra in Kargil conflict. So, coming on to the question particular, which has been asked by Negi ji. This all we are discussing in threat perception of what? What is the threat scenario, which is looming large globally first and then nationally? As we are talking over here, the Russo-Ukraine conflict is entering the 35th month. And it was when it was about to start, it was told that it will not last more than 2 weeks. Told by whom? By Russia. Again, a superpower compared to US. And this is the 35th month. So what is happening over there? There's an IT army, and there are various groups which has collaborated. There's a new dimension of warfare which has come up. A college-going girl like you, sitting over here, or a boy for that matter, he's a student in the morning. He goes to his college. The moment he gets back, he opens his laptop. The moment he opens his laptop, he started scanning the ports of Russia, of Ukraine, from either side. Why is it doing so? Patriotism, 1. 2, all the types of IP addresses which he possesses, she possesses at that particular point of time, those have not been listed by these forces. Subsequently, it gets listed, but he gets the first-hand information. He gets this information, she gets this information, she give it to the particular army, to the country she belongs to, and after that, she closes the laptop, and she's out of warfare. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the new age of warfare. In today's warfare, the cyber warfare, the real-time asymmetric warfare, this is what is happening on ground. When we got commissioned into the army, we were told that the true asymmetric warfare is the paratroopers getting dropped behind the enemy lines. Why? Because they cut the lines of communication. And you will be able to overpower them and you will be able to catch hold of the ground. But this is the real type of asymmetric warfare which is there. Coming on from the international scenario, coming on to the national scenario. Like it has already been spoken by Dr. Goswami sir, Neha ma'am, there's a comparable, you can say, progress which has been there. But we should not forget that we are an evolving ecosystem. Yes, we are an evolving ecosystem. We are embracing DPDP. The new types of laws which are there, they are getting converted, it's coming to us. We are sanguine of this fact that we have to march with the world, like it has already been there in this thing. Then what type of defense we are going to pose if we have already seen a warfare is where Dr. Negi's question comes over here. So AI, yes. AI is a technology, it's not an engineering. Remember, there's a difference between a BE and a BTech. Engineering is at the core. Technologies change. It's the AI today. It may be a BI, CI, ZI tomorrow. But to march with the thing, because one thing leads to another. I was lucky enough that I have been given by the opportunity by the Indian Army to be an instructor at Military College of Telecommunication Engineering for 3.5 years. So I have taught many foreign-friendly nations. I have run the bespoke cyber courses for them, teaching them cyber defense. I did it. I was an instructor for the MTech. I was an instructor for the BTech, for the Indian Army officers. So that should be what should be our capability in that? The type of the capability, number one, which is homegrown, like Balaji sir has said. Till what time will be dependent on US? So there is no point in reinventing the wheel. If you see 7 rules of DPDP, it has been taken from GDPR, Europe. With own changes, we have tailor-made it, we scoped it. And after that, we are using it. So 42001, the standards which have already been spoken by Giri sir and Sharma sir, the standards are good. Do we need to reinvent those standards? No, because those are the globally accepted standards. And those have been tested through the time. However, how to apply, like sir has said, that BFSI sector, BFSI, for your information, is the very tightly controlled sector in India. You would have heard about that Paytm bank incident. Done by whom? RBI. Paytm bank does not exist on ground as on date. So our regulations are good. Our regulations are clear. Our regulations have, Indian regulations have got the vision how to execute a particular thing, duly customized and scoped. And how it's changing the defense? If you go onto the site of Principal Scientific Advisor to the PMO, Dr. Sood, he talks of 2 things. AI in cyber and cyber in AI. Like Negiji has asked. Why it's so important? Because the neural network, the weights which have been put over there, if those have been taken to take the decision by the AI, and what should be the output? If those weights have been corrupted, malwared, your inferences will go wrong. The moment your inferences will go wrong, your decision-taking capability will be a big question over there. This is the cyber in AI. And what about the AI in cyber? So there is a need to evolve and ingest the AI into the various processes. Example, I'll just give you an example. IR. How many of you know about what is IR? What is IR in cyber? Yeah, students in the last row. What's IR? Incident response, yes. What are the steps of the incident response? Drum roll, we all know. Drum roll, yahi hai. Detection. After that, response, mitigation, reporting, remediation, and lesson learned. Drum roll. So what will AI do? Does that complete drum roll cycle changes? No. Execution level of that particular process changes. And that's why what has been given by BMIS, that is Business Model for Information Security, by ISACA USA. It says 4 things are very important. We know about 3. People, process, technology. The 4th one is your organization. So in times to come, with the help of AI, there are various things in cyber which will evolve, and the cyber defense is likely to be more strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So it is very well articulated, sir. So it has been emphasized that any of us can be a victim of cybersecurity. We might be working in forensic of other domains. We might be working in DNA forensics. The report generated is a manipulated one, right? Just because of the cyber attack, right? So if at some point of time, if we are the victim, there might be some investigation on us that we were involved in some cyber attack also, right? And at that time, these models, like AI models, will be very useful that to identify by collecting some evidences from your systems to identify whether you are under cyber attack or you were one of the threat actor who was conducting the cyber attacks, right? So it is one of the part of the incident response. Now, sir has mentioned that if there are some models which are helping us in identifying and solving the case, there might be some adversarial machine learning models by which the data which has been generated is just to satisfy us, but again, it has some malicious intent, right? So now, sir, you mentioned that there are some frameworks which are globally acceptable, right? And when we apply these frameworks in Indian ecosystem, so startups in India, they face challenges because they are not very well fitted into these standards, right? And startups are coming up with indigenous machine learning models. So can you please emphasize on the acceptance on the market, because they are the new entrepreneurs, like one of the future, like they are our future, right? And they will make some models for DNA forensic, for cybersecurity and all, right? And that time they might be identified that your model is used and generating malicious data and something else, right? So can you emphasize that what will be the acceptance for them?
See, let's talk about first, the LLMs which are available in the public domain. Let's talk about ChatGPT. Many of us are going to the ChatGPT and providing a lot of information inside those tools. If you look into any tool that comes from, adversary country, and I use the word adversary country, ladies and gentlemen, because in the diplomatic world, nobody is your friend. Everybody is your adversary, okay? To be polite, we can say they are least friendly adversary or the most friendly adversary. But there is no one who is not an adversary. And many of these tools, are being funded by the defense organization as a dual-use technology. I'll give you a very simple study that we carried out around 5 months back on 16, different type of GPTs. Definitely, ChatGPT was one of them, Gemini was there, Cloud AI was there, and there were some Chinese models. And when we started looking into the response that was coming from there, with different IP address and different type of manipulation that we did, as such the traffic is landing from US, and I've tried on the Cloud AI or ChatGPT. Similar time, sometime we tried with the Chinese, IP addresses, and we tried to emulate the DNS, systems which are going through the Chinese store. The result was, so weirdly different, I could not believe it actually. There were, difference was, the variation of difference of the answers was almost 93%, words were different. 93% words. So suppose if a report has come in around 100 words, 93 words were totally different, which was coming from different sources. So trust with the worthiness of current LLM systems are always challengeable. Another thing is that how do you know the model that you are using it does not have any backdoor. It's very difficult to detect it. And many times this backdoor comes because we are taking the codes, boys and girls, those who are on the back, you want to build your own AI model. Leveraging the open source technology is the great thing to do it, but trustworthiness of those components are very less. Today, the supply chain, level of attacks where these codes are being punctured by different adversary countries. So when you download those components, automatically, some malware gets embedded into that actually. So be careful when you take it from open source and build your own, LLM designs. That is one. Last one, I'll just give you one example for that. That when you are using, for any trustworthy computes, like, you want to do a predictions of DNAs, how the behavior will happen, how the child which will be born, how the child will look like. Many times there is a deviations has been seen on the model. So trustworthiness, you need to build it by triangulating the various, models to get the accuracy level higher. Otherwise, calibration of those LLM models can be a challenge. And then when you are building the model, use the, different reference architectures, which is very prerequisite. And some of the reference architecture has been created by NIST, which is the risk management framework for AI, and also ISO 42001 is a new standard for AI security. Please follow when you are building an LLM tools, for any problem solving skills, leveraging any of the LLMs, go through the rigors of, controls at the parameters level. And last one is that, building the application which are secured. So don't, build an application for a health systems and becomes a very popular here. And if the LLM tool or the model is faulty, can give a very, very weird result and can cause the, disruption in the country altogether. So be careful about the models and build it securely by design and not by, design, which is built for performance, and security is an afterthought to that. Thank you.
Thank you. So basically there are opportunities which are related to AI-based cyber defense. You guys can develop your own cyber machine learning models to detect the anomaly. Now, there is, as mentioned, that supply chain attack possibility is there. For that, software bill of material, SBOM, guidelines are available in public domain. Last month it has been released by CERT India. Now, now, as sir also mentioned on large language models of short language models like ChatGPT, LLM model like is available. We are now using it on our day-to-day life, right? Writing from an application, writing an email, and everywhere we are doing it, right? And see, how can we assure that the data which we are feeding into ChatGPT or any other large language model like Gemini, they are not mining it. Definitely they might be mining it, right? So AI is not regulated. So sir, the last question, can you please emphasize on that AI is not regulated in India right now, the initiatives, some initiatives, sir, and we will conclude after that.
So it is about the AI regulation. Is it the fact that in India we do not have any AI regulation? No, we do have. And the first national AI policy was given by none other than the Niti Aayog in the year 2018, prior to COVID. If you go through that, it highlights very important aspects that how AI needs to be regulated. However, as you are aware, that's the life of a strategy and the policy is at the most 5 years, or a major incident takes place. And what was the major incident in this case? COVID, 2020. The complete world comes under the COVID. And so is the research. There's a lot of research which has gone in that particular COVID era. The people have, transferred from the hierarchical systems or the traditional systems to online learnings and things like that. All these have All these have been already been covered into the AI policy which has been issued by the Niti Aayog. Only thing is that we need to read it, we need to implement it, and we need to see how those regulations are impacting the holding of the data. Because like Dr. Negi has said, data ingestion into the AI is a very important thing which needs to be seen. Data needs to be wrangled. Wrangle means clearing the data. And after that, it is making potent so that AI will be able to take the decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. So we would like to conclude the session by saying that there are some challenges when we have adversarial machine learning models are there, and there are opportunities for us to develop our own indigenous solutions for machine learning models, right, to create a cyber defense scenarios which will be applicable into security operation centers with the perspective of host intrusion detection system, malware analysis, network intrusion detection system, right, and other scenarios like when you are coming up with the new policy creation that models can create a cybersecurity policy or cyber crisis management plan and check the confidentiality score and check the comparison between the guidelines, regulations which are publicly available. They can be used for developing the knowledge graph out of the threat models and for threat intel from different data which are collected in silos, like host, whatever is collected in host, whatever is collected in different industry verticals and all. Yeah, so we conclude our session for this. Thank you for your insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now I would like to request Additional Director of UPSIFS DIG, Shri Rajiv Manotra, to present the memento to our esteemed panelists and to our respected moderator. जोरदार तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन. Please give a bring round of applause, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, sir.
Our next talk is on DNA Prokids, Strategies for Addressing Child Trafficking, and it will be given by Professor Antonio Lorento, Department of Legal Medicine, Toxicology, and Physical Anthropology, University of Granada, Spain.
A very good morning to you all. Very good morning from Spain. I hope you can hear me. It is my pleasure and my privilege to be able to participate from the distance, in this case, in this really nice and interesting meeting. I am sure that next year I will be able to attend the invitation of Professor Dr. Goswami to be able to join you all in person. But yeah, let's wait for next time. I think this is a really interesting topic, the one that you're dealing with in this meeting about the role of forensics and cybersecurity for enabling justice under the new criminal laws. It is something that we have to face because this is not even the future, it is a reality. And we have to be able to learn and to share our experience and our knowledge and to be able to use this properly to fight crime in terms of cybersecurity, but also to prevent the crime. And this is really important. I am talking to you just for you to find out from Spain. The southern part of Spain is what we call Andalusia we pronounce. And in Andalusia, there are eight provinces. I am coming from Granada, which is on the eastern part of Andalusia, and it's close to Africa. I'll show you that later on. This is a typical, very typical picture of our city because this is the Arab castle of the Alhambra, and behind the city, like 30 kilometers up in the mountains, we have the area of the Sierra Nevada where we can go ski. Right now, it's just a lot of ski, a lot of snow, although the ski season is not yet open. It usually opens by the very beginning of December, so probably in a couple of weeks. Let me talk to you about DNA Prokids. DNA Prokids, it is a program that is program set to identify missing children. Kids, we all know what kids mean, but kids also states in this particular case for kids identification with DNA system or using DNA system. And so this is a situation that happens in many countries all over the world where we are working. You have children in orphanages. Most of them are identified. It means that most of them, we know who they are, okay? They are in orphanages because of different reasons, because they have problems with their families, or in their families there are problems. For instance, the parents are in jail, or there is a lot of violence inside the family or with the relatives. So children are taken and sent to orphanages to be, educated properly and to be fed and all these things. But this is fine. But in many countries all over the world, there are a number of children, a percentage of children who are not properly identified. They are missing children that were found and hanging around or were found under exploitation, and then they were taken in orphanages. Nobody knows who they are. They cannot tell us who they are, either because they are very young and cannot speak, or because they are older and they cannot speak, they cannot remember who they are. So this is the situation in many places. And on the other side, you have relatives, mothers, fathers, or parents, grandparents, other relatives looking for their children, looking for their daughter, grandchildren, sister, brothers, whoever they are. And this is a situation that is happening. So families, relatives, desperate, looking for after the children that were missing, that were stolen, that were kidnapped days ago, months ago, even years ago, looking for them, and children who are under the custody of the authorities, the orphanages, under the custody of NGOs, supervised by the government, but they are not properly identified. So DNA is the only tool that can tie, that could put in contact children with their relatives. And this is what we do with DNA. We try to help to identify missing children. DNA is the most suitable and useful tool because we could use to identify any person. We all know we are in forensic field. We could use fingerprints, we could use iris, we could use a picture, but DNA, the main advantage for identification of missing persons is that you can compare DNA from one missing person to his or her father, to his or her mother, to a grandfather, a grandmother, to a daughter, to a brother. So that's why this is the way we can complete and try to fix and solve this puzzle of the missing persons, in this particular case of the missing children, and return them to their families. Why is the problem of missing children? This is a definition of the United Nations, of the United Nations Office for Drug and Crime, UNODC. The global trafficking for children, for illegal adoption, prostitution, semi-slavery work, use of child soldiers, crime and similar. It's a serious international problem. Children are victims, and not only victims, we also have to consider, and this is very important in beautiful, huge countries like India, we have to consider that some of these cases, depending on the country, but some of these cases, or a lot of these cases, are related to organized crime, to human trafficking. Human trafficking, in this particular case, children trafficking. And this is organized crime. So we have to really pay all the attention and use all the tools that we have available. This is a problem all over the world. This is a migrations route. These are migrations route of people moving voluntarily from countries, from one country or from a number of countries to other countries. Of course, we have that in the Central American region going from Mexico to North America. Of course, we have that in Europe, and you will keep in mind that I live here, just where I am pointing with the arrow right now. I'll show you a picture later. We have a lot of problems, and you have not only necessarily in this, in the sense of the arrow in this direction, also moving to the south, inside the countries. This is an international problem. Very important. We are working very hard in Central America, all this Colombia, Venezuela, which is South America, but then we have 6 countries in Central America, both here, and then Mexico, and then the US. People move all the way up to, and then inside these people moving voluntarily, this would be people smuggling, moving from one country to another one. The human traffickers introduce people who are forced to do that. So people who are trafficked, including children, because it's really easy to hide them. The huge problem that we have in Europe, and keep in mind what I'm showing you. I am here in Granada, and we have a very close distance to the northern part of Africa. Morocco is this country here. The distance here, this is called as you know probably, the Strait of Gibraltar. The distance between Spain, which is already the European Union territory, and Africa, here in this particular area, is only of 7 to 8 kilometers. Here is no more than 25 to 35 kilometers. So people move from all these areas here to the north in very small boats, and then there is a big problem with missing persons and missing children. Not too much, but enough in Europe and even in our country. In the particular case of missing children, what facilitates child trafficking? First of all, the lack of appropriate identification. Let me tell you this way, and with all the respect, because it could happen even in Spain, it is so easy to steal, to take a child, to kidnap a child, and then make a fake document stating that he is my or she's my daughter or my son. It is so easy in so many countries that if we don't appropriately identify them, we are in trouble, and we have to solve that problem. It is also to track, very difficult, if not impossible, to track their origins. We can find children, for instance, as we do in Mexico, that could be either from Mexico, but could be from any other 6 countries: Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Panama, in Central America, or could even be from Bolivia, from Peru, from Ecuador, from other places. So this is something that we also have to keep in mind. Why are children victims of trafficking? Well, basically, the youngest one, the newborns and the babies, for most of them go to illegal adoptions. If they are older, so 2-3 years old, they can go or could end up in illegal adoptions, of course, and I remark illegal adoptions, or for any other kind of exploitation, labor, sex, sexual exploitation, begging for crime, for soldiers, for mendicancy. But what to do, among many other things, what to do with science, what to do from forensic science? Well, what we are doing from DNA Prokids is that we are helping different countries to set up DNA databases where in one side what you have is the DNA of what we call the question database, or QD, from DNA from unidentified children, from children who are in orphanages, in these kind of shelters, in these places, and they are not properly identified. Nobody knows who they are, or we are not sure who they are, because they were found under exploitation, or they were found hanging around the street doing nothing, and then we take care of them because they are children, but we don't know who they are. And in many cases, I'm not going to say in all cases, but in many cases, in most of the cases all over the world, the parents, the relatives are looking for them. So with the proper authorization, with the proper permission of the authorities in charge the custody of this child, countries can generate databases. On the other side, we have the DNA database, DNA reference database, the RD reference database, is the DNA from relatives of missing children. They donate their, in this particular case, buccal swab for DNA analysis voluntarily with informed consent, and therefore we create a database who has two main files, missing children and relatives of missing children. Then it's just a matter of comparing these results. It can be done automatically very easily, and children are identified. We have to ensure that mother and child identification to reunite children with their families, and in cases of adoption, we have to facilitate the international cooperation. These are the aims, the goals that we have at DNA Prokids. And we have to be able to set for the future a number of rules, laws to request genetic identification of children in cases of risk. Basically, I'm thinking about wars and forced migration, where a lot of people move from one part to the other one, and it's very easy to traffic with children. So what we do at DNA Prokids is we help different countries all over the world to develop its own independent database. So we are helping countries in for instance, I can tell you, in Central America, in Asia, that they have their own databases. And DNA Prokids, for instance, Guatemala, or DNA Prokids Mexico, it's a database of DNA Prokids that belongs to the governments of Guatemala or Mexico or El Salvador or Peru or Thailand or whoever. Okay, so not that we control the data. We just, this is a humanitarian problem. We just help to develop that. So far, the most important date out of 8 countries who are actually working right now is this figure here, 3,800 positive identification. It means 3,800 children that were matched with DNA and then therefore identified and sent back to their families. And this is very important, and we're really happy about that. We also were able to identify 280 cases of illegal adoption. So children that were going to be given for adoption and were going to be sent out of the country, but the person who was giving the child for adoption was not the biological, so let's say the real mother. Another woman that was pretending that she was mother. This is part of the illegal adoption business that we can see using DNA. 100 years ago, I had an interview that was back in 2012 the Indian Times, trying to help identify missing children. There are many other laws related in other media, but so far I just want to finish stating that whenever, and I hope in the near future, this kind of DNA databases who are set not for solving crime, those are not criminal databases. These are humanitarian databases. In the future, we have the budget to help different countries, including India, including the different states, whenever the law permits that. I hope that we will be able to work along with you. And number of times in India, talking to Dr. Goswami and many of Dr. Pan as well, and Keith, a number of friends that we have over there. We hope we will be able to help you all whenever it is possible, because we have to do that. Not we, you. You need to have to do that according to the India laws, whenever this is possible, whenever this is permitted. I just tell you that this is working, and we're working with different countries, and I will be happy, as I will tell you, to be able to come to India in the near future and meet you and work and move forward with this particular case. So thank you so much for the invitation. It is my pleasure. It's my privilege, and I hope to meet you all very soon in the near future. Have a nice meeting and a nice day. Bless you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing with us your valuable insights. Our next panel discussion is titled Dynamics of Cybercrimes, Issues and Challenges in India. To guide us through this fascinating discussion, I am honored to introduce our moderator, Dr. Ranjit Singh, CEO, UPSIFS India. Sir is chiefly competent in cyber forensics, question document, and fingerprint expertise. He is profoundly involved in forensic investigations, forensic training. Let's welcome him to the stage by giving him a huge round of applause.
Now, let me introduce our esteemed panelists. जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत कीजिए श्री अमिताभ यश, आईपीएस, एडीजी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, एसटीएफ, यूपी पुलिस, लखनऊ। श्री अरविंद चतुर्वेदी, आईपीएस, एसपी विजिलेंस, यूपी, लखनऊ। जोरदार तालियां। श्री राजेश यादव, आईपीएस, एसपी, साइबर क्राइम, यूपी पुलिस, लखनऊ। डॉक्टर पीवी जीजू, डिप्यूटी डायरेक्टर, डीएफएसएस, न्यू दिल्ली। Please give a big round of applause. Now, I would like to request Ms. Nikita Chaudhary, Assistant Professor, School of Legal Studies, to present the mementos to our dignitaries. जोरदार तालियां। Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to hand over the mic to our respected moderator, Dr. Ranjit Singh. Thank you.
So, good morning. Good morning, our esteemed panelists, Amitabh, sir. It's an honor for me to be here as a moderator for such a great speaker and such a great investigator. So, it's always challenging for people like me to moderate such session. But I'll try my best to ask the relevant question, particularly for the student point of view, because ultimately in the future, the student is going to take over the charge of the this kind of investigation, particularly digital crime investigation. Arvind sir, thank you for joining this panel. Rajesh sir and Chichu Bibi sir for joining this panel. With the permission of all our panelists, I would like to take the first question from our esteemed panelist, Amitabh Yash sir. So, sir, as per your view and your experience, the huge experience you have in the investigation, particularly nowadays in our country, we are facing more related to financial crime. So, what is the financial inclusion and implication on the cyber crime when we talk about the role of bank in preventing cyber crimes?
In our country, having a bank account was a privilege that, I mean, it was something that only privileged people with privileged status could have. When I became an IPS officer, I went for opening my account in a bank close to my house. They refused to do it. Now, it is an essential means of livelihood. And it is essential that everybody, I mean, the government has put in plans that everybody has an account. Unfortunately, some of us have not realized how important that account is and how important that association of my own name with that account is. And we are allowing our accounts to be misused. So, though financial inclusion has brought huge benefits to the country and the economy and to the poorer sections, but it has also led to, by a very small number of people, to misuse their accounts. And this has provided a gateway for cyber criminals to route their money. So it has now become essential that we teach economics to kids, to class 6 kids. We teach banking to class 6 kids, so that they know what that account means and how banking is done and how it should be used and how it has implications on the rest of your life. Very soon, though it has not happened till now, very soon all banking data would be on one server, and there would be AI engines running to analyze all the data. This is something that the banks have already started doing with their own isolated data to identify cyber criminals, but it hasn't really taken roots. So as it takes roots, those who have misused their accounts will be thrown out of the banking system. But as of now, financial inclusion has, to some extent, though it has huge benefits, to some extent aided the cyber criminals in their activities.
Very true, sir. And I'm sure that having the huge number of digital payment in our country and in the world, we are the one who has the highest number of the digital payment connections. So moving to our next panelist, Arvind Chaturvedi, sir. Particularly, sir, when we talk about the banking fraud or any kind of cyber crime, so what kind of pattern and the different kind of category we are seeing in Indian scenario when we talk about the cyber crime?
Basically, cyber crimes can be classified into number of activities, criminal activities, which impact the user. But broadly speaking, when we classify the purpose of cyber crime that are committed against a victim, so those can be classified as one, to tease, mischief, or disrupt. That is first category. The second category is to run down the reputation of a person or an organization. The third would be the defamation against women, girls. And fourth will be to gain money, illicitly to gain money. When I say mischief, disrupt, or tease, that can be against an individual, to an organization, or even to a nation when we talk of disruption. So that may be scaled up to against a nation also. The second is the running down of reputation. So there are cases where the rivals, business rivals, professional rivals, they commit cyber crime, they use cyber tools to defame, to run down the reputation of a competitor. The third category, to defame the modesty of a woman or a girl. So that is also a very prevalent crime in our society. And we have systems, we have our own police organizations which tackle such crimes. And the fourth is to gain money is the most wide cyber crime, where in first three, the perpetrator is not getting any money, any kind of remuneration. But in the fourth category, his whole intention is to gain money. That crime can vary from OTP crime to ATM crime to credit card crime to cyber arrest. Any number of crimes are there which can be taken to gain money. So these are the broad categories of crime in which we can classify all cyber crimes.
Thank you, sir. And it's very true that now the cyber crime is taking a different shapes. And they are not like a conventional crime or the earlier kind of crime which we have. So I'm moving to our next panelist, Rajesh Yadav, sir. Sir, being a investigation, doing an investigation is such kind of type of crime, what are the kind of challenges being a police officers you are facing, and also the coordination in the Indian scenario with the different states, and if we are need to have any coordination from the global scenario. So I request you to kindly put light on this.
As we are living in a fast-growing country, and India is going to become a $5 trillion economy, and we are simultaneously having the challenges of cyber criminals. They are running pace to pace to hamper the economy of the country. As earlier, ADG sir has already elaborated in detail that we are not having so far any detailed data bank, but the data bank is going to be prepared. Then we will be more equipped and we will easily get out of the and identify the criminals who are committing frequently the cyber crimes. And Chaturvedi sir has also elaborated the different kinds of cyber crimes, including financial cyber crimes, social media crimes, extortion, and other ways of crime. As we have seen, and we are regularly watching that crime pattern is changing. It is shifting from normal crime to cyber crime. The challenges are the same. Our law enforcement agencies have to be changed themselves and to equip themselves to cope with these investigations. As we know that cyber crime is a boundaryless crime, criminals are sitting somewhere else, and we are sitting, a victim is sitting nearby me. But we are not able to find out them, whatever the identity they are using, that is not genuine, that is fake, and the accounts to siphon the money, they are using these accounts are the mule accounts. So these are the basic challenges which an investigating officer have to find out. Because what the data from the agencies and stakeholders is received, that is not genuine. It becomes very difficult to identify the real culprit. Recently, the different trends of the crime is changing from day to day. We are going through newspapers daily and we observe that some investment fraud has been committed. The intellectual class of the society is suffering. They are being victimized. And recently, the new concept has been developed of cyber slavery and digital arrest. The criminals sitting outside the country, they are operating from there, sitting in the Cambodia and Laos and other Southeast Asian nations. They are committing crimes from there. They are using the Indian telephone numbers, they are using the Indian account numbers, the banking, other enforcement authorities and telecom service providers, they have to do a lot more. Because how they are operating from outside the country, how they are siphoning the money from sitting in the India, then it becomes very difficult how we'll get out all these data and how we'll go to the real culprit, because he's sitting somewhere on the border of Myanmar and Cambodia. These are the challenges. Another challenge is of the infrastructure, which we are getting day by day, making our infrastructure stronger. As the UP government has established, Honorable CM has established cyber police station in each and every district. We are strengthening our staff, we are making them trained, and we are on the regular basis, we are sending them outside for the training, and we are trying our best. So far, we have identified more than 21,000 mule accounts, which are being used. We are getting them verified, we are getting them closed day by day. But it is because the people are very simple, living in the rural urban areas. They don't know why somebody is asking their account, why somebody is asking their identity. By using their identity and their accounts, they use them for cyber crimes. The banking sector have to do a lot more. They have to make some regulations either through RBI or some other agency that how much money they will transact. On one day, several crores rupees are being transacted from a single account. If we will try to send somebody some money, they will make a lot of change. So these all are the challenges. The data is also encrypted. Cryptocurrency is another challenge. And the artificial intelligence and deep web and dark web is another challenge. We are facing these all our challenges, but we are ready to cope these all challenges. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And it's completely right that nowadays, as the number of devices increasing, almost we all have 2 or 3 devices. One device with the connectivity of the mobile phone, another with the laptop, and cyber criminals are multiplying this. So when moving to our next panelist, Sir Jiju, so as the police agencies, we have the top investigating officers on the panel. When the police agency sees these evidences and send to the forensic science laboratory for the authentication. When we talk about the authentication, first we have to make the admissibility. So collection they have to done through the admissible proper chain, maintaining the proper chain of custody. And when it is coming to the forensic science laboratory, so I like you to put light on that. What is the role of DFSS and what are the actions they are taking for particularly cybercrime in Indian scenario?
Thank you, Dr. Ranjit. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. G.K. Goswami, sir, Director UPSIFS, and our Dr. S.K. Jain, sir, Director cum Chief Forensic Scientist at DFSS, New Delhi, for giving me this opportunity to be the part of this esteemed panel, as well as attending this today's conference. The conference is role of forensics and cybersecurity for enabling justice under new criminal laws. And the theme that is the beauty of this conference, which attracted me and took me from Delhi to here, that is Industry Connect. Academia bridging the gap between academy and the professional world. So we have all the academician, technical people, all the private players, big players in our country and abroad, and all the LEA agencies, almost everyone here. And representing DFSS from Delhi, it is my moral duty to convey and advocate about the steps that we are as a DFSS, as the nodal agency of the country. What are the steps that we have been taking care of, not since its inception of this new criminal laws, since the establishment of DFSS across the country that we are taking care of. So for this, before dwelling into this particular question that my dear friend has just put up to me, so let's understand about the DFSS. DFSS, in fact, it was part of BPR&D, and way back in 2002, it has got bifurcated from BPR&D, and it is Directorate of Forensics and Services, under which there were 3 laboratories at CFSL Chandigarh, Kolkata, then Hyderabad. And by the year 2019 and 20, we had 3 more laboratories, Pune, Guwahati, and Bhopal. And to the latest, in 2022, we have this CFSL CBI lab merged with the DFSS and CFSL Delhi, that is also our part. So as of now, we have 7 CFSLs under DFSS, and these 7 CFSLs, they are catering the need of national investigation agencies as well as state police agencies and other recruiting agencies as well. So in addition to this, the role of DFSS can be defined as a premier agency which has the responsibility of taking care of fostering or development of forensic science across the country by upgradation of tools and techniques in CFSLs as well as in the state FSLs. Also providing the technical support and funding as well to the state FSLs. For example, we supported state FSLs in the recent past in developing a number of RFSLs, mobile forensic units, and much more. And also the introduction of some new technologies into the practice of forensic science laboratories. When we consider the 4 or 5 decades of history of DFSS, we can see those 3 laboratories, the older laboratories, they were having CDTS, Central Detective Training School, as a part of the training curriculum that the law enforcement agencies has to undergo. It has been kept along with the CFSLs so that the investigating agencies can have some idea how the evidences can be collected, preserved, and sent to the laboratory. So as I talked about the new Pune, Bhopal, and Guwahati laboratory, the same fashion has been adopted, but this time it is the NFSU campus that we have incorporated along with our labs so that the students, whoever are studying there in NFSU campuses in these 3 labs, premises, they can have direct interaction with the scientist as well as direct, accustomation with the particular procedures that each and every laboratory is following for handling particular evidences.
Very true, sir. And as sir, we have a very limited time.
Yeah, I'll conclude it in another 2 minutes. So as we talk about this cybercrime, and also when we consider this as forensics as well as cybercrime, we have the vast, legacy of introducing new technologies. As far as cybercrime is concerned, CFSL Hyderabad has its first digital forensic science laboratory, which we later converted into National Cyber Forensic Science Laboratory. And now, adding up to this, we are coming up in order to address the new criminal laws and to be equipped with the, 176 of 3 provision as well. We are planning to develop 6 more new NCFLs, that is National Forensic Science Laboratory, across these other 6 CFSLs. And apart from this, we are planning to start national grid system at each of these NCFL, which will have that facility to testify and validate those tools which will be used for examination of particular digital evidences in particular.
Very
so
good,
this will give us authenticity as well as credibility when we give the report from CFSLs. So I can talk a lot of more that initiatives that we are taking in DFSS. Like we have number of projects we are running with IITs and other universities as well in order to pop up these issues, the cybersecurity issues and challenges that we have. And those products that we are having indigenously built up already are in use at much of the CFSLs. And also, in addition to this, we have, in fact, in order to address this new criminal laws, we have proposed separate cadre for scene of crime. Separate cadre, altogether, we have almost more than 18,000 police stations across the country. And this is to all the young youngsters and students, whoever are sitting here. There is a great opportunity awaiting for you. If you are trained, especially in crime scene, then you have a great opportunity. As I told, there are more than 18,000 of police stations available in our country. So each police station will be deployed with at least 2 or 3 forensic specialists who will be having that crime scene expertise. So you can multiply it with 18,000, then that will be the number of requirement that DFSS will be producing. And apart from this, since forensic science, as far as this scenario, in Indian scenario, we are concerning, and the crime rate, how it is exponentially growing. In order to establish a forensic ecosystem, sustainable forensic ecosystem, we in fact proposed the ministry already in order to create one. Just like the civil services, since forensic service is also a social service, in order to consider that also as civil service, so Indian Forensic Science Services, this is the latest one that we in fact requested the ministry so that we can run the sustainable ecosystem, forensic ecosystem, to address the concern that we address in each and every day
taking
in
all
our
the
society. Yeah.
Sir, sorry
Thank
to
you.
cut
Thank you
short.
for thank you for
Cutting,
giving me.
taking your view that in the future the forensic scope is going to increase for the students through the DFSS initiative. Coming back to our first panelist, Amitabh sir. Sir, as all our panelists, all the police agencies, they talk about the digital arrest, right, cyber arrest. So how it is going to be difficult for a police officer for the verification of the connectivity, ownership and implication on the cybercrime when we talk about the digital arrest, and how this is going to be effect if it links with the human trafficking. So I need your view on this, sir.
Thank you. Actually, before I answer your question, I would like to emphasize on what Arvind had said about challenges to reputation that cyber criminals face, cyber criminals pose. Now, this challenge to reputations not only is for individuals, it can extend to companies, nations, and it has tremendous implications in the financial world. Any fake policy being floated through an AI-generated image of a finance minister on the news network will lead to huge fluctuations in the stock market. And this itself becomes a financial crime. Similarly, cybercrime is also a strategic warfare tool, and it has been used very successfully, especially by Israel and China. And we need to be very careful to guard our networks from the activities of foreign nationals in our country. We have noticed that they are trying to map our network. So, and if our network is mapped and it can be brought down, it would lead to the collapse of the entire defense system of the country. Similarly, banking systems can be crashed. Our electricity supply systems can be crashed. Air commands can be crashed. And these have all been done in our own country, and they pose a strategic threat to our nation. As far as your question is concerned, now, digital arrest is one of the forms of crime that is being committed from outside. Of course, everything that is being used here, used is our own network of bank accounts, our own connectivity. Since just like our bank accounts are connectivities, their ownership is not properly defined. And this is leading to a huge number of, especially SIM cards being smuggled across, and they are being used used by the cyber criminals for duping people here. Not only these loopholes in our system, there is also a huge network of human smugglers who have smuggled people from here to Cambodia and Laos, and they're using them for cyber crimes here. So there is an intricate chain of our criminal system that has led to this spurt in cybercrime. And till now, these have been neglected. Who owns the connectivity is considered a small matter, but we have found that there have been people who have smuggled thousands of SIM cards outside the country, and all of them are meant for cyber criminals. So control of these systems is also absolutely essential. We have not yet found a foolproof way, but ultimately our network providers will have to put their mind together, because if it is not controlled, it would be a great damage to their reputation as well. there are two more aspects of cybercrime that I would like to highlight. One, of course, is related to the dark web. The dark web is being used for not only for smuggling data across the world and selling them, it's also being used for trade of commodities, especially contrabands. And then again, though it is linked to normal crimes, the cyber backbone becomes an important aspect in conduct of this crime. And ultimately, in the next few years, we will have a cyber backbone in most of the crimes. So, our control of the cyber world, our patrolling of the cyber world, our policing of the cyber world is gaining importance day by day. Unfortunately, our system is lagging behind.
I agree with you, sir. As other sciences in forensic science have the sunset and prevent technology, while in the digital forensic technology is so much evolving, and that's why we have a challenges. So it's a privilege to learn from all the panelists, but as we have the very short of time and we have to conclude the things on time, so I request our next panelist, Arvind sir. So as nowadays in digital arrest cases, the people are coming and imposing as a police officer. How this is going to be difficult to convince someone that the crime happened with them or not by the police officer? And what kind of initiative being a police officer we can, you all can do for making an awareness among the public about the digital arrest?
In one word, I will say that awareness is the only solution to mitigate the threat of digital arrest. Because as you rightly said that in digital arrest, the perpetrator impersonates himself as a law enforcement officer, deceives the victim as if he is under arrest. So that is the punchline for this digital arrest scenario. We should also understand the various steps involved in the digital arrest. I'll go very quickly. That the first one is the initial contact. The initial contact may be at any digital platform, preferably on WhatsApp video call. Then threat and intimidation. Because earlier the cyber crimes were taken place in the name of greed, but this is a pure threat. It's a pure intimidation. So second stage is to create threat and intimidation. Third is the demand for money in lieu of giving release to actions like arrest or seizure of their property. Third would be to expedite it, to generate the urgency, sense of urgency. And third is, last will be the victim's payment. Once the victim has paid, it is very difficult to recover the money. So as a police officer, I'll address this problem as we should be very much skeptical about the calls that we are receiving, particularly unsolicited call from not our contact. So we should be very careful about handling such calls. Second, that we should not react immediately. There is nothing, no urgency. Even if police is calling, actually, there is no urgency like to react within half an hour or 1 hour to pay money. Thirdly, the government agency will never ask you to deposit money in private accounts or for that matter any account. There is no system in government system to charge for a crime in terms of money. And fourth is to break this hypnotized environment. That is the best policy, just to hang on the phone, call your friend, call your family, call your banker, call your police friend to verify whether I am going on a right track or not. So that will solve most of the problems. So one should be aware, one should be, everybody is reading in the newspaper every day about the digital arrest cases, but still people are entertaining such calls.
Very true, sir, because the scenario that created by the criminal is, nowadays we have to understand, being in a citizen of the country, that police is for the protection, not for creating any kind of panic situation and fear. So I completely agree with the suggestions. As the panelists have, from the panelists, we have a lot more to learn, but as we have a limited time and we have reaching to the end of this wonderful panel discussion, I request Rajesh sir to kindly put some concluding remark related to cyber crime and their investigation, which we are doing in the Uttar Pradesh.
First, when somebody is victimized by any cyber crime, there is a reporting portal, cybercrime.gov.in. First, as soon as they in golden period, you make a complaint. And before lodging any complaint, you should have all the transactions details, including the UTR number and the account or the wallet where the money has been gone. So these parts are to be done by the victim. Sometimes victim is not aware, and victim is in certain pressure, and he disbelieves every call. So, then he should go to the somebody who is known to him, and he should get help from him. The lodging up the first information on the portal is very important. When the information is lodged, there is a automated process launched by the Government of India, Ministry of Home Affairs, Indian Cyber Crime Coordination Center. Automatically, the mail is forwarded to the banks, and if the bank has no money in their account and the money has been transferred to the another financial platform, the mail is forwarded to the next platform. The same way, till now, the money is in the banking system, it will be freezed. And if once the money is out from the banking channel, we become helpless. Then suppose that it has been ATM withdrawal, it has been converted into cryptocurrency. These all are the challenges. First, the victim should be aware, and as soon as possible, he should lodge the FIR on portal. Then he may lodge the FIR on the next. He may go the police thana next. There may be late, don't worry. But the lodging the complaint on the portal is very important. And as we are facing the several problems, as we have to collect the data from the several stakeholders, and some data services companies are situated outside the country, they don't help. But there are the other ways. The government has launched several portals, because we have the different geographical locations of the criminals and their identification. So we are having some portal. Government of India has launched a portal named Samanvay. On 10th September, Honorable Home Minister launched this portal. So we are getting help of this, and other schemes and other portals are on the process. And it will become very comfortable for the investigating officers to get the data well in time. And as we were earlier not having any center forensic lab, one center forensic lab is going to be established in UP by the efforts of Sri Goswami sir. He is trying at his best level, sir. So we will be equipped with all these equipments, and certainly we will be able to cope with the cyber criminals. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much for your input. It's very tough to conclude such session in a short time with such a huge experienced dignitaries. Lot more to learn. As UP is the place where we have a form STF to combat the crime, and soon with all the dignitaries on the dais, particularly Amitabh sir, we are looking for the CTF, that is Cyber Task Force in Uttar Pradesh, to combat with the crime, where we can catch the cyber criminal with the same effective way how the STF is working in Uttar Pradesh. I thank you all my panelists for being here and answering all the questions and enlightening with your knowledge with the audience. I know that time we have a very limited. So thank you all. Thank you Amitabh sir. Thank you Arvind sir. Thank you Rajesh sir. Thank you Ji sir for sharing your thought with us.
Thank you, sir. I would like to request our founding director, Dr. G.K. Goswami, to kindly present mementos as a token of gratitude to our esteemed panelists and moderators.
जोरदार तालियां। जोरदार तालियां।
Thank you, sir, and thank you once again to all our panelists and moderator.
Thank you, sir.
Our next panel discussion is titled Forensic Toxicology and Historical Case Studies. To expertly guide this discussion, I would like to introduce our moderator, Dr. G.K. Goswami, Founding Director, UPSIFS.
Please give a big round of applause. Now, I would like to introduce our respected panelist, Dr. A.B. Pant, Principal, Senior Scientist, CSIR, IITR, Lucknow. Please give a big round of applause. Dr. G. Khan, Additional Director, Medical Legal Expert, State Medical Legal Cell, Lucknow. I would like to request Dr. Nitasha Agarwal, School of Forensic Science, to present saplings to our esteemed panelist and respected moderator. जोरदार तालियां। जोरदार तालियां। Thank you, ma'am. Now, I will hand over the stage to our respected moderator, Dr. G.K. Goswami.
Good afternoon, one and all. And I have this pleasure to invite the esteemed panelist with me, Dr. A.V. Pant, Principal Scientist from IITR Lucknow, and another panelist, Dr. G.S. Khan, who is also very renowned medico-legal expert. Friends, the topic today for this discussion by this panel is forensic toxicology and historical case studies. We know that toxicology is very, very important part of forensic science, and in many cases, the toxins or sometimes poison is a catalyst for causing sometime death of a person, and determining cause of death by a medico-legal experts become very, very challenging. More so, the list of such toxic substance is very vast, and probably there are not that much elaborated protocols how to identify or how to determine the cause of death due to toxins. So this panel will try to explore various dimensions, challenges, and solutions for this eminent problem, which is very rampant across globe. Having said that, my first question is to Dr. A.V. Pant, that since toxicology has a very vast spectrum, I would like to ask you the very basics of toxicology, because as I said, that the list of toxic substances is very vast, and the determination of those toxic substances is very vital for means ascertaining the guilt and determining the punishment. So please elaborate, and their toxicity, how the toxicity is determined by various methods, so that our student and the audience may understand this critical subject.
Thank you, Dr. Goswami, for this opportunity. So, as all of you are the students, most of you, so basically, if you look at Paracelsus, the father of modern toxicology, said that no chemical is a poison, no chemical is a drug. Only dose matters. So tomorrow onward, when you are going somewhere, don't say this chemical is toxic chemical. Anything can be toxic depending upon the dose. If you are taking an overdose of a drug, that may be a toxin. And if you are just taking a snake poison, it's a very diluted form, it may work as a medicine. For instance, I will give you one example. Like the botulinum toxin is the toxiest chemical of the world. 600 grams is good enough to kill the entire world. But the millionth time of dilution of that botulinum toxin is being used in a butex to glow the skin. Snake venom is also being used in dilutions for generating the primary antibodies. And if we are taking a drug beyond the prescribed dose, it may be a toxin. So that means nothing is toxic, nothing is safe, depending upon the dose, number one. And the second thing is, what is toxicology or what is toxicity? There are two terms. One is the toxicity, one is the biosafety. Toxicity means when we wish to look at what concentration, irrespective to the human exposure. If we wish to look at a concentration at which that chemical become adverse to the biological system, maybe that methyl isocyanate released from the Union Carbide in 1984 was the acute exposure, because it was never expected such a high concentration of that gas So that means we have to understand first that at particular concentration this chemical become toxic. So once we know the mechanism of toxicity, so that means antidotes can be prepared, number one. Second is, in case of suicidal attempts, if we know the mechanism of toxicity, those antidotes can work. Now the second terminology is that risk potential. Just I will give you risk potential means hazard multiplied by the exposure. Hazard multiplied by the exposure. Now I will give you one or two examples of that because time is not permitting since I have only 15 minutes. Say for example, if I'll ask a question, everybody knows that tobacco consumption in any form is associated to the cancer. It's fine. So I will ask a question, smoking one cigarette in lifetime is a potential threat to the life? Probably not. Smoking 10 cigarettes in lifetime, potential threat to the risk? No. But smoking 10 cigarettes per day, definitely a health risk. So that hazard is tobacco, but how often we are taking it or how often we are being exposed. In the same thing, because everybody is a forensic background, so I will take an example of alcohol, which is a very important aspect in forensic. Say for example, in a healthy liver, in a healthy adult, liver can metabolize around 17 ml alcohol per hour. 17 ml alcohol per hour. And what the liquor is in market, that is 80 proof, around 40%. So in a Patiala pack of 60 ml, around 23 ml of alcohol is there. So that means if we are having this Patiala pack in 1.5 hours, so our liver will just take care of it. So in 8 hours time, if we are having 4 packs, nothing will happen to our liver or no toxicity will be there. But if we are just having 1 pack in 5 minutes or 10 minutes time, definitely it is going to have toxicity. So depending upon how fast we are getting exposure, and in case of forensics, if you look at that the biological availability of the chemical is very important. This alcohol is directly absorbed in the stomach and the small intestine. So that means if we are having lot of roughage fiber along with that, so that means absorption will reduce, so that means toxicity will reduce. If we are having fatty diet along with that, so again the absorption will reduce. Why I am telling all this to this audience? Because now I am coming to the forensic part. Because forensic means when the toxicology involved in medico-legal, just to support the cause of death and to identify what kind of chemical was used in the crime and how we can go with the prosecution. So 3 aspects are there in the forensic toxicology. One is to help in the identification of the cause of death, identification of the chemical used in crime, and third is to help the prosecution by giving the report. We are taking the example of alcohol itself. So, if the alcohol concentration in our blood is 0.07%, it will start intoxication. If this concentration reaches to 0.09%, it will deprive or impair your driving skills. And if it is reaches to 0.1%, definitely all the activity will be deprived. So that means the concentration of alcohol in your blood is important. And the other important thing is up to what time period we can just identify ethanol or alcohol in our body. In blood, up to 12 hours. In saliva, up to 12 hours. In urine, up to 24 hours. Or in case of heavy drink, it may go up to 72 hours. And in saliva, 12 hours. In breath, up to 24 hours. And one very important is, being a forensic toxicology, you should know that in the hair shaft, it may remain up to 90 days. It may go up to 90 days in the hair shaft. So that period is long. So that means in case if the dead body is found quite later stage, so even then we can identify that yes, that person has this kind of alcohol or something like that. So that is there. And one, I'll just take 2 minutes more just to elaborate on the one case study. There was one dead body was found in the room, and 4 different departments are working. First is police. Police made a report that it may be a natural death because no trauma signs, no injury signs were there, and that person was having financial crunch as well as some depression. This was the report from the police. Now, autopsy report says that in the blood and then the tissues, the 2 drugs were there. One is the anti-anxiety drug, benzodiazepine, and another was for the antidepressant, and alcohol was also there. So that means the autopsy report by the toxicologist says that the traces of the chemical at overdoses of antidepressant, anti-anxiety, and alcohol were there. Now, 4th person is a forensic toxicologist. So now role is of forensic toxicology, whether this death is because of synchronized effect of alcohol along with these 2 drugs. Because now interpretation should be made if the alcohol is taken before the drug and that percent reached to the beyond 0.1%, so that means the judgment impairment was there and that person could not judge that how much pills they have to take for the treatment point of view. One thing, if they have taken pills before and then took the alcohol, then the scenario is different. So this means this may be an accidental death or this may be an intentional death. So depending upon the concentration of alcohol in the blood will determine that yes, alcohol was taken before the tablets and in more quantity, or tablets were taken before and then alcohol was taken. So just interpretation might be different based on these kind of things. So this is one aspect. And sometimes we are just working with the perceptions. Perceptions are not working. Say for example, if I have given an example of smoking. So now I will ask a question that tobacco is a hazard and another is loin is also an hazard. Which one is the greater hazard? Loin or tobacco? Just to kill yourself with the tobacco, you have to smoke thousands of cigarettes. And loin, as long as loin is behind the bars, you have no exposure, you are safe. Open the lid, single exposure is good enough to kill you. So the magnitude of hazard of loin is multifold higher than alcohol or the tobacco. In the same fashion, if I'll ask a hypothetical question to you, if I will give you a land to make your house free of cost, near to the highway or near to the nuclear reactor, where you will prefer? I'll ask this question to the audience. If I will give you a piece of land free of cost to make your home near to the highway or near to the nuclear reactor, where you will prefer? Near highway? Why?
Please make it faster.
Simple, sir. Simple logic is, if you go to the 500-kilometer by road, you will find lot of accidents. But have you heard about any nuclear reactor accident? Last was probably the Chernobyl. So when the magnitude of hazard is increased, the safety measures are increased. Across the globe, around 14,000 flights are moving all around. No accidents are there. Rail accident once in a year or twice. Bus accident maybe twice in a month, and scooter accident every day. So that means as long as this hazard is increased, the safety measures are increased. So I will prefer to make house near to the nuclear reactor. So potassium cyanide is one exposure is good enough to kill you. So that's why you are keeping it in a lock and key. While the table salt, it is also having LD50. Table salt is also having LD50, but you have to have large amount. And oxygen is also having like LD50. Water is also having LD50. So 800 ml per kg body weight water, if I'll give you, the chances of 50% you will die. So that means sometime we have to go with the weight of evidence, not with the perception.
Thank you, Pant Saab.
Thank you.
You have given a very elaborative discussion. And Dr. Pant has given various food for thought that 17 ml तक चल जाएगा, but ये बच्चों के लिए नहीं है. This is only for the front line. They can only test. But very pertinent question which Dr. Pant has raised to us, and that is very important for Dr. Khan to reply. He said that any chemical or anything depend upon the dose, may be toxic or may not be toxic. So it becomes a very critical point how to determine it. So in very quick time, because the desk is asking me to wrap up in 4 or 5 minutes only, and I think it is now lesser time. So in 2 to 3 minutes, Dr. Khan, this is again a very tricky question to you to wrap up in 3 minutes, that how you can determine the toxic substances by a physical appearance. Normally, for poison, we generally see the eyes or something like that, nail and all. So what kind of these symptoms you can suggest to the audience just by naked eyes? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And first of all, I thank you because you have called me here, and welcome Dr. Pant too. Actually, Dr. Pant has discussed the pharmacological aspect of toxicity. According to the ingestion of different poison, our body changes in color. Suppose somebody is died of carbon monoxide poisoning, in winter season is coming, they are inhaling by semi-burnt smoke. Then what we see? We see pink body. It is called pink death. This is very simple. If the cold season is there, the body is found in the closed arena or the motor vehicle, so we see the whole body is changed into pink. Why? This is due to the formation of carboxyhemoglobin. And this funda also applied in tattooing. Most of the people, most of the scientists, they are confused with tattooing is black in color. But you know, tattooing is totally pink in color, because the burnt carbon particle, it enters in the skin embedded, and it forms carboxyhemoglobin that looks very nice pink. I've got so many figures of that one in my career of crime scene and examination of postmortem opinions. Second, there is a tradition in our domestic life. Ma'am ya sahab gussa ho gaye, he has gone to a bathroom and taken phenyl, पी लिया. तो फिनाइल का जो सबसे अच्छा साइन है वो है ग्रीन यूरिन, एंड बॉडी बिकम्स ग्रीन, सो इट इज कॉल्ड ग्रीन डेथ. इन हाइपोथर्मिया, सपोज अभी ठंडा का सीजन आ रहा है, you will get in platform, bus stand, and somebody has, Dr. Pant has told, by alcohol. Alcohol is a very magic drug. In low dose, it is very good drug. It is very good appetizer. 2 पेग पिएगा कोई तो उसको भूख लगती है. 4 पेग पी लेगा तो he will lost appetite, anorexiant. और 8 पेग पी लेगा, he will go in depression. He will tell everything. Sir has been in CBI and he knows well कि इनके जो इन्वेस्टिगेटर हुआ करते हैं CBI के, वो पहले पूछने से पहले अगर वो अल्कोहलिक है तो उसको बढ़िया से बढ़िया दारू पिलाते थे, और फिर जब वो आदमी 300 मिलीग्राम पर डेसीलीटर ऑफ ब्लड कंसंट्रेशन पे आता है तो सच बोलना शुरू करता है. He tells everything truth. So alcohol is the truth serum. And finally, about the forensic importance of alcohol, I am telling you, ethyl alcohol, especially ethyl alcohol, is never homicidal. Because somebody is taking alcohol, the stage comes to kill him by over-pouring of alcohol, he is in coma. So he cannot die. This is a 400 milligram of blood concentration of the person. तो अल्कोहल के बारे में जो पंत साहब ने कहा it is the magic. The third color is the black color. Opium alkaloids कोई लेकर के मर जाता है, तो his body color becomes black. So first is the red, second is the green, third is the black, and fourth, suppose somebody is died of ammonium phosphide, एकदम प्योरली 15 ग्राम उसका फेटल डोज है, लेके 3 टैबलेट खा के लटक गया, तो उसका जो एक्सटर्नल फाइंडिंग है, उसका पूरा चेहरा, हाथ, सब कुछ नीला हो जाता है, साइनोसिस हो जाता है. That is called as blue death. And I was talking about the cold exposure. In that situation, whole body is white. हम लोग देख के बोल देते हैं कि अरे ये तो ठंडा से मरा है, it is white death, hypothermia. और there is one condition in which there is carbon dioxide poisoning. कोई आदमी अगर कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड इनहेल करके ऑक्सीजन के डेफिशिएंसी से मरता है, तो उसका बॉडी क्या होता है, it becomes cherry red, एकदम रेड दिखाई देता है. तो सर, these are the color differentiation, and by color we can guess this is the cause of death, maybe color से. लेकिन पहले क्या था कि हम लोग एज ए ऑटोप्सी सर्जन, मैंने 15,000 पोस्टमार्टम किए हैं बाय द ग्रेस ऑफ गॉड. तो उसमें हम लोग क्या करते थे, बिफोर मी, बिकॉज व्हेन आई वेंट इन पीएमएस, तो हम कभी भीसरा प्रिजर्व नहीं लिखते थे. I was writing that the cause of death is asphyxiant poison. To exclude the poison, these things are preserved. लेकिन जो विसरल प्रिजर्वेशन है, बॉडी टिश्यू का प्रिजर्वेशन है, सपोज कोई आदमी डाइजीपाम, अच्छा एक और चीज क्लियर कर दे, द 10 टाइम डोज ऑफ ए ड्रग इज पॉइजन. 10 times डोज ऑफ ए ड्रग इज ए पॉइजन मेडिकली. अगर आप एक टैबलेट खाते हैं, मान लीजिए कि डाइजीपाम नींद आने के लिए, 10 खा लीजिए, द टॉक्सिक इफेक्ट कम्स टू योर बॉडी, एंड फेटल डोज इज अनदर डोज. सो द डेफिनेशन ऑफ पॉइजन इन आवर मेडिसिन सिस्टम इज दैट कि 10 टाइम डोज ऑफ ए ड्रग इज पॉइजन. अब क्या है कि व्हाट आर, आपको कुछ चीजें बताई गई हैं, व्हाट आर द थिंग्स टू बी प्रिजर्व्ड और सेंट फॉर द एनालिसिस टू एक्सक्लूड पॉइजनिंग. तो अगर हम शुरू करते हैं, एक बॉडी निकाली गई, बॉडी जो है पिट्रिफाइड है, बोन है, नाखून है, उसका बाल है, जो कि पिट्रिफाई बहुत डिलेड होता है, तो उनसे हमको हेवी मेटल पॉइजन मिल जाते हैं. मरकरी है, लेड है, ये तमाम पॉइजन, those who are deposited in these structures, they are detected. I will request Dr. Pant कि kindly give the tips to our forensic scientists. बैठे हैं बहुत से लोग. They are never giving the quantitative amount of poisoning from the viscera, and this is the problem with the police, because we cannot establish the fatal dose. They are always giving qualitative amount. पाया गया. तो प्लीज डॉक्टर पंत, आई विल रिक्वेस्ट यू कि हमारे फोरेंसिक साइंटिस्ट को एक ऐसा चीज बताइए कि वो क्वांटिटेटिव अमाउंट को दें, एंड दैट इज, अभी हम एक एफएसएल लखनऊ का रिपोर्ट देख रहे थे, आपको याद होगा, केजीएमसी का एक डॉक्टर था, अभी 2 बच्चों को गाड़ी चलाया और दोनों का डेथ हो गया, तो उसका ब्लड पुलिस लेकर के भेजी थी अल्कोहल के लिए. मैंने रिपोर्ट देख के आई वॉज वेरी हैप्पी कि लिखा था 34.6 मिलीग्राम पर डेसीलीटर ऑफ कंसंट्रेशन अल्कोहल का उसके ब्लड में मिला. किसके? डॉक्टर के. तो दिस इज अ वेरी गुड फाइंडिंग, बिकॉज कि 30 मिलीग्राम इज द लिमिट इन आवर वेट स्टेट. मैंने ड्राई स्टेट, मैंने गुजरात बिहार में नहीं पी सकते, लेकिन और स्टेट्स में अगर आप पी सकते हैं तो 30 मिलीग्राम वो एडमिसिबल है. तो 36.7 जो भी अमाउंट आया, दैट इज पनिशेबल.
Yes, Dr. Pant, please elaborate it quickly, but because we are rushing time, so 2 to 3 minutes, please.
Yeah, basically that in case of heavy metal poisoning, that degradation is not possible, so that means when we collect the sample. So basically, we just usually collect the sample for 2 things, because DNA is the most stable biological molecule. Even thousands years, nothing will happen to the DNA. So one is DNA, other is the heavy metals. So that heavy metal deposition in the nails, in the hair, in the body tissues, and bones specifically, because in bones, that lot of heavy metals are deposited. So for that, the instruments are available, that is called as GCMSMS or LCMSMS. So that means these equipments can measure the level of, and ICPMS and AAS are the equipments in which you can measure up to PPT level. So that means even the traces of the element is available, and even months together later than the death or cause of death. So even then this is possible to trace out and quantify that how much metal is there and what are the repercussions of those metals, because that heavy metal poisoning is already well reported. Say for example, if in case of arsenic, in case of lead, in case of mercury, in case of chromium. So that means that these metals will be deposited in the tissues, and those could be quantified using that. ICPMS is the best equipment for this, and AAS is for that, and for the pesticide residues. And sometimes very important is that chemical per se is not available, but the metabolites are available. For example, if somebody is taking heroin, so in the blood the heroin will not be there. What will be there? The morphine. 6-acetyl morphine will be there, because morphine is the active metabolite of heroin, which will be there in the blood or in the tissues. In the same fashion, sometime if somebody is taking some chemical, some pesticides, so that means maybe metabolites of that pesticide will be there, because clearing time from the body of that chemical is 4 to 5 hours. So after the death, that you will find only metabolites. So quantification of metabolites will give the exact how much quantity of the chemical per se was consumed by that person. So that all methods are available, and the instruments which will use for that are sensitive up to PPT level or even below that. So that means quantification can be done very easily. No
Thank
issue.
you very much for such a elaborative discussion.
Sir, actually, एक और चीज बता दूं बच्चों को. The fastest killer poison in the world is, is nicotine. It is 60 milligram of nicotine. If someone is putting below the tongue, he or she will die in fraction of second. This is the best thing I'm telling you people. And you should study in 3 manners of the poison. Poison जब भी आप पढ़िए तो 3 चीज में पढ़िए. पहला उसका फेटल डोज पढ़िए पॉइजन का, फिर उसका फेटल पीरियड पढ़िए, और उसके बाद पढ़िए उसका एक्टिव प्रिंसिपल. जो बता रहे थे पंत साहब, एवरी पॉइजन इज मेटाबोलाइज. जैसे कि अल्मोनियम फॉस्फाइड में pH3 उसका एक्टिव प्रिंसिपल है, तो एक्टिव प्रिंसिपल को पढ़िए, तो उससे उसका एंटीडोट निकल आता है कि क्या उसको देंगे कि उसको डीएक्टिवेट करेगा.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर खान.
सर एक सेकंड. डॉक्टर खान ने बहुत बढ़िया बात बताई कि 60 milligram of nicotine is good enough to kill that guy. So here you have to just identify 2 things. One is the toxicant and one is the poison. Toxicant, relatively larger quantity you have to take to kill you, but poison is a very small quantity. Alcohol is a toxicant, and morphine, caffeine are the poisons. So poison is little quantity. Immediately symptoms will appear. Toxicant, large quantity you have to take. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. In fact, this whole discussion was so intriguing and so interesting that I was so keen to continue it. But because of the paucity of time and lot of other activities are lined up, so I sincerely thank you, the panelists, to elaborate and to illustrate so many examples and give so many areas where we understand the nuances of toxicity, poison, their quantity and all. Thank you once again on behalf of the Institute, and now proceed further, please.
Thank you to our expert panelists for such an enlightening and thought-provoking discussion. I would like to invite Mr. Atul Yadav, Administrative Officer UPSIFS and Additional SP, to present mementos to our esteemed panelists as a token of appreciation for their valuable time and contribution.
जोरदार तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन। तालियां। Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request my fellow classmate, Mr. Prabhan Shukla, to present his own piece of writing, Forensic Se Parichay.
Just a minute, man. ये एक बच्चा है हमारा, और अभी मुझे इन्होंने एक मेल लिखा थोड़ी देर पहले ही। मैं जब पीछे बैठा हुआ था कुछ लोगों के साथ, तो मैंने जस्ट देखा तो मुझे लगा कि जस्ट टू ब्रिंग हिज क्रिएटिविटी टू फोरम, सो ही विल रिसाइट हिज पोएम, वेरी वेल रिटन पोएम, एंड ही विल कम एंड जस्ट रिसाइट।
फॉरेंसिक से परिचय। त्वरित पता लगता है इससे न्याय उल्लंघन हुआ किससे, कैसे हुआ अपराध, कब कहाँ, है पता लगता हो चाहे जहाँ। यह सोच है विज्ञान की, तर्क की, ना कि जनित मानव बहस के मर्म की। है नहीं यह कोई अजूबा नया सा, पर अचंभित मिल गया कुछ गजब सा। जा भाग नहीं सकते कर अपराध, लो चाहे अनगिनत हथकंडे साध। एक नाखून भी एक बाल है पर्याप्त, करने को अपराध के शूल को समाप्त। निष्पक्षता है इसका मुख्य बाण, फूंकने को न्याय में सत्य प्राण। यदि जान ले हम इसे पूरा, है असंभव न्याय मिलना अधूरा। मिले हैं अब इसको पंख नए सबसे, न्याय कानूनों को परिवर्तन मिले जब से। जिसमें है सजा 7 वर्ष या अधिक, उससे होगी जांच उन अपराधों के लिए मदद इससे। यह है नहीं कोई अभिनव विज्ञान, बस भौतिक रसायन जीव का मिश्रित ज्ञान। है न्याय शास्त्र इसका अभिन्न अंग, दोनों का एक सफल अनूठा संग। यह है एक ऐसा सुंदर करिश्मा, बता देता अदृश्य साक्ष्यों की महिमा। नखकेश हो या रक्त स्वेद, नखकेश हो या रक्त स्वेद, बतला देता उनके भी भेद। है अभी यह देश में एक नवल किशोर, है अभी यह देश में एक नवल किशोर। हमें ही करना है इसकी सफलता का शोर। आओ दे चढ़ा इसको यौवन के चरम पर, आओ दे चढ़ा इसको यौवन के चरम पर। बिठाकर अपने दृढ़ प्रयासों की पीठ पर, बिठाकर अपने दृढ़ प्रयासों की पीठ पर। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Prabhan. We'll now break for lunch. Esteemed dignitaries will be escorted by our volunteers and other delegates will be given assistance. Kindly make sure to reassemble here for the continuation of program at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you and enjoy your lunch.
Everyone, please settle down. Soon we will start the next session. जिसके भी मित्र यार आगे बाहर हो उनको कॉल करके बुला लीजिए, हम जल्दी शुरू करने वाले हैं.
Everyone, please be seated on your respective place.
Everyone, please be seated.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a refreshing lunch. Let us move forward to our next segment. We will now witness a virtual guest lecture on the topic Current Landscape of Forensic DNA.
It is my privilege to introduce our esteemed guest speaker, Professor Robert Green. He is a distinguished professor of forensic science in University of Kent, Canterbury. Professor Green was honored as an Officer of Order of British Empire and is widely recognized for his role in developing and leading the National Program for Cold Case Rape Investigations, Operation Advance. Sir, we are eager to hear your invaluable insights and words of wisdom.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I just realised I should put the light on. It's still quite early. It's just 8:30 in the morning here. Let me see if I can work out your way of sharing screens. Select so far. Okay. Let me see if I can present. I knew something would go wrong. I'm struggling, guys, to share my presentation with you. It says I need some permissions at my end. Is there anyone can help me? Natasha, are you in the auditorium? Can you help with this this problem I have at this end? Hello. me to use to launch my presentation. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Can I just have some thumbs up if you can hear me in the audience?
Yeah, you're audible, sir. And sorry for the technical glitch. We request you to kindly start your session without having the presentation. And we'll have to learn from you, sir.
Very well. In which case, then I'll just speak to my presentation. So good morning, everyone. I'm Bob Green. I'm a professor of forensic science at the University of Kent. I'm so sorry that I've not been able to share this visually with you because there is quite a lot really to tell you. I want to talk to you in the next 20 minutes or so about the current landscape of forensic DNA, going back from the sort of mid-80s to where we are now. I'll try to get these slides sent to you. Dr. Natisha has them, so I'll try to get those circulated to you. And you'll see that there are some QR links in the slides to actually help you to ask your questions after the event. So all the presentation materials are in here, and you also will have my WhatsApp number. So really, this whole journey started back in 1985, which I was just looking is now 39 years ago. It started in the days of what was called at the time multi-locus probes, MLPs they were called, and these were probes that we actually used in the early days of DNA to look at multiple locations on the genome to do these, multiply these things specifically, specific regions of DNA. In 1990, we went on to single locus probes. We started by looking at, as I said, multiple specific regions, and then we looked at in 1990, we went to look at the single locus probes. SLPs had some benefits and some disbenefits, really. On the upside, they were able to give us genetic material that sort of focuses on a particular area of the genome, and they gave rise really to the markers that we actually use now with, as you'll see in 1994, moving on to short tandem repeats. So the benefits for that was from the early days, some of you actually might have looked at the case of Colin Pitchfork, that's that very early case of that we had in the UK, where that really was the first murder case anywhere worldwide. But those early techniques were not compatible with the database as things moved forward. So moving really forward to STRs using what was called in those days in 1995, when the database went live, it was called second generation multiplex. It was a multiplex, an assay, a series of chemistries, you might call them, that would look at 6 sites on the genome. We actually looked at 6 sites, 6 from mum, 6 from dad, gave us overall 12 alleles, gave us 12 numbers to look at, I suppose, if simpling it down really, dumbing it down really to the basic. So we went live in 1995 with the DNA database, absolutely revolutionized, well, for forensic science, revolutionized biometric forensic science in the UK and, of course, worldwide. And I'm hoping that one day in your lifetimes, India will have its own national DNA database, because that will then start to revolutionise crime detection in the country. So moving on then, we found very early on, after we'd launched the database back in 1995, we launched it in 95, we realised in 1999 that we were getting what was referred to as adventitious matches that were just happening at random. And that was because at the time we were just looking at 6 sites. Remember, 1995, SGM, second generation multiplex, looked at 6 sites. SGM Plus came along in 1999, a new multiplex, a different multiplex with more markers, giving more discrimination, helping us to actually being able to discriminate from the, the adventitious matches to the proper matches, and that had some other benefits as well, which we don't really have time to go into now. Then back in 2000, we experimented with and produced a concept called low copy number. It's actually now called low template number, and there are a number of ways in which you can actually effectively enhance to replicate the cycles of DNA, to actually grow up more DNA from less and less, which gives us the ability to work with less and less and less material. So that was low copy number. We then moved on into 2002 with a concept called familial DNA searching. This is where we were looking to exploit the similarities between parents and their children. We looked at the similarities between siblings, and that gave us a link sometimes where we had no match on the database, where we were having people on the database that actually, we were having crimes that didn't match anyone on the database, but actually their brothers or sisters or their parents could actually match. And then that was replaced back in 2021 with a new multiplex called DNA 17. Now, along the way, there's been some other advances. There's been some enhanced capillary electrophoresis. We could explain more on that if you wish, but I think time is now against us. Are you getting the PowerPoint now? My indication is that you're getting the PowerPoint showing. Is that correct? So we can look at enhanced capillary electrophoresis. I'll explain that in much more detail later. We have the ability now to look at rapid hit DNA technology. That's that piece of equipment in the center, which will produce a DNA match suitable for the DNA profile, pardon me, not DNA match, a DNA profile suitable for launching to the database in around 90 minutes. Now, going back to 1995, those early days of the Colin Pitchfork era actually took around 3 or 4 months to actually produce a DNA profile. This thing now does it in 90 minutes. So there are some real benefits of doing this in this way. And then the next piece of equipment on the right-hand side is this one is the Minisec piece of equipment by Verigen, and it's the piece of equipment that helps us to do what's now referred to as massively parallel sequencing. So what's the difference? And again, I'm hoping you can get these. I'm hoping you can follow these things on the slides. I don't know if you can or not. But the multiplex that we have now in the UK is massively sensitive. It's much more sensitive. It's twice as sensitive, in fact, as the previous test, where we would need probably around about a nanogram of material. Now the level of optimization is set at 500 picograms. I know of a number of cases in the UK that where the level of the threshold of detection, where we decide whether or not we've actually extracted enough DNA, the level of detection is down to 200 picograms. So that really raises lots and lots of problems, lots of issues for you young people in the audience, because we now have we're detecting more perhaps DNA than we can actually effectively analyze. Just to give you very quickly what this is, if you imagine a single crystal of sugar, I'll leave you to read the slide if you have it, but just to give you a sense that a picogram is 1 trillionth of a gram. So it gives you an indication of what a picogram is, and we need probably now about 200 picograms to actually initiate that profile, initiate that process. So that massively increases the benefit, of course, of DNA. Those of you who are in the audience who are wearing spectacles, like me, will have lots and lots of DNA on their spectacles. Watch straps, literally anything that touches your skin will give you that option of transfer of DNA. Again, I hope that this slide is showing at your end, and it just shows you the difference really between the low sensitivity era, that image on the left. You can actually see where the DNA might well be picked up from. We're actually talking now about low levels of DNA, DNA that often you can't see. It's referred to sometimes as touch DNA, but you can actually see that it's on the microwave, it's on the cabinets and so forth, it's on the door handles, it's on cups and so forth, and chairs and so forth. So that was the low sensitivity era. Can you see on the right hand image, now we've got the high sensitivity era, where once again our ability to extract and locate DNA is rather being outstripped with our ability to interpret. So in a sense, this is a double-edged sword. It can be a double-edged sword, and it really is a game changer for all of those bright, enthusiastic faces I can see in your wonderful auditorium at Uttar Pradesh. So it will be, if we talk, if we sneeze, if we touch things, we will transfer minute amounts of DNA. That's the difference nowadays. Which of course then leads on to my next slide, which talks about mixtures. So not only do we recover lots more DNA potential, but that DNA is often of lower quality, and it's often a mixture. Now, having been to India, I've visited your wonderful country a few times now, I realise that this type of cuisine is not high on your list of things to eat, but it's a type of spaghetti that we have. We often feed it to small children when they're growing up, and it's called alphabet spaghetti. It's used to help them to look at their words and so forth. So that's the idea. So do you see that what we have at the end of this process now? We have a sort of bowl of DNA soup. And you can actually see on this occasion that within that mixture, we have a person that's called John O. Suspect. But the mixture could also mean, in that mixture, it could mean it could identify other people. So that, in a nutshell, is a very simple way of explaining to you what the difficulties are with mixture interpretation. It could be John Q. Suspect, it could be Patrick Queen, it could be Justin Orr. So we have probabilistic genotyping software that sorts out tries to sort out these mixtures. And my personal view is that with the advent of machine learning and AI, that probabilistic genotyping will become much more into its own. So that's one of the difficulties really with improving the sensitivity, lowering the threshold of detection. Making DNA much more easy to find. It has another side to it. As I said, I mentioned this, rapid hit now gives us that ability to produce a profile in 90 minutes. These things can actually be done now at airports while people are in, transiting through airports. They can be actually used in borders, in mass disaster identification. And then we come on to a topic that's, I think it's called next generation sequencing. In a sense, it's not new at all. It's been around for some time. But what it does, it actually enables us to look at many, as you can see there on the slide, many DNA sequences all at once. It has enhanced capillary electrophoresis opportunities. And it lets us look at small amounts of material. So this is really not the sort of mainstream. It's not mainstream at all, but it is what do we do if we've done all of this super DNA work, and we don't have, we've hit a blank. Can we do anything else? Well, next-gen sequencing is one of those things we can probably do. Because we look at, this is the conventional short tandem repeat sequence. These are the mini satellites that repeat at various lengths. And we look at those on our short tandem repeat databases, our STR databases. And we say that, at this location, this person is a 9 repeat and a 10 repeat. We then look at the frequency of that allele in those alleles in the general population, and we come up with some population statistics. So that's how it works at the minute, and it's very well established. It's the basis of not only our DNA database, but databases around the globe. And we do have software for looking at the statistical evaluation of results. But where NGS, next generation sequencing, comes into its own is if we have insufficient information, if we have no match, if we have poor quality DNA, we can use massively parallel sequencing. So that really is this is a new kid on the block. I hope you can see the slides. You'll see that I've also hyperlinked some of these topics. I've hyperlinked some of the terms that you actually might not be particularly familiar with. So things like we can actually do now the multiple DNA tests in one assay, rather than looking at actually how we proportion out DNA to extract. It is backward compatible with the database, and it allows us to look at intelligence within the DNA database, as well as looking at the evidential DNA for evidential value. So if you want to look, guys, for at any great depth, I realise that I would have a limited amount of time with you this morning. It would be nice to give you this over a longer period, but I've put together a little primer on massively parallel sequencing. You can actually access it by the URL on the left-hand side, or the QR code, which I'm hoping is showing on your screen on the right. So this is the, so I'd mentioned to you the Minisec platform. This is just one piece of equipment. This is the piece of equipment that we actually use for next generation sequencing. And it looks at, it enriches the target areas associated. It uses SNP technology. It produces a library, and then uses bioinformatic tools to allow those data to be worked out, to be put into some form of sequence. It works in 3 ways. One is that sample preparation, where effectively the sample is sequenced using next generation sequencing technology. We then move on to data analysis, where the sample can be actually then started to be compared against different other samples. And it helps us to do this all in one. So where we would normally have to do this separately, we can actually look at some automated STRs, so short tandem repeats, that's a traditional way of doing DNA. We can look at YSTRs, STRs that just appear on the Y chromosome, the male chromosome. Look at STRs that just appear on the X, the female. We can identify SNPs, single nucleotide polymorphisms. We can look at things like biographical and ancestry information, and also moving on to that dreaded area of phenotypical profiling. And so you can see there how it can help us to point to suspects, to either include or exclude them, to actually give a report, or at least give an investigative lead, and provide some intelligence. So getting more and more out of less. So in summary, forensic DNA typing using massively parallel sequencing looks at the biology, so it revolutionizes the biology in terms of DNA extraction, DNA quantitation. We've talked a little bit very quickly about quantitation, about the levels of quantitation nowadays. It talks about the new generations of PCR amplification, and then it talks about these libraries of to produce these, to produce the genotype determination. The applications are to provide links to reference samples, to provide links from crime samples that are degraded back to a reference sample, a buccal scrape, to compare those against population databases, and ultimately to produce a report using statistics called the random match probability, which again I hope I can get back to Pratesh to explain this to you in more detail. So random match probability and the likelihood ratio. What is the likelihood of this profile being my profile or someone else's? So this is what the forensic, the Verigen kit does. I realise that there will be other kits on the market, but this was the latest I recall being accredited to ISO 17025. You can see that the sensitivity is equivalent to DNA 17, and I should say that DNA 17 in our country has been superseded by, I think there's a DNA 21 technology in America, but you can actually see that it does lots of things all at once. Let me just check my phone, it's pinging at mine. People are telling me probably to. Okay, I'm concluding now. So we can look at lots of this all at once. We can, it's not a new application. And when we have three options. When we use these, when we have different qualities and different types of options. So the three options are the SNP microarray, the targeted kit, key intelligence, as I've just explained to you, and latterly that whole genome sequencing. And I'll leave you to read the slide. SNP is not so good with degraded DNA, but there are three options for using this type of technology. And that's what it does all in one go. I think I've mentioned some of this already. Helps us to probe those greater STRs in greater detail. Can you see that within the repeating sequences we have some what we refer to as microvariants? Once again, microvariants, the term microvariant is hyperlinked, so we'll help you to understand that if you want to click onto that link. We were pioneers in using familial DNA searching. This is where we actually look at profiles that don't match on the database, but actually have a strong similarity with a parent or a child of someone who is actually on the DNA database. It's using STR data, and the latest where this has gone to now. So we actually used STRs. What's happening now in the US, and some of you might have actually read this case, the case of Joseph James D'Angelo, and actually how the Americans have used GEDmatch databases to actually look at developing, establishing a family tree for these individuals. Joseph D'Angelo was that very first murderer who was caught this way. He was caught in 2008 and he's referred to as the Golden State Killer. And he was the first person that was identified with what's nowadays called forensic investigative genetic genealogy. And if I get back to Pratesh at some point, I'll explain that to you in lots more detail. So that's very quickly all I want to go through. Those are my contact details. If you want to ping me a message, I'm happy to answer your questions. I realise that I've had to rush through this very quickly this morning without the ability of having seamless IT to back me up. Okay, so that's me finished for this morning. I can't help you with that. I think I've now finished. I can see you back in the auditorium. I hope that some of that was useful. I can see some nods, so hopefully some of it was good. Thank you for that reassuring nod and smile in the front row there. And I love your uniforms, guys. I love that. So I think we should have those in our university in Kent. So who knows? I might get back to see you again at some point. Tell me, guys, were you able to see the slides? Can you put me the thumbs up if you could see the slides? Okay, thank you. You were able to see those. So, okay, so at least you've actually got access to all of those slides. You can access them through the hyperlink. Should I now leave you at my end?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your profound knowledge on forensic DNA.
In our next segment, we would like to invite Dr. Manveen Singh. He is a leading computational biologist at Max Planck Institute, Germany. His area of interest is neurological biomarkers in forensic. Sir, we welcome you on stage on behalf of UPSIFS. We would like to request Mrs. Shruti Dash Gupta, AR academic, to come upon the stage and present sapling to our distinguished speaker. Sir, the stage is yours.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, organizers, especially Dr. G.K. Goswami, sir. Thank you for having me. It's a great honor for me to be here. And I mean, I know the expectations are very high, and I hope I can live up to the expectations. I just want to share that Dr. Goswami, sir, mentioned Cornell. He was at Cornell in 2022. I was there as well. I'm a presidential fellow of Cornell University and a group leader at Max Planck Institute. So who else was the presidential fellow of Cornell University? Late Ratanji Tata, who left us, and still his fellowship is running in Cornell, and we are very proud of that. So it seems my slides would not be here, or would it be? So what I want to talk about today, so I don't directly work with the forensics, but if you can speculate a little bit about the vision of my research, it has the direct implications in the forensics. What do I mean by that? So we have identified the molecules that is released after certain stress response, certain trauma, and it's very diverse, quite heterogeneous in every individual, which you cannot find inside the cell, but you can find inside the plasma. So, for instance, if an individual has some psychological disorder, what you often see in the criminals whose plasma had been before analyzed, so these are the retroviruses. So we as a human, we are part human and part viruses. 8% of our DNA comes from retroviruses. So these retroviruses, they had been invading us, our ancestors, from 10 to 100 million years. Now the situation is that every individual has their own polymorphic set of retroviruses. The sequences are not quite same between them, so they're quite different. If you have any kind of a stimulation in your immune cells, that stimulation could be anything. For example, I'm just going to give an example of the most monstrous criminal ever documented, Jeffrey Dahmer. So he had a very rough childhood. So those kind of psychological trauma, what he had triggered lots of retroviruses from his genome. And then these retroviruses got into the plasma. And these retroviruses which are in the plasma, they have a potential to cross the blood-brain barrier. So they can intrude in your central nervous system and make lots of, okay, so I have my slides. So this is what I was talking about. So this pie chart here, what it shows that this is the content of human DNA. So as a human, we have 50% of sequences which is coming from repetitive element. I think the former speaker also mentioned very briefly about the repetitive elements. How can they be diagnostic markers? Not just diagnostic markers, but also in the forensics from individual to individual. So these sequences, they are 3% only, which you see the DNA fossil transposons. HERVs, on the other hand, these are the human endogenous retroviruses I was talking about. And if you look at their integration, so this is the evolutionary periodogram of the old world monkeys and new world monkeys. And what you see here is the time point when different retroviruses, they got into our DNA. So what happens is that once they get into our DNA, they can make their way to the germ cells, like the gonads, and they can pass from one generation to other in the Mendelian fashion, in the very genetic fashion. So they become part of our DNA. What I would like to draw your attention is what you see on the top, HERV-K, which is on the top. So that retrovirus is only part of the human DNA. That is not part of any other organisms, right? And this is very polymorphic because what happened is that they have a potential to reintegrate into the DNA at the different positions, right? So what it means is that their integration would be at very specific locus, in very specific position in the DNA when you compare the different individuals. So that makes it unique. That makes it not only human specific, but race specific, ethnic specific, and the kind of epigenetic changes one has that would be specific to them as well. So this is, this is what I want to talk about. So you have any kind of stimulation, then these sequences, what you see here from the cells, they're released. They're either GAG or envelope or reverse transcriptase or transcripts. They're released from the cell. So if you have a blood, you can just throw all the cells inside the blood, and whatever is left, that is serum or plasma, you can do the RNA sequencing, and if you give me that RNA sequencing data, I can tell you what kind of neurological disorder that patient had. So it is that specific to the diseases, because of its potential of crossing blood-brain barrier and changing the nervous system breakdown. So I was mentioning the case of certain psychopaths who also suffer from major depression disorder and bipolar disorder both. So that is, so sometimes in criminal cases, the motive is not very logical. The motive of the person who is doing perpetrator is very illogical. But that's where the neurological disease comes into the scene. So these endogenous retroviruses, if they're in the plasma, they are very precise marker, and this is not very expensive to do that. If you have a plasma, it's 94 euros for one RNA sequencing, which is around, it's not very expensive, that's what I want to say. So yeah, so that's the point. So I think this is the next level, and this is the best time to do this kind of research. And this is the best time, and I think it should be inspirational to the PhD students or the young scientists here, that at this era when we are having deep learning, artificial intelligence, we can gather the data from very heterogeneous group of people, and we can already make a software or a model where you can feed lots of neural networks and layer the data. Maybe there would be some molecular markers in the way someone behaves in the public, the way someone moves, the way someone gets uncomfortable with criticism, the way someone gets super excited upon super small achievements. Maybe those markers we can really predict could be the cause or could be the manifestation of the neurological disorders. So that is the future, if you ask me. I clearly think that this is the future. So I'm not here to talk only about depressing thoughts, that what is wrong about the things. I can also tell you what is the amazing breakthrough and achievements we have. So this is one example. You see this multiple sclerosis patients. So they have this neurodegenerative, so their neurons die, their brain it gets like super complicated. And what you see in the multiple sclerosis, these small RNAs, they are just zero in super healthy people, but who has neurological disorder, they are very much elevated. Either it is envelope or gag. So the viruses like HIV, like hepatitis, those kind of sequences are in the plasma of neurologically disturbed patients. So how to cure that? So there is one hypothesis that if you can give your brain a completely new set of neurons somehow, then if these neurons are much fitter, if these neurons are much faster, do not have any traumatic memory, they can replace the old neurons which are bad, which are toxic, which has detrimental consequences. How to get the new neurons? It's intermittent hypoxia. So you limit the oxygen for 2-3 hours every day. Your brain senses that there is a threat, there is a metabolic threat. And just to fight, just to combat with that metabolic threat, it produces 200% new neurons. So if you have 200% new neurons, they replace the old ones, bad ones, and they make your synapse, like the brain activity, faster and healthier. The most important is healthier, because these are new neurons, they don't have any memory. To test that, what we did, we established the hypoxia chamber for humans. So we did the hypoxia chamber for humans. So this is the normal chamber. As you can see, it has treadmill, it has Netflix, it has all the entertainment you can have. We just lower the oxygen level a little bit. So what we did also is that we, so for 3 hours every day for 4 weeks, so for 28 days, 3 hours every day, we put patients there. We took their blood before hypoxia and after hypoxia, and the results surprised us. So this is what it did. So after hypoxia, the level of depression, major depression disorder like stage 4, anxiety, OCD, obsession compulsion disorder, they all got lowered. Here what you see is very modest decrement, but now we have a data after 6 months where the difference is dramatic. So this intermittent hypoxia, it's a cure for these disorders, and those who are dealing with the criminals, you know that it's not like super happy person does a crime without motivation. It's always these kind of neurological disorders, anxiety, obsession, compulsion, and major depression. So if you, I think I got the note that my time is over, but I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you so very much. Yes, sir. Yes, that's a great question. So, yes, neurons do not regenerate, period. In this case, they reprogram. These are the non-neuronal cells which directly differentiate to neurons. So it's more like differentiation of two terminally differentiated cells. So it's not the regeneration of neurons, but other cells, they differentiate, reprogram to become neurons. So this is the mechanism. So yeah, we are not challenging the classical neuroregeneration model. We found something more novel than that.
Sir, now under that circumstances, like you found out that in terminally sick or psychopathic patients, you have mRNA fingerprints in the plasma.
Yes.
What about people with dark triads or generally extreme narcissistic, dark empath, dark people who are present in the society? Can you take a blood sample and make a criminal streak analysis of the potential criminals in that case?
So we don't have data to answer precisely, but I can speculate.
I will name only one disease, that is ASPD, antisocial personality disorder.
Yes.
People may not be behind the bars, but he may be within the society, he may be a pain in the wrong place for people around him, but he may be very much a citizen.
I understand. So again, so for example, we don't have data, but I can speculate that yes, because these retroviruses, they are super polymorphic in human population, even two twins will have different retroviruses in them. So because very early in embryogenesis, when the twins, so they jump. If you have any kind of stress or trauma or any kind of disbalance at the epigenetic level, these retroviruses are released in the plasma. So I'm not saying that we can get narcissist NPD specific retroviruses, but NPD people will have specific retroviruses. So it's not disease specific, but specific retroviruses will be in that disease. So maybe the narcissist personality disorder, major depression disorder, maybe they would have a shared profile of retroviruses in their plasma. But I can assure you they will have retroviruses in their plasma for sure. Yeah. There's a statistics that the people with major depression disorder, schizophrenia, bipolar, they're very intelligent and they're very smart. We just have to be smarter than them.
So how do we know whether these are symptoms or cause?
Oh, you mean the retroviruses in the plasma?
Release. Is it because are these the symptoms released into the plasma, or are these the cause which cause and crossover into the?
A great question. So, so this was the model because what is known is that herpes virus, for example, which is you can transmit through the saliva and all, they are the trigger of multiple sclerosis. So that is why I showed the example of multiple sclerosis. So they are the trigger. If you don't have herpes virus infection, you cannot have multiple sclerosis. So that is why I showed you the model of multiple sclerosis here, where herpes virus, in response to the herpes virus infection, you have retroviruses released. And these retroviruses, then you have autoantibodies. So like for the viruses, you have autoantibodies. The problem with herpes virus is that it has come and gone long back. Person has a history of infection. Herpes virus is not active in your system. Then how is it causing the multiple sclerosis? It is not directly causing the multiple sclerosis. It is triggering the viruses which is in our DNA. That is released, and that is making its role play as a viruses in your brain. And that is why the clinical diagnosis or clinical markers are autoantibodies and other things. So autoantibodies are formed against the viruses which is within. So these are enemies within. But we can make that enemy as our target for detecting problematic people. Thank you again, sir, and thank you, everyone.
Sir, we are honored to have you at UPSIFS. We would like to request Dr. Arun Khatri, Dean of School of Forensic Science, to kindly present a memento to our speaker as a token of respect and appreciation.
ICS वालों को पहले करना।
Hello. Now, we would like to invite our industrial sponsors to showcase their views on the international conference. I would like to invite Mr. Mukesh Singh, representative from Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, to address us.
I would like to invite Dr. Vibha Pandey, speaker from Thermo Fisher Scientific. Ma'am, please present your views on the topic Specialized Forensic Tools Enabling Quality Investigations.
Am I audible to everyone? But you people are not audible to me. Great. Can I hire you for 5 minutes? Can I hire you for 5 minutes? Please put your mobiles off, mobile switch off or keep away. Okay. Can we go ahead? Great. Please display. Okay. No, you have taken my presentation. Okay, no issue. Okay, so there is some technical glitch. I was supposed to finish it in 5 minutes. By God's grace, I again got 2 minutes more. There is technical glitch. Okay, so I'm thankful to the dignitaries sitting in the front. Special thanks to Dr. Shruti Das Gupta and Goswami sir to provide us the platform where we can speak out loudly about the solutions we are providing to the government professionals. So just a little bit about the background. Myself, Dr. Vibha Pandey, I did my PhD from biochemistry. I'm a Lucknow University alumni. And I did my postdoctorate in genetic sciences from University of Exeter, UK. Post that, I just joined as a Thermo Fisher, as a technical person who was taking care of the South Asia. But now I have started taking care of the North individually and West for the forensic and clinical solutions from the Thermo Fisher. So when we talk about the forensic, it's always strike, like so many streams are there. But I'm going to showcase all the products. But yes, we are specialists with the DNA who are providing the solutions in almost 50 to 60 forensic science laboratories throughout the India. So how many of you have heard about the product that is capillary electrophoresis? Please raise your hand. Genetic analyzer, the another name of capillary electrophoresis. Please raise your hand. Sanger sequencer. That's the way. Those who are sitting in the back, actually, they are our future frontliners. Here, you people will replace Goswami sir, I know, one day. So please, be specific. I'm not here to sell anything, but yes, we can talk about the science. Until unless we are not able to understand the technology and science, how come we are going to work about it? How come we are going to talk about it? So the concern is how to provide the solutions with the implementation and enforcement of the law within the limit and within a time period. Like, just tell me in how many days we have to provide the solution when we take any POXO report. Anybody? After taking the sample from the crime scene, of government officials in forensic, they have to produce the report in front of our honorable judges within, I think, 14 days. So, is it possible? There is lots of pendency of samples, so many crimes and everything. We have shortage of heads. So, in this scenario, let's talk about how we can help from the Thermo Fisher. So let me clear again. When we talk about the Thermo Fisher, Invitrogen, Applied Biosystems, so these all organizations are falling under one umbrella, that is Thermo Fisher. So I can see. On July, I'm not going in far. In July 21st, 24, there 3 rules came. That is time limits for justice, forensic evidence is compulsory, and improve conviction rate leading to safer community. So keeping all these 3 in concern, all the time, Thermo Fisher always attempted to provide the solutions for the human identification with our technology. We are working worldwide. In India only, we have more than 1 lakh employees. We have lots of investment with the clinical and forensic sites also. We are providing solutions in the terms of toxicology, CAD, and have received lots of recognition from third-party organizations in the terms of business partners, technology providers, and solution providers. So moving with like how we talk about the technology. So it's like human identification system always work with the forensic analyst, keeping forensic analyst in concern, like how they can provide the solution. Yeah, it's in the terms of reliability, consistency, and high quality results. High quality results when we talk about the forensic results, because this is the question of somebody's life and death. So we deal with the DNA forensics, which applies in the wildlife forensic, where we can talk about the poaching. We talk about the disaster victim identification. We can talk about the criminal casework workflow. I'm not going in the detail. And also the databasing. It's not implemented yet, but yes, our people are working on it. Maybe someday some bill will come and we can talk about the databasing also. Yes. So this is the complete workflow when we talk about the DNA. So collecting from the sample, starting from the sample collection, isolation of DNA, its quality check, and its implementation in the terms of results. We provide all the solutions starting from sample collection from the crime scene to the data analysis and report producing. So when we talk about the toxicology, we have other platform also. Like we can talk about the clinical research toxicology, forensic toxicology, forensic testing, sports anti-doping, and drug origin studies. So we have solution in the terms of GCMS, ICMS. We have a stall over here also. You can visit over there and we can discuss in detail, because again I got this state. Please close the session immediately as soon as possible. So just 2 more minutes. Like when we talk about the explosive identification, yes, Thermo Fisher provide that early identification of explosives, which type of it is, from where it is originated, on the basis of soil identification and all. And lastly, when we talk about the forensic, there is one solution that is termed as rapid DNA for investigation, which provides the solution. Can I have time to display this video or not? No, I'm skipping this video, but we have this demo instrument at the Quicksure stall over there, which can provide the solution within the 90 minutes, starting from the sample only itself. You need to just cross-check the report with your scientific official from the laboratory, and you can just identify, you can just narrow down the investigation leads. Yeah, this is the rapid instrument. You need to just enter your sample in it, and within 90 days, you can match the profile. So that's what my concern was. You can narrow down your investigation lead, and which will minimize also to get the result in short time. So these were all about the solutions which Thermo Fisher talk about. We talk about we can implement this rapid DNA technology in the forensic lab, in the police stations, and wherever we have the remote area, like when we talk about the J&K. So this was all about the rapid DNA, and why rapid DNA is important. You can see these are the few clippings I have taken from the newspaper. Like after 30 years, a mother was raped, and after 30 years, her son was with her, who stood for her for the justice, that who was this person, accused person who did this crime. So why to wait so long if we can finish within timeline? So just think about the technology. That's all from the Thermo Fisher. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Mr. Hemant Medidhi, a speaker from Kajin. Sir, please address us.
Good afternoon all, and from Kajin team side, I'm giving an all the best to you. So all the best for your bright future, and thanks for giving us opportunity to present our workflow. So today actually I'm going to talk about Kajin workflow for human identification technology. So So we have a complete workflow. It's not moving. Yeah, thank you. So this is our workflow. So from sample collection to the sequencing results, we have a workflow here. So here you can see from the sample collection and pre-treatment, like slicing the sample and sample preparation, nothing but nucleic acid extraction, then assay setup. So it's an automated assay setup for PCR setup or the real-time PCR setup, then the quantification and the sequencing. So we have solutions. So I'm going to talk about the sample collection first because most of the crime scenes, crime cases, so we are actually facing problems in collecting the sample. So we have the solutions for that. So here we have indicating cards. So if you're collecting the saliva or buccal cells, so these indicating cards will help you. Once you add the clear solution, so the indicating card color will turn into white. So you can, the technician who is working in the lab, he can easily identify where is the sample. So he can collect the sample from there and process further. Okay, so, and next are non-indicating cards, normal blood collection cards actually. And the Omni swabs. So in most of the institutes, they are using automations. So for automation friendly, we have a swab. So that is Omni swab. So you can easily detach the swab from that. And foam swabs is also available. And these are the kits for collecting buccal cells. So these are the kits. And we are actually providing a complete solution in a kit based. And most of the, actually I'm going to talk about the next generation sequencing system. So this session is actually meant for that. So this is the first system which is actually specifically developed for human sequencing. And this is actually validated system from NDAX actually. So this machine is actually to run more samples. So 96 samples can be pooled and you can run 96 samples. Within 3 days, you can get the report actually. So we are actually providing a complete solution with the analysis. This is an example of conventional method to identify the alleles. So, but in the sequencing, you are actually getting the sequences of the STRs. So you can see here. So in the traditional sequencing, we are actually not identifying much identifications. So by using next generation sequencing, you can predict the eye color of the person and you can predict the hair color and the morphology. And this particular system will be helpful in the population genetic studies as well as you can identify the age of the person. So we have different kits for this particular technology to identify the things. So to enhancing the traditional technology and the degraded samples, we are providing ePCR buffer in our kits. So this ePCR buffer will help you to amplify the heavily degraded DNAs. So this is an example. Actually, this is the Windowland Riemann analysis. So it's in UK. So they have found a skull in the Windowland. So they have identified the skull is from 400 AD. So here you can see they have identified 15 autosomal STRs and 5 YSTRs and 3 XSTRs and identity SNPs 8,394 from that particular skull. So they can identify, so the heavily degraded samples can be identified by using this technology. Yeah. So this is the system. So one workflow, one technology. So we are providing different kits, but each kit is having the similar kind of process, and you can do the analysis automatically in the software. So it's a combined system coming with the software actually. Yeah, so this is the workflow. So prepare by using the forensic library preparation kits. You can prepare your libraries in 1 day. Then the sequencing will take based on the kit, whatever you have selected, that will take 1 day to 2 days. Then within 3 days, the analysis will be taken. It is actually automated analysis. 1 hour it will take. So within 1 hour, you will get the report after sequencing. So these are the kits we are actually providing to the customers. So mainstay and mainstay SE. So these, the first one, this is actually the traditional STR analysis kit. So you can do the STR and kinship analysis by using this kit. And we have forensic DNA signature prep and Kintelligence kits. So these are the kits which is useful for missing person identification and the population genetic studies. So here you can see, so in mainstay kit, we have autosomal STR27 and bi-STRs 25. So you can easily convert your STR marker studies by using the mainstay kit. And forensic signature prep kit is very useful in the population genetic studies. So here we have autosomal STRs, Y-STRs and X-STRs. With that, we have identity SNPs, 94 identity SNPs, phenotypes, 22 phenotypes, and ancestry SNPs and 56. By using this kit, you can identify the missing person as well as we can do the population genetic studies. So for kinship analysis, we have a specialized kit called Forensic Intelligence Kit. So this kit is having the kinship SNPs, which is having in the signature prep kit. This is actually the more advanced kit than the signature prep kit, which is having kinship SNPs. 9,867 SNPs are there here. So you can, by using the GEDmatch Pro software, this is actually useful to identify the missing persons. So this will give you the 4th degree identity of the missing persons. So here you can see the mainstay kit will give you the 1st degree relationship, and the DNA signature prep kit will give you 3rd degree relationship. If at all you wanted to analyze the dead end cases, if you wanted to identify a dead end case identification, the Kintelligence kit will give you up to 5th degree identification. And we are actually working on new developments also. So the EVC forensic DNA signature prep and the Kintelligence will give you hair color, eye color, and biological and ancestry identifications. And forensic workflow, there is an ancestry and appearance kit, that is visage kit. So that kit will give you age estimation and ancestry and appearance analysis. So this is the mitochondrial analysis kit, so which will help you to do the mitochondrial DNA analysis. And this is a workflow decision tree. Based on what type of analysis you are going to do, you can select the kits based on the workflow decision tree actually. So this particular instrument is not only useful in the forensic, so you can use in the regular research applications as well. So these are the papers which are used widely by using this instrument. So we can this instrument is useful for widely in research applications as well. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Mr. Mukesh Singh, representative from Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, to address us.
थैंक यू सो मच। सबसे पहले मैं डॉक्टर जी.के. गोस्वामी और एडिशनल डायरेक्टर राजीव मल्होत्रा जी को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि उन्होंने इंडस्ट्री का एक सेशन यहाँ पर रखा। इसके पहले हम लोगों ने 2 दिन में बहुत सारे हैवी सेशंस देखे हैं यहाँ पर। मेरा बैकग्राउंड ये है कि मैं इंडस्ट्री को रिप्रेजेंट करता हूँ और देश के सबसे बड़े इंडस्ट्रियल जितनी भी बॉडीज़ हैं सबका मैं चेयर हूँ उत्तर प्रदेश का। मेरा जो एड्रेस है वो इन बच्चों के लिए है जो यहाँ पर एडमिशन लेकर के अपना बीटेक, एमटेक और फर्दर जो भी एडवांस कोर्सेज होंगे उसके लिए है। जी.के. गोस्वामी सर यहाँ पर हैं क्या? नहीं है? हैं सर। हम लोग जो है इंडस्ट्री की तरफ से UPSIFS को ये प्रपोजल देते, क्योंकि ये बच्चे अभी फर्स्ट ईयर में हैं और इनका बड़ा इंकरेजिंग करियर है। जो फॉरेंसिक्स जो करियर है उसमें पूरे देश में या इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर एक प्रोग्रेसिव करियर है। मैं चूंकि इंडस्ट्री को रिप्रेजेंट करता हूं तो बहुत सारी लॉ फर्म्स, बहुत सारे मेडिकल इंस्टीट्यूशंस, यूनिवर्सिटीज, प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज, सारे हम लोगों के मेंबर्स हैं। इंडस्ट्री पूरी मेंबर है। इन बच्चों का अगर भविष्य को सिक्योर करना है तो गवर्नमेंट अपना जो इंडस्ट्री के साथ कोलैबोरेशन है उसको प्रमोट करना चाहिए। उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस ने पीछे भी जितनी भी टेक्नोलॉजीज है उसको लेकर के इसरो के साथ, IITs के साथ, IIMs के साथ एक कोलैबोरेशन किया है। तो अगर इंडस्ट्री के साथ कोलैबोरेट करते हैं तो यहाँ जितने बच्चे बैठे हैं पीछे, ये बच्चे जब 4th ईयर में 5th ईयर में जाएंगे उससे पहले इनको इंटर्नशिप करना होगा, चाहे वो साइबर लॉस को लेकर के हो, साइबर ऑडिट को लेकर के हो या कंसल्टिंग फर्म्स को लेकर के हो। तो जरूरी है कि जो प्रैक्टिकल प्रैक्टिसेस हैं उसको सीखने के लिए आप सब बच्चों को इंडस्ट्री में जाना पड़ेगा। कोई लॉ फर्म में जाएगा, कोई मेडिकल में जाएगा, कोई यूनिवर्सिटीज में जाएगा। तो इंडस्ट्री के साथ UPSIFS को कोलैबोरेशन करने की जरूरत है। मैं ओपनली इस फोरम से यूपी पुलिस और UPSIFS की सराहना करते हुए कि इंडस्ट्री को उन्होंने बुलाया, क्योंकि अगर किसी भी आप जब जाएंगे पढ़ लिख करके बाहर आएंगे तो सबसे पहले जॉब एब्सॉर्प्शन की बात है। गवर्नमेंट तो आपको लेगी, कहीं आपको इंटेलिजेंस में लेगी, पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट में लेगी। आपकी उपयोगिता गवर्नमेंट से ज्यादा प्राइवेट सेक्टर में है। पूरे वर्ल्ड वाइड आप कहीं भी जाएंगे, आपकी जो टेक्नोलॉजी आप फॉरेंसिक्स सीख रहे हैं यहाँ पर, उसका यूज प्राइवेट सेक्टर में भी है। तो एब्जॉर्प्शन के लिए आपको इंडस्ट्री के साथ कोलैबोरेट करना चाहिए। UPSIFS को एक MOU साइन करना चाहिए इंडस्ट्री के साथ। मैं इंडो अमेरिकन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स की तरफ से, एसोचैम यूपी की तरफ से, इंडो कैनेडियन चैम्बर की तरफ से, कई चैम्बर्स की तरफ से मैं MOU यहाँ पर साइन करेंगे यूपी से, ताकि इन बच्चों को इंटर्नशिप के लिए आप तैयार कर सकते हैं। प्रैक्टिकल साइबर लॉज पे लेकर के या किसी भी उसमें जाना है तो मैं उन बच्चों को तैयार करेंगे, हम लोग इंडस्ट्री तैयार करेगी, ताकि उनका भविष्य जो है सिक्योर किया जा सके। तो मैं ये चाहता हूं कि राजीव मल्होत्रा साहब, मैं चाहता हूं कि एक ऐसा प्रपोजल करें जिसमें बच्चों को, देखिए आज आप एडिशनल डायरेक्टर है, GK गोस्वामी जी, हो सकता है कल न रहे, कोई और डायरेक्टर हो, कोई और एडिशनल डायरेक्टर हो। तो एक जो स्टेप वाइज स्टेप जो एक इंडस्ट्री एकेडमिया कोलैबोरेशन होता है उसको प्रमोट करिए। उससे क्या है कि वो वंस फॉर ऑल हो जाएगा। हम लोग बड़े इंडस्ट्रीज को यहाँ लाएंगे, जितने भी लीगल फर्म्स हैं, मैं कई कोचर एंड कंपनी, खेतान एंड कंपनी, कई लॉ फर्म्स हैं जिनमें हम स्टेक पार्टनर्स हैं। तो बच्चों को अगर सीखना है तो उनको प्रैक्टिसेस की जरूरत है। तो मैं इसीलिए मैंने अपना फोकस जो है वो जॉब एब्जॉर्प्शन पे रखा हुआ है। तो इसलिए मैं एक बार लास्ट में आप सब लोग को धन्यवाद देते हुए और मैं अपने प्रपोजल को पुनः दोहराता हूं। थैंक यू सो मच।
Proceeding further, I would like to invite Mr. Semis Shah, Speaker of Quicksure Solutions. Sir, kindly come to address us.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you very much for this good opportunity given to us to present our capabilities in development of lot of good technologies which is useful for the police department and the justice delivery system. So basically our objective, our company objective is to bring in synergy between law enforcement agencies and the is all in the line with the BNSS laws, which has been introduced recently, which is focusing on digitization of evidences. उससे पहले मैं थोड़ा स्पीड जाऊंगा क्योंकि टाइम बहुत कम है और मैं चालान से डरता हूं, जो पीछे से चालान आता है ना उससे डरता हूं, तो उससे पहले मैं थोड़ा स्पीड जाऊंगा. आफ्टर दैट एनी क्वेश्चंस आर देयर, यू कैन ऑलवेज come back. So I'll go a little more at a speed. So basically, as per the BNSS laws, there is a lot of scope for improving search and seizure of evidences from the crime scene. Okay, so that court logically admits the evidences and they start the trial of the case. So our main focus is basically assisting the investigation officers at the crime scene using handheld devices, scientific kits, for the pre-collection, collection, and post-collection of evidences. Also, we are into the supply of fully equipped mobile forensic vans, which is the mandate of Ministry of Home Affairs for every state to have in every district of the country. And thirdly is also that we give a lot of consultancy services, or we completely set up a comprehensive center of excellence on various fields of forensic science and cyber forensics. So the problem in our country is increased crime rates, increase in rape and POXO crimes, poor evidence collection process from the crime scene, low and substantial delay in conviction of criminals. Either it is very low or very highly delayed conviction of criminals. Then there is a shortage of experienced forensic experts, which our country knows that there is a severe shortage of the forensic experts. And for this reason only, this kind of excellent universities are coming up. Then poor transportation of the experts to the crime scene, improper coordination between the police and the justice delivery system, which actually creates a problem in evidence admissibility in the court. And the final thing is that poor state procurement policy. So there are a lot of funds which has been given by the center for all over the country, all the states, but the utilization is very poor due to so many factors. So what we say is justice, there is a justice, delay in justice is a denial of justice. So now these are all the center of excellence which we can always assess to the universities or the colleges and police training academies and police training institutes is crime scene management. In crime scene management, we have a beautiful setup where all different 10 different kind of crime scenes we set up in a small place of about say 400-500 square feet, and that So, sorry. So, what we are offering, so all these center of excellence we can set up for usage in the universities, like physical science specialized in forensics, physics and ballistics, biological sciences, chemical sciences, forensic electronics or cyber forensics, audio-video forensics, big data and social media analytics. Then, of course, biometric fingerprint, which is basically nowadays it is called as AMBIS system, automated multimodal biometric system. Then forensic psychology. We can set up such kind of compact labs. So basically, these are the factors which is delaying the thing, the justice, limited manpower, insufficient allotment, inadequate equipment. So we fill a lot of gap here by we have a very useful and simple to use mobile app, which is basically loaded on a 7-inch Android platform, has got different mobile apps for chain of custody of evidences taken by the, witness statement recording is there. What is this? This Chalan has actually put me into problem. So all these 6 apps we have, sketching software is there in one different in one tablet. Then we have this kind of handheld device, 3D laser scanner, which scans the entire crime scene in just 4 minutes. And from multiple locations, you can scan. So the reconstruction of crime scene in the future is not required. So this is the 3D laser scanner, which is very useful. And as per the BNSS Act also, every crime scene which is to be digitized. So with using this device, just in 4 minutes, one scan can be taken from one location. Like that, 2-3 locations is good enough for 360-degree view of the crime scene. This is a handheld device for fingerprint identification. It has a lot of software features and added with direct cross-checking with the database of the state server or the national server. This is a body fluid identification device which identifies all kind of body fluids from any kind of surface like blood, semen, urine, saliva, using the multispectral light sources. These are all made in India, fuming chambers and deep freezers and all that. So these are all different kind of forensic science kits. So we specialize in mobile vans also for the states. Yes. Any questions, please? Any questions, please? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Mr. Sameer Dutt, speaker from Forensic Guru. Sir, kindly grace the stage.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking Dr. G.K. Goswami. He has been very kind. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, DIG साहब और बाकी सब जन जो यहाँ पर हैं. You have made this event an amazing success. I must say that all of you have worked very hard under Dr. Goswami's leadership, and बहुत बढ़िया हो गया. I will quickly, run over all the things that we do. But before I talk about the things we do, I will put it in a form which will make it very easy for everybody to understand. I am going to talk about a case, and I will go over the case one by one, and you'll get a quick overview of what we are doing. Okay, so we will start. There's a small introduction about our company. Let me see if we can play this. All right, so we can't play the video, so we will continue. I'm going to talk about a product called Octopus. अब Octopus जब आप सोचते हैं तो Octopus का क्या ख्याल आता है आपको सबसे पहले? Hint. क्या है ये? हाथ. उसके there are an octopus has multiple appendages. ठीक है ना? Limbs. So they are not called antennas, please. जो पीछे बैठा था किसी ने बोला था ना antennas, antenna नहीं होते. Right. So we are going to talk about Octopus. Octopus is a crime investigation platform. This is made in India, and I want कि आप सब बच्चे जो बैठे हैं इसको ध्यान से देखिए, because we have people like you working on this. We have a lot of people who come and contribute to the development of products and solutions like this, and these are opportunities for all of you. So have a look. Okay, so what is it? It is a crime investigation platform. It takes multiple forms of input, and it allows us to, solve crimes really fast. So we start with that. This is just the dashboard. I will save a lot of time. The inputs are multiple sources. So one is that it specializes in what is known as event-based investigation. जब भी हम कोई भी तहकीकात करते हैं या कहीं भी मौके पे जाते हैं, क्यों जाते हैं? क्योंकि सबसे पहले हमारे को एक इंफॉर्मेशन मिलती है कि कोई इंसिडेंट हुआ है. सो व्हाट वी आर एक्चुअली रिस्पॉन्डिंग टू इज एन इंसिडेंट. Something has happened, so we are taking action after that. Because of that, we start with an event. So always there is an event which triggers an investigation. So this is what we have. And, based on that event, we have multiple events, and I will just go over a case. So I'll quickly come to the case. This is basically the login screen. All right, this is the dashboard. This is what it looks like, but all right. So I'm going to talk about a kidnapping case, and this is a slightly dated thing in the sense that आपको section 364A दिख रही है, kidnapping for ransom, and this is a case to showcase the capabilities of Octopus crime investigation platform. Quickly we'll go over it. The first event that happens is that a child is kidnapped from a school. अब क्या होता है, Octopus का 2-4 कंपोनेंट्स हैं. एक, देयर इज अ सर्वर कंपोनेंट दैट इज बेस्ड इन से हेडक्वार्टर्स, और जो आपके आईओज हैं उनके पास एक इन्वेस्टिगेटेड टैबलेट होती है. वो टैबलेट लेके मौके पे चले जाते हैं और वहां पर दे हैव आई विटनेसेस, दे हैव सीसीटीवी फुटेज, दे गेट एविडेंस ऑफ लैटिट्यूड लॉन्गिट्यूड, या कोई मुखबिर इंफॉर्मेशन दे देता है, या वट एवर इंफॉर्मेशन कम्स यू जस्ट कलेक्टेड विद अ टैबलेट एंड अल्टीमेटली सिंक इट विद योर सर्वर, और सारा डेटा उसमें चले जाता है. सो फर्स्ट इवेंट, चाइल्ड गेट्स किडनैप फ्रॉम स्कूल. अब यहाँ पे क्या हुआ है कि 10 साल का बच्चा वो डीपीएस स्कूल में किडनैप हो जाता है एक पर्टिकुलर तारीख को. वो उसका ड्राइवर उसको डेली आके पिकअप करता था और ड्रॉप करता था, तो ड्रॉप और पिकअप करता था. तो अब ड्राइवर कहता है कि भाई मैं रास्ते में जा रहा था और मेरा टायर पंचर हो गया, एंड व्हेन आई रीच देयर आई गॉट डिलेड, एंड व्हेन ही गॉट लेट बाय द टाइम द चाइल्ड वाज मिसिंग. तो उसने फिर पेरेंट्स को कॉल किया, वो मदर को कॉल मिला, पता इधर उधर से पूछा, और फिर वो पैनिक करके उन्होंने पुलिस को बुलाया. तो वो पैसे पहुंच के पुलिस को बुलाया. अब ये हो गई इवेंट 1. पुलिस को ये इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली कि चाइल्ड हो गया किडनैप. पुलिस वहां पे पहुंची और उन्होंने इन्फॉर्मेशन कलेक्ट करने का प्रोसेस स्टार्ट किया. सो दे कलेक्टेड द इंसिडेंट डिटेल्स, फोटो ऑफ द मिसिंग चाइल्ड, क्राइम सीन इन्फॉर्मेशन, लोकेशन फोटोग्राफी, जीपीएस कोऑर्डिनेट्स, इस तरह की चीजें, स्टेटमेंट ऑफ कंसर्न्ड पीपल, सेल आईडीज ऑफ स्कूल लोकेशन. अब आप स्कूल के वहां पे कौन से टावर्स उस स्कूल को कवर करते हैं, टू आइडेंटिफाई विच वर द सेल फोन्स दैट वर इन दैट लोकेशन एट दैट टाइम. अब आप कहीं पे भी जाते हो, आपके जेब में सेल फोन है ना, तो वो जो सेल फोन आपके जेब में है वो किसी टावर से कनेक्ट हो रहा है, और वो उस टावर को पता है आप कहां पर हो. सो वेयर वर यू एट द टाइम ऑफ द क्राइम, द सेल फोन company knows, and this is what we will determine after we find out the cell IDs. So similarly, आसपास कोई CCTV कैमरास हैं तो उसको भी हम यूज कर सकते हैं. एंड देन वेरियस डेटा भाई पूछताछ किया जाता है कि भाई किसको आप सस्पेक्ट करते हो, कोई रिलेटिव्स हैं, कोई फैमिली एम्प्लॉयज है, वो ड्राइवर लेट क्यों हुआ, हो सकता है ड्राइवर इन्वॉल्व हो, और पर्सन्स ऑफ इंटरेस्ट हैं, कोई बिजनेस राइवलरी हो, कुछ हो, भाई किसने किडनैप किया बच्चे को, तो थोड़ा सा पूछताछ भी की जाती है. उसमें फिर जो डाटा है दैट इज पुट इनटू द सिस्टम यूजिंग द टैबलेट, व्हाटएवर द पर्सन कैन कलेक्ट ऑन साइट और बाद में भी. पर जो तहकीकात होती है उसमें सेल टावर आईडीज वगैरह कहाँ से आएंगे. सो देयर इज अ फिजिकल डिवाइस विच इज कॉल्ड अ सेल साइट एनालाइजर. इसको मौके पे ले जाया जाता है, एंड फ्रॉम हियर यू टर्न इट ऑन. यार आई जस्ट गॉट हियर मैन. You just turn it on and it will identify all the cell towers in the area. And once it has identified the cell towers, you can also identify the cell towers coming and going. तो मतलब आपकी जो escape route है, जो entry route है, वो सारी आ सकती है, और उनके सबके cell towers का data उसको ले लिया जाता है. And once it is done, then we can add it to the system. And that data is added to the system, it's going in. And the moment the data starts getting in, it starts using artificial intelligence and it starts plotting the information on the map. We are not doing anything. We are just collecting the data. It is starting to put the information on the map, and it is also analyzing the links and relationships between the data that has already been put in. So this is the first event. Like this, we have multiple events, and we find out, that there was a vehicle which was there, a wagon R. वो उसकी डिटेल आ जाती है, CCTV फुटेज आ जाती है, तो वो सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन लेते हैं. उसके बाद there is a ransom call. People want money. भाई किडनैप किया है बच्चा तो पैसा तो चाहिए ना. So once we do that, the ransom call is traced to a coin phone. वो कॉइन फोन इज एट अ रेलवे स्टेशन, और वो रेलवे स्टेशन किसी पिलर के पीछे है, तो वहां पे जो सीसीटीवीज हैं उसमें पता नहीं चल रहा किसने कॉल किया है, बट वी आर गेटिंग फुटेज, वी आर गेटिंग द कॉल, सो दैट इज ऑल ट्रैक्ड. बट किडनैपर कहता है देखो जी हमारे को 1 करोड़ रुपए चाहिए, और आप फादर ने बोला भाई हमारे को प्रूफ ऑफ लाइफ चाहिए, हम दे देंगे आपको 1 करोड़, बट आप हमें बच्चे को तो दिखाओ जिंदा है कि नहीं. सो वो दैट चाइल्ड नाउ दे हैव टू गिव प्रूफ इफ दे वांट द मनी. सो एनीवे वहाँ पे ये डिटेल्स हमें मिल गई. सेकेंड, वो क्या करते हैं, फिर से सेल आईडीज लेते हैं और सीसीटीवी फुटेज उठा लिया जाता है, और कोई एडिशनल पर्सन ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है तो उसका भी ले लेते हैं, और वो ऑडियो कॉल जो है उसका भी रिकॉर्डिंग इज टेकन एंड केप्ट. Next, again we do that, we collect the cell site data, and again it's put in, again the map sort of begins to expand. Now what we do is we've got cell site data of 2 locations. So we look for common telephone numbers in those locations. But we've also got additional information, and all this is done in Octopus. We've also got additional information. We've got CCTV footage from the school, and we've got CCTV footage from the ransom call place. हम क्या करते हैं, we look for common faces in that. So just like we look for common numbers, we are starting to use technology to look for common faces in video feeds, which gives us that the person who made the call may be present in this location. So usse kya hota hai ki hum identify kar sakte hain. So that is there additional. We also analyze tower data, and we start getting common numbers here. And then we analyze who the owners of the common numbers are. We look at their locations, and we upload the audio file to keep a record. In the meantime, a third incident happens, which is event 3, that a parcel is delivered to this person's house. And when that parcel is delivered, 2 guys on a motorcycle come on a mask and they drop it off in front of the house. When, the parcel is opened, that parcel, the guard says that there's smell of cow dung coming from the parcel. But when the parcel is opened, they find, that there is 1 pen drive and 1 bloody finger inside the parcel. अब वो bloody finger inside the parcel जो है, वो it is actually a plastic finger, it's not a real bloody finger, but that finger is basically a threat. And if we look at the content, see this is the footage, those guys are wearing masks and all that, and inside the pen drive there is a PDF file with a threat, and there is a photo of the child trying to give proof of this thing. When we analyze the photo, we get a lot of information. You just automatically put it into Octopus. Octopus says it was taken at this latitude and this longitude. And Octopus also says an Apple phone was used. iPhone 13 Pro Max was used to take the photo. Immediately, we take this information and Octopus will automatically put it on the map. And a team is dispatched to that location because we think, that it has been taken. However, the photo was taken 1 day ago. So there is nobody found there, but we now know that there was somebody at that location 1 day ago. So we know the date, we know the time. All we have to do is we analyze who are the people present at that location at that time, which gives us further clue to who to look for. Similarly, when we look at the paper, अब उस पे उन्होंने अंग्रेजी में लिखा हुआ है, अगर दोबारा पुलिस को कांटेक्ट करने की कोशिश की तो अगली बार असली उंगली होगी. People watch a lot of movies, even kidnappers. So सब dialogue मारते हैं. Anyway, but we still get additional metadata. So we got author of the document and other stuff, which is something to look at. Proceeding further, we collect the route. We automatically, the analysis is continuing. The more data we feed in, the more it gets populated. And also additionally, if you recall that the child was kidnapped using a Wagoner car. Now that Wagoner car is traced as a stolen car. And where was it stolen from? We've got a timing. It was stolen from 12 at midnight till 5 a.m. in the morning. So I'm rushing this, but tower dump is taken of that location as well. And all this is analyzed, and we find 3 numbers, that are suspect. And those 3 numbers are located. And if you look here, we can see at the right-hand side, that there are 3 clusters formed. And those 3 clusters are actually connected to each other. 2 are talking to each other directly, and 1 is talking slightly indirectly. So that information is, further added, and we try and get the owners of these phones. Now, when we get the information of the owners of these phones, we find that one guy is the owner of a dairy farm, the other guy is his brother, and the third person is his brother's wife. And that wife works as a maid in the house of the person the child that was kidnapped. So that gives us a basic idea. But when we look at all these, these are all different guys from the guy who took the photograph. There are also different guys from the guy who made that document. So we realize that there is a fourth person also involved. So, we get all this information, as we can see here, maid's husband, and what have you. Then the last location of those guys is found to be the cowshed. The team rushes to the cowshed. At the cowshed, a broken phone is found. Again, the phone is forensically extracted and the data is put into Octopus. And when we find a photo of a house under construction, when that is analyzed, we find that there is an embedded latitude, longitude, and this photo is taken using a Chinese phone. So this is there, and this data, gives us an insight into where we should go. So the team rushes to this location. Yeah, done. So rushes to this location, and on the top floor, they find the child, and the child is then recovered. The vehicle is found behind that. CCTV footage from house opposing that place actually shows the face of a person. The face matching is done, and he's found to be a business rival of the father. So this is an example of the kind of tools that we make. I hope it makes sense. Thank you very much. मजा आया कि नहीं आया? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we would like to request representatives of Thermo Fisher Scientific, Kajin, Quicksure Solutions, Forensic Guru, Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, Peppermint, to kindly come on stage for felicitation. We would like to request our founding director, Dr. G.K. Goswami, sir, to come up on stage and present memento to our distinguished representatives of industry sector as a token of respect and appreciation. Sir, please. Moving ahead, we now come to a segment that holds great significance, a panel discussion on a topic that is highly relevant to our future in the world of forensic science. Future prospects for young forensic and technology professionals exploring the roadmap. To guide us through this engaging discussion, it is our privilege to introduce our founding director, Dr. G.K. Goswami, sir, as the moderator of the panel. Let us warmly welcome him.
Now, let me introduce our esteemed panelists who will share the invaluable insights. Shri Pawan Sharma, founder and CEO from Bravati Digital Incorporated, USA. Shri Upendra Giri, CEO and founder, Upbuild Global Incorporated, USA. Shri Anil Kumar Sagar, IAS, Principal Secretary, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Infrastructure and Industrial Department, Lucknow. We would like to request our esteemed faculty, Dr. Ashish Raj, to come upon the stage and present sapling to our distinguished panelist and to our moderator. We are honored to have such a diverse and knowledgeable panel to discuss this crucial topic. With that, I will now hand over the stage to our moderator, Dr. G.K. Goswami, sir, to initiate the discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, one and all, once again. And I am honored to have this panel consisting of very renowned professionals. One of our important panelists is one among the most important and most known bureaucrat, Sri Anil Kumar Sagar, who is an IAS officer and currently posted as Principal Secretary, Government of Uttar Pradesh, looking after Infrastructure and Industrial Development Department of Lucknow. You may understand the nuances of infrastructure and industrial development, which is the core of any development for any society. The other esteemed panelist is Sri Upendra Giri. You have heard him, I think, yesterday as well as today, multiple times. So I don't think that he need further elaborative discuss his introduction. And Sri Pawan Sharma sir, who is founding director, CEO of multiple companies, his vast experience need no explanation, no illustration. So without taking much of time, now let me just begin the question. The topic for our discussion today is future prospects for young forensic and technological professionals, exploring the roadmap. This topic is basically designed for the students so that they can explore their future, what can be the nuances in different fields. Yesterday, we have already given a thought process for fast forensics as a service. And there are so many other dimensions, and these panelists are having a lot of experience of life in industry, in administration. So the first question I want to know, Sri Anil Kumar Sagar, that in the field of forensic science and technology, these are intertwined concepts. These days I always say that forensic science is basically Kunva science. Kunva science means that it is a clan. You can add anybody. Like marrying by somebody. So this is an open subject, this is an open discipline which can marry anybody. यहाँ कोई ना कोई धर्म है ना जाति है, तो यहाँ जो भी कोई सच्चाई को, न्याय को, समाज को सुदृढ़ करने के लिए जो भी ज्ञान विज्ञान अगर इसमें मदद करता है तो वो फोरेंसिक साइंस का पार्ट बन सकता है. तो ये एक ओपन फोरम है जिसमें हम विभिन्न प्रकार की नॉलेज को एक साथ संगम कर सकते हैं. तो मेरा प्रश्न अनिल जी से ये है कि आपका जो इतना लंबा एक्सपीरियंस है एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का, इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट का, फोरेंसिक प्रोफेशनल्स के लिए आप किस तरीके से आप अपना विजन देते हैं कि वो किन किन क्षेत्र में अपने आप को अग्रणीय करें और आगे आएं? थैंक यू.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk to young minds and professionals. Uttar Pradesh has seen an explosion of digital activity, if I may say, in the last few years. Our digital roadmap has grown exponentially, and so has been a need for IT professionals, cybersecurity professionals, and forensic professionals also in this field. In the last few years, we have seen an explosion of hacking which occurs in a lot of important events and also on government data as such. If we see how the state of Uttar Pradesh has progressed in the last few years, almost all our services have gone digital, and so there's a lot of need for data protection, data privacy, and things like that. We started, when I started my career in the IAS about 25 years back, the only sort of digitization we used to do was digitization of citizen-centric grievances and nothing more than that. But things have improved much, much more. Now all sorts of services, be it citizen-centric services or be it business-centric services, are now provided online, and so government is a repository of a lot of data. During some important events which have occurred in the past, especially the last major important event which happened was inauguration of Ram Janmabhoomi Mandir, and that event actually saw a lot of hacking, or let us say a lot of cyber attacks which happened on our digital infrastructure. So we had to coordinate with not only our government of UP NIC people, but also experts from government of India, from let's say MIT, and also representatives from NSA who were here as part of their job. So there were a lot of cyber attacks, but due to experts in those fields, we were able to avert all of them and avert any major controversy also. Because if anything happens during any mega event, then it brings a bad name not only to the state government but also to the central government. So yes, there has been an explosion in data in the last few years, and so we need a lot of experts in data security, cyber security, forensic sciences who can deal with such attacks, and if such attacks do happen, to take corrective actions as soon as possible so that major damage is averted. One major incident which happened some time back was an attack on Uttarakhand's infrastructure, which happened about, let's say, a month or two back. And that was a major event. It shut down all services of Uttarakhand government for about a week or so. An advisory was sent by MIT, Government of India, that such attacks be prevented in other state governments. We have a robust cybersecurity policy in our state, and we have experts which prevent government data from being hacked or being stolen across. This is what is happening in state of Uttar Pradesh as of now, and we are in dire need of experts now who can help us in mitigating any future incidents that may happen.
Thank you very much for your vision and the points you raise for the young generation. Now I come to उपेंद्र जी. इन्होंने कहानी नहीं सुनाई होगी आपको, क्योंकि इनको समय ही नहीं दिया हमने सुनाने के लिए ज़्यादा. नहीं, ये कहानी सुनाने के मास्टर हैं और कहानी में बहुत सारा इनको बच्चों को मोटिवेट करने का इनका एक अपना जो ढंग है वो एक अलग है. ये कहने के लिए तो एक प्रोफेशनल हैं, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट हैं और बहुत सारे हैं, बट ये एक टीचर भी हैं. और मैं समझता हूँ जिस इंसान में टीचिंग की क्वालिटी होती है उसे कम्युनिकेशन का एक महारत हासिल होता है, जिसमें ये बड़े पारंगत हैं. ये कहानी सुनाया करते हैं कि जब ये घर से चले थे तो इनको $20 मिले थे और $20 से इन्होंने जो अपना एक मुकाम बनाया सिलिकॉन वैली में, एक इन्होंने अपनी एक पहचान बनाई इंटरनेशनली. इन्होंने एक जो प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट को इन्होंने एक नया एक आयाम इंडिया में ला करके दिया. तो अगर हमारे बच्चे आपसे पूछे कि आपने तो ये सब कर लिया, तो कुछ हमें भी बताइए गुरु, ऐसे कि हम भी कुछ कर डालें, हमें भी सिलिकॉन वैली जाने के कुछ रास्ते बताइए. तो क्या रास्ते बताएंगे आप?
चलिए हिंदी में बोलूंगा फिर, जब आपने दिल की बात छू ली है, क्योंकि दिल से दिल तक पहुंचे आवाज बात वही समझ आती है. तो मैं पूछूंगा कि 3 चीजें हैं. वाई दिस, वाई नाउ, वाई यू. फॉरेंसिक साइंस क्यों, और आज क्यों, और फिर आप क्यों. इसका आंसर कहां मिलेगा? देखिए, जब तक सेंस ऑफ अर्जेंसी क्रिएट नहीं होती तो हमारा शरीर में हरकत नहीं आती. सो 32 years बैक आई स्टडीड एनवायरमेंटल इंजीनियरिंग. तो मुझे जॉब नहीं मिली थी, मैं बड़ा फ्यूचरिस्टिक हो गया था. तो कई बार फ्यूचरिस्टिक होना भी लोग कहते हैं कि भाई ये तो सेक्चुअली है, सपने देखता है. फिर दूसरी इनिंग आई हमारी. हम नासा में काम कर रहे थे तो हमें पीएमआई के बारे में किसी ने बताया कि पीएमआई सबके सपने साकार करती है. तो हमने सर 99 में पीएमपी सर्टिफिकेशन ले लिया. उसको लेके हम देश में चले आए. वो बिल्कुल सटीक टाइम था, क्योंकि इंडिया वाज अबाउट टू बार्क ऑन द जर्नी ऑफ डेवलपमेंट, और उसके थ्रू हमने करीब 1 लाख लोगों को सर्टिफाई कर दिया. मुझे फॉरेंसिक और पीएमआई सर्टिफिकेशन में एक रिजेम्बलेंस दिखती है साफ साफ, तो दोनों को फ्रेमवर्क चाहिए. तो कल जब ये टर्म अनाउंस हुई फास्ट, फॉरेंसिक एज ए सर्विस, तो इसमें आंसर कहां मिला? सीएम साहब ने तो बोल दिया वाई नाउ, zero tolerance, right? Not for the UP, for the world. As AI penetrates further and further, what would it require? It would require efficiency, competence, capability, know-how, because all the innovation will happen not on your premises, all in the cloud. And who would be consumer for these cloud services? The whole world. फिर चोर डकैत भी वहीं बैठे होंगे, फिर तो उनको कौन पकड़ेगा भाई? सो देयर वुड बी अ ह्यूज नीड फॉर साइबर फोर्स, ऑफ कोर्स, बट दे हैव टू बी फर्दर इक्विप्ड बाय forensic different domains, knowledge areas. So the answer is why now, but how would you go about it? I think how is most important. How जब करने जाते हैं तो ये सारे जो लोग पीछे बैठे हैं ना, ये आपके फ्यूचर की बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम, जब आपके पास बहुत सारा माल होगा ना, सबके पास फ्रंट में जो सारे बैठे हैं, इनके वॉलेट को संभालने वाले यही होंगे सारे. तो ये साइबर योद्धा जो होंगे कल के, they have to think very differently. They have to think beyond what you thinking here. क्योंकि आने वाला टाइम आप प्रिडिक्ट नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन उस निरंतर प्रयास से अगर वहां डटे रहें, टिके रहें, आई एम श्योर persistence will enable you the best people on the planet who would be needed for the world. तो मैं सिर्फ इतना कह सकता हूं, history repeats all the time and it will repeat again. The India would shine in the era of forensic science, and you warriors with knowledge, know-how would create a global footprint coming out of India.
Thank you very much for giving this enlightening pathway. Now, I request Sri Pavan Sharma ji to respond to one query, because he is also a stalwart, having huge experience in industry, mentoring many startups, and probably you might have seen Peppermint yesterday, and now they were being facilitated. So many such innovations, he is basically pioneer. So how a young mind can venture into these kind of innovations, and lot of innovations comes to mind, but how to break that, a kind of shield which stop you to implement. For a beginner, how they can venture into some kind of innovations, then implementation, or you can say how to start a startup in the beginning itself.
Got it. Thank you, sir. So fundamentally, before I come to that question, this afternoon I was debating during lunch, whether to start smoking and start drinking after that session. And while others were also talking, I was taking this, this sheet that has got the timings for everybody. और हम यहाँ लिख रहे थे कि किसने कितना job commit किया है. So Dr. Jiju, for example, mentioned 18,000 police stations with 2 people each, right? So 36,000 people, plus, their own new centers that will be coming up. So I think jobs are in abundance. That is not, I don't think the question of will I be employed be there. The question comes to, am I employable? And with that, if and when I am employable, can I have an idea and can I make a startup? Right? I think that's very important. And it's always good, having been in the industry as CXO, CEO of various organizations, building startups. I believe generating jobs is perhaps one of the most important things that you can do. But remember, before you start, a lot of people have startup ideas. You have to identify what is the genuine problem that the industry has. Many of us, and I would say 99% of us, including me, we have a solution and we try and go and find a problem in the industry. The fact is that we have to first look at the problem, ideate it, and then come out with a solution. So there's a whole process of design thinking, if you have heard, and I'm sure the students would have gone through a process of design thinking, where you validate your idea, you come out with a proof of concept, right? You build an MVP, you invest into that piece, and then you come out, with the product. So building a startup is easy and it's not easy. The most difficult thing is to come out with a validated idea. Once you have a validated idea, it's it is relatively easier for you to come out with a startup. The other mantra in a startup is fail fast. Right? One of my mantras is, if in doubt, do without. Right? So clarify, but if you still don't have it, do without. Your product is not going to see the light at the end of the tunnel. So fail fast. If you think something is not working, don't be egoistic. Right? Just say that, yes, I don't think this is possible. So fail fast. Get on to the next product. But how do you know that your product is going to fail or not? Again, comes back to validation. So you have to look at your ecosystem, the 360-degree view, as I said. The 360-degree view is, and you would have had, you had all the OEMs, the industry come and speak. That was very nice. So the first thing is, monitor what the OEMs are doing. Every OEM will come out with a product. But remember, every OEM not every OEM will be giving an end-to-end solution. There will be some white space. And as a startup, as a founder, you have to identify what that white space is. Right? So look at the OEM guys. Look at the service guys. All the services companies across the globe. What is it that they are offering? What are the frameworks that they are offering? The third is look at the academia. So having, being on the board of a few US universities, one of the things that we did is we worked with the government, with the industry, and we pioneered some thoughts over there to say, how can we do it? I think, Dr. Saab, my suggestion would be, we should identify a few ideas and probably kick it off in this institution, because that will also form a bedrock for all the students to come here, to get a feel of what the startup is. And I commit you the first 5 lakh check to this institution will be provided by my organization. Right? The first, okay? So if it is successful, we can take it forward, but the first 5 lakh check will be provided by my organization. One more last thing before I, put to bed is everybody's heard of IQ? The students, you've heard of IQ? You've heard of EQ? Right? Did you hear of LQ? LQ is learning curve. And I always tell, the day your LQ starts going down, you're dead. You're dead meat. So ensure your learning curve is constantly going up. You have to have that hunger inside you to be always ahead. I think yesterday CM Saab also mentioned that we have to be 10 steps ahead of everybody. And if you don't have that burning desire in you to learn, then forget everything else, But I do believe, again, thank you, Dr. Goswami, for bringing us, inviting us here. And what I've seen it's very unique. I've been to various universities across the globe in India, and I've seen a very different thing, which is, I've seen the I've seen the startup culture in this university, in this institute, And I think that is going to help you catch up that wave of startup. Thank you.
So thank you very much. In fact, not very recently, but some time back, our MP Sasi Tharoor Saab was in Oxford, and the student asked, because he is very good in English and all, so student asked him, the participant asked him in that discussion, that you are the master of dictionary and all, so please give us some terminology or some word which you feel good in life. So he said, the word is read, read, read. He said that the essence of life is read, read, read. So today, I think a step ahead, Pawan Sharma sir has given us learn, learn, learn. Because after reading, the second stage is to learn. Because reading is meaningless if you are not learning something. So this is the essence of life. Now, Anil, I want to ask you, give some mantra, because you are very good administrator. You have earned very good name in our state, in administration and all. So not only as a forensic expert, but for a good human being. Because until unless you are a good human being, you cannot be a good, serviceman. So give some mantra in just 1 or 2 liner, quickly.
One is to keep reinventing yourself. I mean, you will face different problems at different points in life. And life doesn't flow in a straight line. If it was in a straight line, it won't be good, It won't be enjoyable. So, to actually enjoy the heights of happiness, you got to also learn or enjoy the depths of sadness as well. So, एक तो बस मैं यही कहूँगा कि अपने आप को reinvent करते रहिए. लाइफ हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ नया सिखाएगी. ये कुछ ना कुछ हमेशा नया जरूर सीखने का प्रयास करते रहिए अपने लाइफ के डिफरेंट स्टेजेस पर. दूसरा मैं ये कहूँगा कि humbleness is a virtue which most of us forget when they rise high in life. We don't realize that we can learn something from even जिसने कुछ पढ़ा लिखा नहीं भी हो, उससे भी हम बहुत कुछ सीख सकते हैं अगर हम बस अपने आँख और कान खुला रखें. तो उसके लिए हम्बलनेस होना बहुत ज़रूरी है. उसके लिए किसी भी इंसान का रिस्पेक्ट करना बहुत ज़रूरी है. तो प्लीज़ बी रिस्पेक्टफुल टू एवरीवन यू मीट. एक मुझसे किसी ने कहा था कि आप किसी भी इंसान से हो सकता है जब मिल रहे हो तो ज़िंदगी में एक ही बार मिलोगे, हो सकता है उसके बाद कभी मिलने का अवसर ही ना मिले. तो जब आप उससे एक ही बार मिल रहे हैं लाइफ में, तो उससे इस तरह से मिलिए कि उसके मन पर आपकी एक छाप छूट जाए कि आप इस तरह के इंसान हो. एंड दैट इज व्हाट योर लेगेसी टू दैट पर्सन विल बी. So please be very courteous and very, very humble to your fellow human beings and keep reinventing yourself throughout your life. That's all I'll say.
Thank you. So the takeaway is reinvent yourself and be human. Humility is the ornament of a good personality. So very well said, Anil. I am thankful for your contribution. Now, the gentleman, Upendra. Although you are not a gentleman.
आपने बोला कि सही और गलत को चूज करते हैं जो चॉइसेस. So make choices, take a chance and own it. तो सही और गलत रास्ते पे फर्क ये है, सही रास्ते पे सिर्फ हमें दौड़ना होता है. आप खड़े होकर दिखा दीजिए, आपको रौंद के चले जाएंगे लोग. रास्ता अगर सही है तो आप दौड़िए उस पर. अगर रुक के खड़ा होना तो गलत रास्ते खड़े रहिए, अकेले रहेंगे आप, कोई रौंदने वाला नहीं है वहां पे, बिकॉज यू विल बी बाय योरसेल्फ. और जहां तक सवाल है लर्न का, मैं उसको थोड़ा सा ट्विस्ट करूंगा, क्योंकि जिंदगी मैं स्टूडेंट हूं लाइफ का, तो मुझे समझ एक चीज आई कि लर्न, अनलर्न एंड रीलर्न. लर्न, अनलर्न एंड रीलर्न. क्योंकि कई बार हमें लर्निंग हमारे रास्ते में खड़ी आ जाती है, क्योंकि ऐसे ही रहा है, ऐसे ही होता है, क्योंकि मैं लर्नड आदमी हूं. तो आपके दिमाग में क्या जाएगा, क्योंकि तो फिर भरा हुआ है, उसको खाली करना पड़ेगा. तो अनलर्निंग बड़ी डिफिकल्ट होती है. और लास्ट पॉइंट मैं ये कहूंगा कि जो शर्मा जी ने बोला, फेल फास्ट, लर्न सूनर, क्रिएट ए डिफरेंस, create an impact, because you have a purpose of being on the planet, and until you leave this planet without fulfillment of your purpose being on the planet, मैं कहता हूं मेरी तो सांस ही नहीं निकल सकती. थैंक यू सो मच.
मुझे तो लगता है कि हमें इस टाइटल का जो नाम था ना, आगे के लिए मुझे अब ये करना पड़ेगा, इसका नाम होना चाहिए था फिलॉसफी ऑफ लाइफ. आज जो इन्होंने हमारे जो पैनलिस्ट हैं, इन्होंने जो पूरा का पूरा गुरु मंत्र दिया है, दिस इज रियली फिलॉसफी ऑफ लाइफ. So, sir, at the end, if you want to say just quick one sentence, two sentences, sir, because we want to wind up now. It is time to close.
Yeah, all I would leave you, back with the thought is reimagine yourself at every stage. And if possible, go back and teach 5 people. Mentor 5 people, teach 5 people, because that's the only way you will be able to build awareness in the society and make this country a proud nation by itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. You have really illustrated, illuminated the path for the future generation. Lot of learnings in entire 2 days we had, and you have add value to the contribution of this whole exercise we did. Now I request to proceed further. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to our esteemed panelists for such a comprehensive and thought-provoking discussion on the topic, Future Prospects for Young Forensic and Technological Professionals. Now I would like to request Additional Director Shri Rajiv Malhotra, sir, to kindly present mementos to our panelists as a token of our respect and appreciation. Due to some work, Rajiv sir is busy, so in spite of him, Dr. Roshan Singh, Dean of School of Science and Technology, is requested to present mementos to our panelists as a token of respect and appreciation.
Moving forward to our next segment is a panel on the topic cognitive and information warfare, cyber warfare dimension. To guide us through this engaging discussion, it is our privilege to introduce Sri Kartikeya Srivastav as the moderator of the panel. He is a renowned cybersecurity expert who has worked on Cyber Commando project. Let us warmly welcome him.
Let me introduce our esteemed panelists who will share their invaluable insights. Mr. Balaji Venkateshwar. He is a distinguished cybersecurity researcher and business executive with over 20 years of expertise. Dr. Saptarushi Basu. He is a researcher specializing in cognitive science and information warfare. He has worked at the prestigious Indian Institute of Science, IISc, Bangalore. Now, I would like to request our esteemed faculty, Dr. Saurabh Yadav, Assistant Professor, School of Forensic Science, to come upon the stage and present sapling to our distinguished panelists. We are honored to have such a diverse and knowledgeable panel to discuss this crucial topic. With that, I will now hand over the stage to our moderator, Sri Kartikeya Srivastav, to initiate the discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. So, first of all, I will request everyone to please be seated. The boys are standing over there. I request everyone to please be seated, because this is the topic which is very much informative, very much new for you. And it's quite crucial to understand cognitive science, how it impacts in the cyber world, and what all things are happening around this topic. So coming to the topic, we are having the cognitive and information warfare, cyber warfare dimension. We are having two esteemed speakers over here, having vast experience. Balaji sir, from Cyber Vidyapeeth Foundation, sir has given training to thousands of students in the field of cybersecurity for free. And we are having Dr. Basu sir, having expertise in the cognitive and information warfare. Sir is mining engineer and very knowledgeable and experienced person in this field. So coming with a question to Balaji sir, I would like to ask, what is the cognitive science and its impact on society?
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and thanks for this opportunity, Mr. Goswami. Cognitive science is not a new science. It has been there for years. But last, 2 decades, cognitive has seen a very surge in a mass scale work as a part of, overall cognitive warfare. When it comes to changing the minds of the millions, a new game plan has been planted by Department of Defense in US. And a set of around 6 tools has been launched. One of the tool name was Facebook. The second was Twitter. And there were a lot of technology platforms, including YouTube and Orkut. The back-end game, as per the disclosure given by Snowden, back-end game was this technology will come from the private players, but they will play in the hand of the US government for manipulating the mind of the millions, not millions, billions across the globe. A lot of tests has happened. There is a paper which has leaked out in the same, game plans by another anonymous group, which clearly suggests that there was a discussion between Barack Obama and the CIA representatives, along with the tech guys, those who have incubated inside the Pentagon in 2001 and 99 to 2001 time period. And the game plan was how the regime change across the globe can happen without going for a bomb or without going for a full-fledged ballistic war. Because ballistic war they have already tested. Iraq was, they wanted to change the regime. Unfortunately, that, the war continued for a long time in 90s, but regime change didn't happen. Arab Spring has been created. I am sure many of you, those who are tracking the news, they are aware about Arab Spring. There were two governments immediately fallen into it. And Tunisia was definitely one of them. Egypt was second, and third was Libya. Let me give you an example for that, how the entire game plan has been planned. It's a very detailed research paper that I published in 2011 on the subject of cognitive warfare and the regime change program. And very similar thing has happened in India as a part of, 6 or 7 major chunk of work that has happened against Modi government. Important is not Modi, important is that regime change has been planned here as well. In Arab Spring, when it started, let's talk about the story of 2011, when the Egypt government has fallen trap created by social media. The Facebook has been access and the Twitter access has been given to millions. And the message was manipulated for last 2 years' time, which started in 2008 February, when the Twitter and Facebook both started giving the manipulated information to bulk of the masses against their own government. By 2 year time, almost 80% of the people of the country were started thinking this government is wrong. And they started making voice. And by the time 2011 come, a very interesting hybrid attack happens on the network, where the mobile phones are jammed. So mobile was not working. But Twitter was working and Facebook was working. It was a very unique attack. It never happens in the life. Because if ISP is having a DDoS attack, the data network will not work. But telephone network was jammed, but data network was working perfectly. The next thing happens is more interesting. The people get the message, like I am a parent of a girl, I get a message, Papa, I am stuck in, the T square, where all the event has happened. Please come and pick me up. And the same time, the entire traffic red, highway lights, has been hacked. Every traffic was taking it to the main square, where all the peoples wanted to be assembled. Almost 1.8 million people were there. And there was a chanting was happening against the government, and government had to leave the country because they thought that 1.2 million people have reached this place to dethrone me or cut me into pieces. The closer study of the images which has been carried out as a part of my research work, we found only 36 people were shouting, and all the news channel, including the Al Jazeera, was using those 36 people faces, and they were showing all the crowds. These 36 people's, their face, when we started examining, we found most of them were American citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, the brain can be washed with the social media. Boys and girls, you all are there. Your faces are there. Your telephones are there. Your email ID is there. Your birthday is there. A message coming from your parent is not a guarantee that it is coming from your parents. Parent may not be aware about it and you think the message has come from the right source and you start trusting that statement. And entire games are planned and the governments get subverted. And the game continues. Arab Spring was not a great success because 3 organized countries they could do it. Libya was definitely a success for them. They missed it out in Bahrain. They missed it out in something in Saudi Arabia. Not a great success, but after that, there are many such attempts are happening across the globe, and social media tools has become the tool for warfare, and it is not a tool which is available free for you for free flow of information. I'll hand it over to Saptarshi because he is a person who talks about how the games are planned, how the messages are there. He will give you the technical explanation around it, and I'll continue on that plank. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Over to you, Saptarshi.
It is very intimidating to speak in front of your guru and such a distinguished gathering. But I will try to do some justice. And if you feel I am boring, especially the last guys, just raise your hands. It should not be ye atyachar samapt kab hoga. So, presentation. Okay. Now, what is cognition? Cognitive warfare. What do you understand by cognition? I'll just go through this very shortly. Cognition is processing the information. And while you process, you understand, you make your opinions, then you decide to act. So, since the time is limited, the presentation will be available. You can go through this. I'll only talk on the main aspects. Basically, this is a warfare directed not on the machine. It is man behind the machine. And it is time immemorial. It has been happening from the time of Charuvak. If you believe on the Indian scriptures, I don't like to call it mythology. I call them ancient history. Tripur Vinash. Lord Vishnu himself comes and sows the seed of doubt in the minds of the Tripurasur. And they stop worshipping Lord Shiva, and that leads to their destruction. So, the cognitive warfare starts from that time, if you can put it into perspective. Basically, we all know about mobile hacking, right? Heard about it? Know about computer hacking, net banking hacking? How many times have we heard about human hacking? Hacking something up there. Remember all the world's supercomputers, all the parallel processors, all the mainframes add together to have a computing capacity of a mice brain. I'm not making this up. I heard it from OEM seminar way back, couple of years back. I don't know what's the capacity as of today. Computing has grown. Maybe from mice brain we can have to go up to primate's brain, but not the human brain. But if you want to hack into the human consciousness, this is how it is different from the rest of the thing, that is what we call as information warfare. Now we are jargonized society. We talk about IOs, IWOs, we talk about hybrid, we talk about political war, we talk about ideological subversion, we have all sorts of fancy terms. And then you have cognitive warfare. What it does through various means is not to hack the machine, but to hack the entire perception or cognition of the human mind, and not one human mind. If it is a high-value target, head of the state, he may be a general of a formation, the commanding officer, theater commander, yes, that person is valuable. if it is a mass uprising, flash mobbing, if it has to dismantle a state, turn a regime change like Euromaidan, we have a joker in cargo pants somewhere, please forgive my language. So that kind of person, when he comes to power, he destroys your country to dust. So how will you install such puppets? By carrying out regime change operation is by basically hacking the minds of millions of voters simultaneously. Is it possible? That's the main question. This basic thing started right in the Cold War or pre-Cold War time. In fact, as per my records, my understanding, it started with the very famous person, Vladimir Ivasyevich Ulyanov Lenin. He came to the from the Eastern Front of Germany to Moscow, and he gave a speech. Everybody knows what happened after this speech. The senators killed Julius Caesar in Rome with the hope to re-establish democracy, or republic as they say. Then a person by the name Mark Antony gave a speech. Everybody knows what happens after this speech. A poet by the name Robespierre, once a big sycophant of the Louis XVI, got disappointed and started making poetries against him. And then people stormed the Bastille. And everybody knows what's the history. So that is how an entire mass can be driven to extreme frenzy. A Khoja Muslim who was a murtad, pig eater, drinker, and a person who eloped with his friend's daughter, person who had nothing to do, could not even read one kalma, who had never ever kept a roza. I'm talking about a Muslim faith. That person vivisected the country and called for the Direct Action Day, 1946, aided by Sheikh Surawardi. And the country divided on religious and ideological lines. And we have an abscess or a persistent pain in our western frontier. This is cognitive warfare, gentlemen. You, my past generations, our future generations are going to live under this threat. The Kashmir ethnic cleansing. Suddenly, neighbors who were selling fruits, they decided Kashmir has to be rid. Benazir Bhutto started coming on, let us say, TV and said, Kashmir ka bacha awaz karega. And then we had the ethnic cleansing of Kashmiri Pandits. That's cognitive warfare. So what does it do? It basically hacks into the most sensitive parts of the human mind. You can read those parts. Everything. If you read the theory of 7 layers of mind, you will understand there is something called the World Brain Project. All of us in this microcosm of a micro-society assembled for this seminar can represent a micro-society which basically is thinking towards a common goal. Right? Forensic sciences, forensic investigation, criminal justification system. And if our brains can be hacked for groupthink, and then what else we can have? These are the targets of the brain which can be hacked. And what it does very importantly, I'll go to, it destroys the OODA loop. This is something I really wanted to talk to you. Every human being, every animal which has got something called basic intelligence goes through the OODA loop. He observes, he orients, he decides, then he acts. That's a controlled system which the brain functions. Observation basically is through a sensory perception. Orientation processes the information, and decision is basically based on the various outcomes with the chart flow of the human mind, and preconceived notions or character decides, or your basic character or psychological profile decides that this should be the cause, and action just follows. Ever heard about Havana syndrome? Please Google it. I'll not tell you to keep your mobiles in silent, because I know that will not work. You can use your mobile to Google what I say to understand if that makes sense. So, how do you do, let us say, brain hacking? There are 4 steps. Perception management. Either you disbelieve, misbelieve, get overloaded, get wrong, misleading information, creating to wrong perception. You have an echo chamber effect, trying to everybody saying the same thing, maro, maro, maro. Then obviously, a thief lying down gets beaten up. Next is cognitive dissonance. An internal conflict happens. You don't know really what to believe, what not to believe, and what to act, what not to act. Then, through psychological manipulation and confirmatory bias, I am made to basically take you through the wrong course of action, which I want to program you. Like you do programming of LLM, computers, embedded softwares, control systems, SCADAs, you can program a human being even at a mass level. You can do an LLM of a mass. And that's what cognitive warfare is. And lastly, if you have Googled what is Havana effect, you will understand even directed energy munition, subliminal programming, subliminal sensory overload can do permanent damage to the brain, thereby affecting divided attention, erosion of trust, showing confusion, amplification of false narrative, targeted misinformation. Remember how our 1957 started? Guy or suar ki charbi in the Lee Enfield rifle, muzzle loading, that you had to bite off. An emotive sense of point, religious. Puncture that, people will rise suddenly. And cognitive challenges. Heard about that blue whale game? Yeah. You know, when the person was convicted, has anybody seen his conviction video? You know, what did he say? That person said, with no remorse, he was a psychopath, that I wanted to remove idiots from this planet. Only people with inferior IQ and SQ will basically fall into my game and they will kill themselves. Thereby, I wanted to depopulate the population where survival of fittest will ensure a healthier society. That was his moral consciousness. One game ended the lives of several promising lives of young people. Right? Dares, challenges, etc. Exploit.
So thank you, sir. Everyone has listened the word hacking, but what is hacking? You have mostly listened that my mobile got hacked. Today you are listening that humans can also be hacked. How humans are getting hacked, it is very well explained by Dr. Vasu sir. So human hacking, changing the psychological mindset of the human being is cognitive science. We are having the blue whale game, which was earlier played by students and stopped by the law enforcement agencies. What was happening? It was really very bad, worse things which were happening by such games. Today also I will say that many people are getting hacked. Many human beings are getting hacked. Why? Because of the social media. Sir was telling us about the year 2010, where things were happening from their YouTube and all was there. So coming to the last point, we have to wrap up. So what are the preventive measures? What are the preventive measures for the young mindset which are there in the auditorium present?
I think, we'll just close in 1 minute. No more, discussions around that. Be watchful of your social media. Test, try, and trust. Don't believe what is coming to you and believe, it is coming. Within the area of AI and deepfake, anything is coming, 99% it is fake in the social media. Trust that way, that everything to be discarded, only that has to be selected, which is tried and tested. And don't put your photograph, all sort of nonsense, the family details on the, social media, and create a mess for yourself for the future, okay? Thank you.
So coming to the questionnaire session, anyone having question can please raise their hands.
I think we should not have asked questions. Guests are there.
So thank you everyone. We will not move forward. Thank you sir. Thank you everyone.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists for delivering such an insightful and thought-provoking discussion on the topic, Cognitive and Information Warfare, Cyber Warfare Dimension. Now I would like to request our Deputy Director, Sir, Shri Chiranjeev Mukherjee, Sir, to kindly present mementos to our panelists as a token of respect and appreciation.
It is with great joy and a deep sense of gratitude that I welcome you all to the valedictory function of our two-day celebration of the Constitution Day as well as the International Conference on Role of Forensics and Cybersecurity, Enabling Justice under the New Criminal Laws. Today, we gather to celebrate the successful conclusion of this enriching journey, a journey filled with knowledge, collaboration, and accomplishment.
I request our founding director and our esteemed dignitaries to kindly join us on stage for lamp lighting ceremony. I request our founding director and our esteemed dignitaries to kindly join us on stage for lamp lighting ceremony.
It is with great joy and a deep sense of gratitude that I welcome you all to the valedictory function of our two-day celebration of the Constitution Day as well as the International Conference on Role of Forensics and Cybersecurity, Enabling Justice under the New Criminal Laws. Today, we gather to celebrate the successful conclusion of this enriching journey, a journey filled with knowledge, collaboration, and accomplishment.
To mark the auspicious beginning of this valedictory ceremony, we will now light the ceremonial lamp. The act of lighting a lamp symbolizes the dispelling of darkness and illumination of knowledge, wisdom, and positivity. I request our founding director, Dr. G.K. Goswami sir, and our esteemed dignitaries to kindly join us on stage for lamp lighting ceremony.
या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहाम् हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीम् पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदां.
Thank you, esteemed dignitaries, for lighting the ceremonial lamp and marking the beginning of this special event, and grace the dais with your presence. Let us continue with another meaningful gesture.
We believe in symbolism of growth and sustainability, which is why we will now present saplings and stole to our distinguished guest as a token of respect and a commitment to a greener future. I request Deputy Director Chiranjeev sir to kindly present sapling and stall to our Chief Guest, Honorable Justice Rajiv Singh. Now I request Deputy Director Atul Yadav sir to kindly present the sapling and stole to Shri Asim Arun, to our guest of honor Shri Asim Arun. Now I request Deputy Director Chiranjeev sir to kindly present the sapling and stole to Shri R.K. Vishwakarma. Now I request Deputy Director Atul Yadav sir to kindly present the sapling and stole to our founding director, Sir Dr. G.K. Goswami. Now I request Deputy Director Atul Yadav sir to kindly present the sapling and stole to our Additional Director Rajiv Malhotra sir. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries, for gracing this ceremony with the light of knowledge and wisdom. To start, I invite our Chief Guest, Honorable Justice Rajiv Singh, Allahabad High Court, Lucknow Bench, to deliver the welcome address. Please join me in giving him a warm round of applause.
Welcome to Suno. Good evening, the honorable guest on our dais, the dignitaries sitting here, my dear students, the other faculty members, persons from media, and dear friends. It is our pride privilege that we are concluding two-day seminar which is organized to celebrate our 75th anniversary of Constitution Day. On this auspicious day of 26th November 1949, India, when got freedom, adopted our Constitution, which is the landmark testament of legal document which has enshrined not only fundamental right but entire path how to govern the state. Today, we have blessed with the presence of our esteemed chief guest, Honorable Justice Sri Rajiv Singh sir. We welcome you, sir, with our whole heart. Then we have our own blood and clan who has transformed himself from khaki to white and become from a policeman to Netaji, Sri Arun Kumar. Who is State Minister, Independent Charge of Social Welfare, Sri Asim Arun sir. Now, again, I have very deep regard to esteemed guest of honor, Sri R.K. Viskarma, who is now the chairman of state, who is Chief Election Commissioner of State of UP, and I have high regard for him because of various reasons. He was our esteemed DGP, and he is one of the key person who played very dominant role to establish institute. When I joined as founding director of this institute, there was almost so many challenges at that point of time, and sir handhold us very, you can say, firmly, and whatever I requested him, he gave at least 10 times what I request him. So, sir, I deeply pay my regards on behalf of this institute that your contribution has reached to this level that we could organize such a wonderful conference where our esteemed Honorable Chief Minister has blessed us yesterday, and his words of wisdom has enlightened us to do better for bringing his dream to no tolerance for crime or crimeless UP. And I think this institute is going to set that tone in the times to come. Further, our chief guest always say, and just now when he was entering to the institute, he always say that he has given standing order that whenever his services are required, he can always be happily coming to this institute. And I think many times, sir, I think it is his third visit to our institute. The last time when we celebrated first Constitution Day, his gracious presence motivated us. Whenever I had any problem of any kind, he always give us like a fatherly, guidance, protection and everything. Sir, we deeply feel indebted with your kind support and blessings. Having said that, this institute was conceived by our Honorable Chief Minister, and its foundation was laid on 1st of August 1921 by Honorable Home Minister of Government of India, Sri Amit Shah ji. And this institute was dedicated to the nation by our Honorable Prime Minister on 12th March 2024, this year only. This is our second batch. The first batch again was conceived, the courses were conceived by Sri R.K. Viskarma sir. Those 4 batches have been passed after getting PG diploma. Sir, around 68 candidates have been awarded degree yesterday by our Honorable Chief Minister, and many of them got good placement. Many have gone to very good institution for further studies and all. So this institute in almost 1.5 years or say 1 year and 3 months has really worked tremendously. And for this conference, about the head of the department, or you can say the chief of the education institution, vice chancellor, the directors, more than 12 organizations have been represented by their heads. Then international delegates were also being invited, they have delivered lectures. Many delegates which are sitting here, they are the professionals of highest order. They have achieved a large achievements in their life, and they have given so many inputs on various topics of law, forensic science, and digital world. We are actually setting the trend for others, and I always say that this institute is committed to produce leader rather than the labor. We want to rule the system. We do not want to create hands. We want to create minds. So this is the vision of this institute, and in next 4 to 5 years, I am very sure that this institute will be recognized on the global landscape in the field of education, research, skill development, and so on and so forth. One another concept, sir, we have developed FAS. FAS is basically forensic as a service. We have to develop the forensic science not as a piecemeal approach that you give DNA, you give forensic odontology or forensic chemistry or something. Some problem will be given, and the entire, set of evidence will be provided by the service provider. So, forensic as a service is the future, and India has tremendous potential to grow in this field. And as I said earlier also, just to repeat for our esteemed guest sitting on the dais, that the recent report has expressed that India has potential more than 100 billion of fund, in more than 100 billion of business, and the growth rate is more than 12 to 15%. So the time to come is for the forensics. And our students, our faculty, they are very much committed. And now in this conference, in this same hall, which has been dedicated yesterday by our Honorable Chief Minister, the inauguration was done by our Honorable Chief Minister yesterday. So the industry has committed to shake hand with this institute, not only Indian industry, but people representing various other countries. They have set the tone that this institute will be adopted by them. Our students, our professionals will be trained by them, and I think in the time to come, this institute is going to set the new trend in the world of forensics. With these comments, I once again welcome you, sir, and I pay my heartfelt gratitude for your gracious presence, and once again for the entire hall, entire academia, representative from various industry, various professionals sitting over here, my own faculty members, my own colleague, the students, faculty. I pay my sincere, gratitude to all of you to make this event success, and more than that, to take this oath that we will build this institute one of the best in the world in the time to come. With these words, I request to proceed further. Thank you very much.
It is my privilege to invite our next guest of honor, Sri R.K. Vishwakarma, former DGP UP and Chief Information Commissioner UP, to address the gathering.
Honorable Justice Sri Rajiv Singh Ji, Honorable Minister of State Sri Asim Arun Ji, Director of the Academy Sri G.K. Goswami Ji, and Additional Director of the Forensic Institute. मैं यहाँ for the first time इंस्टीट्यूट के इनॉग्रेशन के बाद तो आया था, उसके बाद नक्शे में ही सारी बिल्डिंगें देखी थी हमने कभी, और बिल्डिंग देख के बहुत अच्छा लगता है. इट्स an immense pleasure to see the big buildings. Long back, I was SSP Aligarh, और एक बार the then Honorable Chief Minister Sri Kalyan Singh ji was there. So I requested him कि सर आप हम लोगों को क्या US पुलिस के पास नहीं भेज सकते ट्रेनिंग के लिए. तो उन्होंने कहा हाँ क्यों नहीं भेज सकते. तो that was the time when we were sent to New York Police Department for seeing all their establishments under exchange program. And that was the time when, and he was also there. His additional director was there in the team. और हम लोगों ने न्यूयॉर्क पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट की फोरेंसिक लैब देखी थी. ऑफ कोर्स हमारे पास उस तरह की सुविधा तो नहीं हो सकती. इट वाज अ ह्यूज. और टू माय अटर सरप्राइज अभी भी मुझे याद है कि जब हमने उनसे पूछा था कि ये सारे साइंटिस्ट तो इंडियन लगते हैं, तो उन्होंने कहा था ये सारे गुजराती हैं. तो मुझे अभी भी याद है कि मतलब न्यूयॉर्क पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट में काम करने वाले सारे इंडियंस थे. मैसिव, कम से कम 10 स्टेशन तो उनके नार्को के थे. बट व्हाट वाज द मोस्ट ब्यूटीफुल थिंग दे सेड कि वी रिपोर्ट इन 24 आवर्स. इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग ऑफिसर को अगर कोई भी एग्जिबिट हमारे पास आ जाता है तो वी टेक 24 आवर्स. ही कम्स टुडे, 99% वी expect him कि by evening we'll give him a report, and if not possible the next day we submit the report. Other than DNA, which might take 3 to 4 days because of the limitations of the experiment. तो उस समय भी मेरे भी दिल में आया कि हम लोग भी इंडियन पुलिस से हैं, हमारे पास संसाधन नहीं होते. एक लैब है लखनऊ में और आज एग्जिबिट भेज दीजिए तो पता नहीं कभी 3 साल, कभी 4 साल, कभी 5 साल बाद उसके रिपोर्ट्स आती हैं. एंड इट वाज वेरी एम्बैरेसिंग. सो दैट वाज द टाइम व्हेन आई बिकेम एडिशनल डीजी टेक्निकल सर्विसेज. देन आई स्टार्टेड कंसेप्चुअलाइजिंग कि कम से कम हर रेंज में होना चाहिए एक फोरेंसिक लैब, और एसएसपीज के साथ तो कम से कम मोबाइल फोरेंसिक वैन होनी चाहिए. सो देन यू नो वी प्रपोज टू गवर्नमेंट. तो गवर्नमेंट ने दे भी दिया. गवर्नमेंट वाज ऑलवेज वेरी पॉजिटिव. ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर हैड बीन ऑलवेज वेरी पॉजिटिव. उन्होंने फटाफट सारे रेंजेस में सैंक्शन कर दिए. एंड डीजीपी ऑफिस के बाद में अगर यूपी पुलिस के पास सबसे बड़ी बिल्डिंग्स हैं तो फोरेंसिक लैब्स की है. आई डोंट नो कितने लोगों ने आपने देखा होगा, एक कन्नौज के एक्सप्रेस हाईवे पर बिल्डिंग है, 9 मंजिला बिल्डिंग है. एक मोदी नगर में है, मोदी नगर में पीछे केनाल के साइड में फेसिंग बहुत बड़ी बड़ी बिल्डिंग्स हैं. और सारी बिल्डिंग्स को देख के मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है. और इस इंस्टीट्यूट का जब हम लोगों ने कंसेप्चुलाइजेशन किया था, ऑफ कोर्स वी विजिटेड ऑल द इंस्टीट्यूट्स. रक्षा शक्ति यूनिवर्सिटी, फोरेंसिक यूनिवर्सिटी अहमदाबाद में जाके विजिट किया, हम लोग कई दिन रहे. तो वी हैड प्रपोज्ड एक्चुअली ए फोरेंसिक साइंस, ट्रैफिक एंड फायर यूनिवर्सिटी. इट वाज कंसेप्चुलाइज्ड एज a university, and we'll have departments which will encompass traffic also and fire also, because unfortunately पूरे नॉर्थ इंडिया में there is no fire institute, there is no university which focuses on fire. सेंट्रल इंडिया में नागपुर में there is an institute, but then India is too big, and unfortunately फायर वाला कंपोनेंट हट गया और ट्रैफिक वाला कंपोनेंट आज हटा है, लेकिन आने वाले दिनों में ऐड हो जाएगा. आई एम श्योर. जिस तरह की प्रॉब्लम्स हैं तो दिन दूर नहीं है जिस दिन we'll have the, and then maybe because of circumstances it's a college currently, but over a period of time it will become a university. That's what we have conceptualized it, and it will definitely become. It has all the infrastructure, demand, requirement, everything. जहाँ तक साइबर सिक्योरिटी आपका कॉन्फ्रेंस रहा है, मैं आपको एक्चुअल बताता हूँ. परसों हम लोग मैं चीफ इंफॉर्मेशन कमिश्नर हूँ, तो बहुत सारे मामले पुलिस के भी आते रहते हैं. तो उसमें हमारे पास मिर्जापुर से एक कंप्लेनेंट थे, और वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग से भी हम लोग अलाउ कर रखे हैं आजकल ऑनरेबल हाई कोर्ट के डायरेक्शन से. तो वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग से कंप्लेनेंट्स जुड़ जाते हैं. तो हमारे पास एसपी साइबर क्राइम आए थे और इंस्पेक्टर साइबर क्राइम, और आवेदक का कहना था कि साहब हमारा पैन कार्ड यूज़ करके और बैंक अकाउंट खोला गया, और देखिए साहब 16 करोड़ रुपए का उससे ट्रांजैक्शन हो गया, और मुझे इनकम टैक्स की नोटिस मिली है उसका 1/3 टैक्स जमा करने के लिए. तो मेरे कहा एफआईआर लिखवा दिया है? तो ही सेड हाँ एफआईआर लिखी हुई है सर, उसी की हम इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं. तो आवेदक कहते हैं सर यही तो मैं बताना चाहता हूँ कि एफआईआर लिखने के बाद में वो 16 करोड़ जो था वो 34 करोड़ हो गया है. तो ना आई गॉट शॉक्ड एब्सोल्युटली. मैंने एसपी साइबर क्राइम से पूछा कि मैंने कहा ये क्या हो गया. ये तो वही बात हो गई कि साइकिल मेरी चोरी हो गई, थाने गया, लौट के आया तो मोटरसाइकिल भी उठ गई. तो ही से सर हम लगे हुए हैं, कर रहे हैं. अब वो इंस्पेक्टर जो थे एक्चुअली विवेचक, गॉड नोज के किस जमाने के थे, उनकी कुछ भी समझ नहीं था. तो ही से इसकी सर इनमें से कुछ क्रिमिनल्स कंबोडिया से ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं. तो इंस्पेक्टर साहब, हमने पूछा कि इंस्पेक्टर साहब कंबोडिया कहाँ पर है, भारत में एक बाहर है. He was absolutely shocked. He didn't know where the Cambodia is. पूरब है कि पश्चिम है, कहाँ है. उन क्रिमिनल्स जो है एसपी वाज टेलिंग मी कि लाओस और कंबोडिया के बीच से दे आर ऑल ऑपरेटिंग. आप परसों की बात होगी ये, वहाँ से उठा हूँगा मैं, ऑफिस में बैठा तो एक हमारी जान पहचान के आगे बदायूं के, वो कहते सर मेरी मदद करो. मैंने कहा क्या हुआ. कहते हैं सर मेरा पैन खोल लेके ये इटावा का XYZ लड़के का नाम भी बताया उन्होंने, लड़के का नाम ये है, इसने मेरा अकाउंट खोला और देखिए 3.5 करोड़ रुपया इसमें डाला और 5 मिनट बाद सारा विड्रॉ कर लिया. तो मैंने कहा प्रिंट दिखाइए. प्रिंट दिखाया तो वाकई में 3,51,00,000 कुछ रुपए. अब वो घूम रहे हैं कि सर पैसा भी अकाउंट में मेरे नहीं है और इनकम टैक्स की नोटिस तो आनी ही आनी है. तो आई टोल्ड एसपी बदायूं कि भाई FIR लिख लो, इसकी इन्वेस्टिगेट करो, ठीक से देखो. बट the way the things are going on, I think criminals have learned much better cyber crime than what the policemen have learned. और हमारी जो पुरानी वाली जो पीढ़ी है ना, I have जो पुराने वाले इंस्पेक्टर, I have very lot of doubt about the capability as to what extent they can investigate. तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट यही करूँगा गोस्वामी साहब से कि जरा जो पुराने मॉडल के तो क्या ही कर पाएंगे, जो नए मॉडल के बच्चे हैं, नए नए भर्ती हुए हैं, रिक्रूट हो रहे हैं, उनको ठीक से आप ट्रेनिंग देते रहिए. सारे 75 जिलों से बुलवाते रहिए, इनके साथ सैंडविच कोर्स चलाते रहिए. अदरवाइज क्या होगा ना कि आप, द प्रॉब्लम इज एक्चुअली इट्स नॉट वन प्रॉब्लम. सी इट्स कंप्यूटराइजेशन ऑन टॉप ऑफ क्लाउड एंड ऑन टॉप ऑफ AI, ऑल द 3 कपल टुगेदर. अब क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग से दिक्कत क्या हो रही है कि कहीं से कहीं हुकअप कर ले रहे हैं, यू नो, एंड यूल बी सरप्राइज. मतलब दे हैव अ कंट्रोल सेंटर एट कंबोडिया, ऑपरेटिंग फ्रॉम देयर. कर लीजिए आप, और क्लाउड से हुकअप करके ट्रांजैक्शन मार देंगे. एंड आई डोंट नो हाउ द इवन द बैंक्स और, मतलब अपनी आंख से देख के मुझे ताजुब हुआ कि सारे चोरों को मिला लीजिए तो एक महीने में 34 करोड़ नहीं होता होगा. एक ही ट्रांजैक्शन मार दे रहे हैं, वो भी FIR लिखने के बाद. तो इसलिए मेरी रिक्वेस्ट यही है कि आने वाले दिनों में I think we have to go very aggressively for training these boys, our investigating officers. Otherwise, we'll cut a very sorry figure because उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस को रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि हमारी फिजिकल सिक्योरिटी दे, फाइनेंशियल सिक्योरिटी दे. वैसे तो बहुत कम ही पैसा होता है लोगों के पास, लेकिन जो भी पैसा है that should be safe, secure. And these fraudsters, you know, they are too intelligent, and probably we got to learn all their modus operandi as to how they are operating, from where they are operating, how they are doing. है ना, तमाम सारे सेक्स रैकेट का अलग रहता है. पोस्टल यूनियन के फोन्स आते रहते हैं. इवन हमारे पास भी 1-2 पोस्टल यूनियन है. स्पीकिंग फ्रॉम इंटरनेशनल पोस्टल यूनियन, है ना. वो तो बात करते करते 2 मिनट में हमने उलझा लिया तो कहते साला गलत नंबर लग गया लगता है कोई पुलिस वाला है ना. दिस इंटरनेशनल पोस्टल यूनियन, आपका पोस्टल आया है, आप अपना जरा डिटेल बता दीजिए, एड्रेस बताइए, फ़ोन बताइए, फला बताइए, देन दे आर ऑन. यू थिंक कि कोई पोस्ट ऑफिस से हमारा कुछ पोस्टल ऑर्डर आया है, कुछ आया है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. एंड दीज आर ऑल नंबर्स डिस्प्लेड, दुबई नंबर, सो मेनी कंट्रीज नंबर्स, नन ऑफ देम आर इंडिया नंबर्स. सो इट्स वेरी एस्टोनिशिंग एंड शॉकिंग. तो आई थिंक दोज आर द न्यू चैलेंजेस. मैं अभी देख रहा था आज ही इलॉन मस्क telling that, you know, the Lockheed Martin is the one which has developed F-35, which is the most sophisticated stealth bomb aircraft, fighter jets. And he says that the stupid people are developing it. It should be all manless. अब इस तरह की अगर manless आप हर चीज डेवलप करेंगे. Couple of days back he was showing a domestic servant, you know, robot, you know, giving tea, serving on a dining table and all kinds of things, and he tells that I'll sell in $20,000. So din dur nahi hai ki you'll have a lot of, you know, robots roaming around here, there, with internet things, IoT things, and they'll be doing that. And all those things, all the new gadgets, new technology will pose huge amount of challenge. मैं AI से ही डॉक्टरेट कर रखा हूँ IIT दिल्ली से, and my professor was telling me, Rajkumar, you'll be shocked to know कि इस समय Chinese maximum number of research paper for AI is from Chinese. And can you guess? He was asking, can you guess what is the number? I said, maybe what guess can I make? He said 10 times more than the Americans are publishing. There was a time when Americans were number one, and now Chinese are publishing amount of research paper in artificial intelligence 10 times more than Americans. बाकी इंडिया का तो परसेंटेज में भी 1% वाला भी नंबर नहीं है कहीं दूर दूर भी. तो the way the world is moving, the way the world is going, I think we got to think over, ponder about it, think over it, and जो generation lag कर रही है उनको पुल करके ले आइए आप. उनके लिए स्पेसिफिक मॉड्यूल डेवलप कर लीजिए, विक्टिम्स को बुला लीजिए. वन ऑफ द बेस्ट वे ऑफ लर्निंग इज टू कॉल विक्टिम्स ऑल्सो. अगर विक्टिम्स बताएगा मेरे साथ ऐसा हो रहा है, मेरे साथ ऐसा, दैट्स ऑल्सो अ लर्निंग प्रोसेस. ऑफ कोर्स यूर फोरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट. एक हमने कंसेप्चुलाइज ये भी किया था कि एक फोरेंसिक लैब जो लखनऊ वाली है वो यहाँ शिफ्ट होगी. आई डोंट नो व्हाट इज द स्टेटस, बट प्लीज डू शिफ्ट फोरेंसिक लैब फ्रॉम महानगर टू दिस कैंपस, सो दैट जितने बच्चे हैं ये सारे के सारे साइंटिस्ट के साथ एक्चुअल जो हमारे एग्जिबिट्स आते हैं, चाहे वो डीएनए लैब हो, चाहे बैलिस्टिक्स हो, चाहे फिजिक्स लैब हो, केमिस्ट्री लैब हो, सब पर एक्चुअली काम करिए. आपकी एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी, प्लीज डोंट थिंक यू विल बी एम्प्लॉयड टू ओनली पुलिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस. जैसे टॉक्सिकोलॉजी है, इफ़ यू आर एक्सपर्ट इन टॉक्सिकोलॉजी तो आप कहीं भी, फूड अडल्ट्रेशन लैब्स हैं, फूड लैब्स हैं, फूड फैक्ट्रीज हैं, फूड प्रोसेसिंग फैक्ट्रीज हैं, कहीं भी आप जाइए, यू विल बी मोस्ट वेलकम. आप प्लीज, बिकॉज ऑफ द नेम, do not think it's a police institute. At the end of the day, you are expert in a particular functioning of lab. तो अगर आप बैलिस्टिक्स के मान लीजिए एक्सपर्ट हैं तो अप्लाई टू ऑल ऑटोमोबाइल कंपनीज, सारी ले लेंगी आपको. सारी ऑटोमोबाइल कंपनीज बैलिस्टिक्स, बुलेट प्रूफ गाड़ियाँ बनाती हैं, सब बनाती हैं, आपकी हमेशा वैल्यू रहेगी. तो नेवर थिंक दैट यू आर फ्रॉम अ पुलिस इंस्टीट्यूट. यू आर एक्सपर्ट इन अ पर्टिकुलर एरिया, और थोड़ा सा स्पेशलाइजेशन करिए क्योंकि चीज़ें इतनी ज़्यादा हैं. इधर स्पेशलाइज इन साइबर और स्पेशलाइज इन टॉक्सिकोलॉजी. आप बैलिस्टिक्स में स्पेशलाइज कर लीजिए, और जितनी तमाम सारी सर्टिफिकेशन लैब्स हैं, ओरिजिनल जो फैक्ट्रियां हैं, उनमें भी अप्लाई करिए. एंड आई एम श्योर इमेंस अपॉर्चुनिटी विल बी बिफोर यू. आप कहीं भी चाहे, आपको पीपल विल लव टू हैव यू. एक्सपर्ट्स की बहुत कमी है हिंदुस्तान में, और स्पेशलिस्ट की खासकर बहुत कमी है. तो अगर आप अच्छी तरह सीखे रहेंगे, अच्छी तरह करे रहेंगे, तो स्काई इज द अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर यू. एंड आई होप यू विल हैव अ स्वीट मेमोरीज ऑफ दिस प्लेस, दिस इंस्टीट्यूट, और इट्स कमिंग अप वेरी वेल अंडर लीडरशिप ऑफ मिस्टर जी.के. गोस्वामी, एंड इट विल टच द हिमालयन हाइट्स, आई एम श्योर. थैंक यू. थैंक्स अ लॉट.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. Moving forward, it is my honor to invite our guest of honor, Shri Asim Arun, Minister of State, Social Welfare and SC/ST Welfare, Government of UP, to share thoughts with us.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. आज संविधान दिवस के उपलक्ष्य में शुरू हुए हमारे इस सुंदर कॉन्फ्रेंस का समापन कार्यक्रम है. मैं सूची देख रहा था, बहुत ही रोचक विषयों पे चर्चा हुई, और मुझे विश्वास है कि बहुत अच्छे परिणाम भी मिले. आप सबको इसमें प्रतिभाग करने के लिए मेरी ओर से बहुत बहुत बधाई. और हमारी इंस्टीट्यूट दिन दूनी रात चौगनी प्रगति कर रही है. इसी गति से बढ़े और तेज बढ़े, ऐसी मेरी बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं उपस्थित सभी साथियों को. विशेष रूप से मंचासीन परमादरणीय श्री राजीव सिंह जी, माननीय न्यायमूर्ति उच्च न्यायालय उत्तर प्रदेश, मेरे सीनियर जिनसे मैंने, हम सब ने बहुत कुछ सीखा है, श्री आर.के. विश्वकर्मा सर, वर्तमान मुख्य सूचना आयुक्त. जैसा सर बता रहे थे, ये मेरा सौभाग्य कि जिस समय सर एडीजी टेक्निकल सर्विसेज थे, मैं सर का आईजी था और इस संस्था की नींव, इस संस्था का विचार सर के द्वारा शुरू हुआ। और विश्वकर्मा सर हमेशा से उत्तर प्रदेश में विशेषज्ञता विकसित करने के लिए जाने जाते हैं, सिस्टम डेवलप करने के लिए जाने जाते हैं, और इस सिस्टम में बहुत से लोगों का योगदान है, लेकिन सर ने उसका बीज रखा था और मैं उसका साक्षी हूं। मैं सर के साथ उस समय था। मैं बधाई दूंगा श्री जीके गोस्वामी जी को, सॉरी डॉक्टर जीके गोस्वामी जी को। गजेन जी ने जो सर ने बीज बोया था उसको सींच करके, खाद दे करके उसको तैयार किया है और एक अच्छे वृक्ष के रूप में हमारी इंस्टीट्यूट आज तैयार हो चुकी है। आपकी सफलतापूर्वक मदद कर रहे हैं राजीव मेहरोत्रा जी, अतुल यादव जी, संतोष जी, उपस्थित और भी बहुत सारे मित्र साथी। जब किसी संस्था की शुरुआत हम लोग करते हैं तो शुरुआत के जो क्षण होते हैं वो बड़े मुश्किल होते हैं। मैं समझ सकता हूं इस पूरे परिसर में, इस ऑडिटोरियम में जो कुछ भी हो रहा है वो एक एक चीज देखनी पड़ती है, तब जाकर के होती है। जब एक बार हो जाती है फिर अगली बार बहुत सी चीजें परंपरा में आ जाती हैं, ऑटोमेटिक हो जाती हैं, लेकिन पहली बार बड़ी जान लगती है और आप सब मिल करके वो जान लगा रहे हैं, वो दिख रहा है, उसके लिए मैं बहुत बधाई देता हूं आपको। खासकर जैसा विश्वकर्मा सर की आदत है परफेक्शन के साथ काम करने की, मैं डॉक्टर जीके गोस्वामी जी के बारे में भी यही बात कहूंगा। मैं अक्सर ये चुनौती भी लेता हूं कि यूपी पुलिस में अगर कहा जाए कि कोई विषय, मान लीजिए पुलिस की नई गाड़ी डिजाइन करनी है, पुलिस की पेट्रोल कार कैसी होनी चाहिए, या हमें एक नया वेपन सिस्टम खरीदना है, उसके लिए वेपन के एक्सपर्ट्स चाहिए, तो क्या ऐसे एक्सपर्ट्स हमारे पास हैं? किसी ना आईपीएस कैडर में, ना पीपीएस में, ना नॉन गेस्टेड में, किसी कैडर में हमको ऐसा शायद ही कोई मिले। लेकिन मैं बहुत बधाई दूंगा गोस्वामी जी को कि गजेन जी ने अपने आप को एक नेशनल नहीं, ग्लोबल एक्सपर्ट के रूप में तैयार किया है। बड़ा परिश्रम किया है, बहुत पढ़ाई की है, अपने करियर में अपनी पोस्टिंग्स होशियारी से चुनी है। ऐसी पोस्टिंग नहीं चुनी जहां मारामारी बहुत थी, ऐसी पोस्टिंग चुनी जहां पे काम बहुत कठिन था और अच्छा परिणाम उसके लिए दिया है। और विशेषज्ञता पे मैं जितना तवज्जो दूं वो कम है। आज प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी हम सबको प्रेरित कर रहे हैं, हम सब के आधार पर उन्होंने संकल्प लिया है कि भारत को एक विकसित देश बनाना है। विकसित देश कैसे बनेगा? ऐसी संस्थाओं के जरिए ही विकसित देश बनेगा और हम सबको अपनी अपनी विशेषज्ञता विकसित करनी है और पूरे सिस्टम को भी विशेषज्ञ बनाना है। संस्थाओं के बारे में, इंस्टीट्यूशन के बारे में एक बड़ी अच्छी बात कही गई है कि फर्स्ट मेन क्रिएट इंस्टीट्यूशंस, विमेन ऑल्सो। आप लोग मिल करके इस संस्था की नींव रख रहे हैं। देन इंस्टीट्यूशंस क्रिएट मेन। तो जो आप आज काम कर रहे हैं, और इसमें स्टूडेंट्स भी शामिल हैं, जो परंपराएं हमारे छात्र छात्राएं रख रहे हैं, वो अगला जब बैच आएगा तो उसमें बहुत सी चीजें शामिल होंगी। आप जो विशेषज्ञता के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, आप जिस अनुशासन के साथ में ऊर्जा के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, ये परंपराएं आप रख रहे हैं, नींव आप रख रहे हैं और निश्चित रूप से आने वाले समय में ये हमको बहुत लाभ देगा। मैं एक अनुरोध और करना चाहूंगा, गोस्वामी जी से अलग से तो हुआ ही था, लेकिन अब सब लोग मौजूद हैं तो मैं पुनः कहना चाहूंगा कि मैं जब स्वयं 2015-16 में एमए इन पब्लिक पॉलिसी करने के लिए कनाडा गया, वैंकूवर यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ ब्रिटिश कोलंबिया गया, तो मैंने वहां पे एक बहुत विशेष चीज देखी जिसको कहा जाता है इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ एकेडेमिया एंड प्रैक्टिशनर्स। वहां के विश्वविद्यालय, वहां के कॉलेज बहुत निकटता के साथ में सरकार के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, बिजनेस के साथ, प्राइवेट सेक्टर के साथ काम कर रहे हैं। कोई नई टेक्नोलॉजी बनाई गई अगर, तो उसको रोल आउट करने के लिए यूनिवर्सिटी अकेले काम नहीं कर रही है, बिजनेस के साथ मिल करके काम कर रही है। मैं जो पढ़ाई कर रहा था वो काफी सारी ग्लोबल अफेयर्स रिलेटेड थी, तो जितने भी मेरे प्रोफेसर थे वो सब किसी ना किसी उनकी फॉरेन मिनिस्ट्री की कमिटी में थे। जो कोरिया एक्सपर्ट प्रोफेसर है वो कोरिया वाली फॉरेन पॉलिसी की टीम में है, चाइना वाली चाइना की टीम में है। मतलब जो अनुसंधान हो रहा है, जो लोग पीएचडी कर रहे हैं, वो केवल पीएचडी ऐसे ही नहीं कर रहे हैं कि एक थीसिस लिखनी है, उसको डिफेंड करना है और फिर मैं जॉब मार्केट में मेरी वैल्यू बढ़ गई। नहीं, वो थीसिस कर रहे हैं किसी वाकई में ऐसे क्षेत्र में जहां पे कुछ नया सोचना है, कुछ नया आविष्कार करना है या कोई नया रास्ता निकालना है। मैं अनुरोध करूंगा डायरेक्टर साहब से कि ऐसे इंटीग्रेशन के लिए हम लोग को काम करना है, और खासकर मैं अब पुलिस की जिम्मेदारी तो नहीं देखता हूं, लेकिन समाज कल्याण विभाग की जिम्मेदारी देखता हूं, और वहां पे कुछ क्षेत्र हैं जहां पे ऐसा हो सकता है। जैसे कि जो अनुसूचित जाति जनजाति उत्पीड़न की घटनाएं होती हैं, एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण अनुसंधान का विषय है। घटनाएं क्यों होती हैं, कैसी होती हैं, इनके रोकथाम के लिए क्या उपाय करने चाहिए, इसका पैटर्न क्या है, क्या हम लोग और बेहतर कर सकते हैं। हालांकि ये बहुत स्ट्रिक्टली स्पीकिंग फॉरेंसिक नहीं है, लेकिन क्रिमिनोलॉजी सही रूप में है, इस पे काम हमें करना चाहिए। ऐसा अनुसंधान हमें करना चाहिए कि समाज में भेदभाव किस प्रकार का है। समानता हम भेदभाव मानते हैं जाति आधार पे, धार्मिक आधार पे, भाषा के आधार पे, लेकिन कई प्रकार का भेदभाव अभी हमारे अंदर है और हम उसको स्वीकार नहीं कर रहे। जैसे कि एक बहुत बड़ा काम मोदी जी ने किया, जो ट्रांसजेंडर समुदाय है, किन्नर समुदाय, इसके साथ इतना बड़ा अन्याय पूरा समाज कर रहा था, और तो और हमारे मेन स्ट्रीम मीडिया में, कॉमेडी शो में किन्नर समाज का मजाक बनाया जा रहा था, क्रॉस ड्रेसर्स का मजाक बनाया जा रहा था। लेकिन आज इस चीज के ऊपर रोक लगी, लेकिन ट्रांसजेंडर समुदाय को जो आवश्यकताएं हैं, इस पे एक अनुसंधान की जरूरत है। बिजनेस टर्म में बोलूं तो मार्केट सर्वे, कि अगर हम एक ऐसी स्टडी गोस्वामी जी फंड करें जिसमें 1000 ट्रांसजेंडर समुदाय से बातचीत की जाए, उनकी परेशानियां क्या हैं, उनकी आकांक्षाएं क्या हैं, वो किस प्रकार के भेदभाव से पीड़ित हैं, तो गवर्नमेंट की पॉलिसीज बहुत अच्छी बन सकती हैं। क्योंकि हमने ऐसी कोई रिसर्च की नहीं, तो हम खुद ही सोचते हैं कि अच्छा ये परेशानी होगी, और ऐसा हम कुछ उनके लिए उपाय या ऐसी स्कीम बनाते हैं। तो एक एविडेंस बेस्ड पॉलिसी मेकिंग की ओर हम लोग भी बढ़ पाएंगे। आने वाले समय के लिए, जैसा आदरणीय श्री आर के विश्वकर्मा सर ने कहा, नई टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में हमको बहुत कुछ सोचना होगा। 2 उदाहरण, जैसे कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आ गई, रोल आउट हो गई अच्छे से। क्या पुलिस ने, क्या गवर्नमेंट ने आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का सदुपयोग करना शुरू कर दिया? मेरा सवाल, जवाब आपके पास है। क्या अपराधियों ने एआई का इस्तेमाल करना शुरू कर दिया? प्रश्न, जवाब आपके पास है। जहां तक मैं जानता हूं कि अपराधियों ने एआई का इस्तेमाल करना भरपूर शुरू कर दिया। पर्टिकुलरली जो आसान वाली एप्स हैं, वॉइस चेंजर एप्स हैं, वो यूज करके एआई, जो कॉल सेंटर फ्रॉड्स हैं, वो उन्होंने शुरू कर दिया अभी से। लेकिन जहां तक मैं जानता हूं, पुलिस ने अभी तक एआई का कोई विशेष सदुपयोग नहीं किया। तो टेक्नोलॉजी नई नई आएंगी, लेकिन अपराधी को भी रोक नहीं सकते उसको इस्तेमाल करने से। लेकिन हम लोग को इस पे काम करना है कि हम उसको तेजी से सीखें। अभी ब्रेन कंप्यूटर इंटरफेस के बारे में पढ़ते थे, वो आ भी गया, चंद साल में वो लग जाएगा। हम और आप सोच रहे होंगे कि अच्छा 2 लाख रुपए लगेंगे, खोपड़ी में चिप लगवा ले, ना लगाए, लगेगा लगवा लो यार, इस पीछे छूट जाओगे, फिर सस्ते होने का इंतजार मत करो। तो लेकिन अपराधी भी उसका यूज करेगा, हम भी यूज करेंगे, जुडिशरी भी यूज करेगी उसको। तो वी हैव टू बी वेरी क्विक ऑन द अपटेक ऑन टेक्नोलॉजी। और मुझे विश्वास है कि हमारी इंस्टीट्यूट इस चीज में भी काम कर रही है, तेजी से आगे बढ़ेगी। दुनिया में क्या हो रहा है ये भी हमको समझना है, स्वयं भी हमको आविष्कार करना है, और अपने उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए, अपने भारत के लिए हमको ऐसे नए नए सॉल्यूशंस तैयार करने हैं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि श्री जी.के. गोस्वामी जी के नेतृत्व में, क्योंकि गोस्वामी जी यूपी के एक्सपर्ट नहीं है, देश के एक्सपर्ट नहीं है, विश्व स्तरीय एक्सपर्ट हैं, तो हमारी ये संस्था भी विश्व स्तर पे अपना नाम स्थापित कर रही है, विश्व स्तर पे अपनी पहचान बनाएगी, और जो एक्सपर्ट्स हम तैयार करेंगे वो भी वर्ल्ड क्लास, विश्व स्तरीय होंगे। इस आशा के साथ मेरी बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं। मुझको आपने आज आमंत्रित किया, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, आभार, जय हिंद।
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and insightful words. Now, I would like to invite our chief guest, Honorable Justice Rajiv Singh, Allahabad High Court, Lucknow bench, to address the gathering.
Thank you very much for inviting me. मंच पे उपस्थित मिस्टर असीम अरुण साहब, राज्य मंत्री उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार, मिस्टर विश्वकर्मा, इंफॉर्मेशन कमिश्नर, डॉक्टर गोस्वामी एंड अदर ऑफिसर्स, स्पीकर्स, स्टूडेंट्स, यहाँ इनवाइट करने के लिए हमारी स्टैंडिंग कंसेंट है डॉक्टर गोस्वामी को। सिर्फ इतना राइडर है कि कोर्ट आवर्स में नहीं आ पाएंगे, बाकी जैसे भी ये जब भी बुलाएंगे यहाँ बच्चों के बीच में हम जरूर आएंगे। और यहाँ आने का एक हमारा मतलब भी होता है, मतलबी भी है कि यहाँ आने के बाद इनसे बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिलता है, क्योंकि जो रिसर्च जिस तरीके से एजुकेशन बच्चों की कर रहे हैं ये वर्ल्ड लेवल की। और जब पहली बार मेरी मुलाकात हुई थी तो बड़ी एक हमारे इंजीनियरिंग के हमारे जूनियर थे, वो इस समय पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट में हैं, वो आपके सबऑर्डिनेट थे, उन्होंने हमें बताया कि एक बहुत ही अच्छे ऑफिसर हैं साहब, एक बार उनसे मिलाते हैं। वैसे ही फॉरेंसिक के बारे में उनसे बात हो रही थी। उसके बाद से फिर तो डॉक्टर विश्वकर्मा को जब भी ज़रूरत होती है तो या कोर्ट प्रोसीडिंग में भी अगर इन्हें आना है तो उसमें भी बुलाया जाता है और वैसे भी बुलाते हैं। और ये जब भी यहाँ इनवाइट करते हैं स्टूडेंट्स के बीच में, हमें आने में कोई गुरेज नहीं होता। आज वैसे कल कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का 75th एनिवर्सरी डे था, कल भी आना चाहिए था हमें, लेकिन कल क्योंकि कल भी कोर्ट था और आज भी कोर्ट आवर्स के बाद ये डिसाइड किया गया कि हम लोग आएंगे। सब्जेक्ट बहुत अच्छा है, रोल ऑफ फॉरेंसिक एंड साइबर सिक्योरिटीज ऑफ एनेबलिंग जस्टिस अंडर द न्यू क्रिमिनल लॉज। इसका एक बहुत अभी रिसेंट एग्जाम्पल एक हमें मिला। वैसे इससे पहले भी एक मैटर हम डिसाइड कर चुके थे, हमने पहले डिस्कस किया था कि फॉरेंसिक साइंस का क्या प्रॉपर इस्तेमाल होता है। उस स्टोरी को थोड़ा शॉर्ट करते हैं, फिर उसके बाद बताते हैं अभी रिसेंट में क्या हुआ। एक बार एक फैमिली को सबको 304B में सजा हो गई, 7 लोगों को, और वो उसमें से केवल 5 को बेल मिली, 2 को बेल भी नहीं मिली। 2 को बेल नहीं मिली, अपील वो ट्रायल कंक्लूड हो गया, उनको भी 7 को सजा हो गई 304B 201 में। फिर 2002 में ये इंसिडेंट हुआ था। 2011 में वहाँ गांव में जो 5 लोगों की अपील में भी बेल हो गई थी, तो वो उनको एक लेटर मिला के प्रधान ने दिया कि ये पुलिस ऑफिसर दे गए हैं इसकी लेडी की वेरिफिकेशन के लिए। तो वो ला करके वकील साहब को दिखाया और उन्होंने देखा कि ये तो कंपसनेट अपॉइंटमेंट का से रिलेटेड मैटर है, कोई इनके वेरिफिकेशन के लिए आया पुलिस का। तो कोर्ट में वो एप्लीकेशन लगाई गई और डीजी पंजाब और यूपी को डायरेक्ट किया गया कि वो उस लेडी की अटेंडेंस यहाँ प्रिक्योर करावें। जब वो लेडी आई यहाँ 3 बच्चों के साथ, तो उसने बताया कि हमारे जो हस्बैंड हैं उनकी डेथ हो गई, अब हमने वहाँ अप्लाई किया हुआ माली की पोस्ट के लिए। तो बताया आपके बारे में तो है कि आपकी डेथ हो गई। कहा डेथ नहीं हुई है, 20 दिन हुए थे हमारी शादी के, ये जो हमारे हस्बैंड हैं जिनके साथ शादी हुई थी वो हमें पसंद नहीं थे, और अब ये दूसरा आदमी वहाँ से उस शादी में आया था, हम इनके साथ चले गए। जबकि वो कहते रहे कि साहब इसकी फॉरेंसिक जो डॉक्यूमेंट फॉरेंसिक इन्वेस्टिगेशन होनी चाहिए और बाकी जो मटेरियल्स ये सब एग्जामिन होने चाहिए, नहीं हुआ। फिर एडिशनल एविडेंस के लिए कोर्ट में भेजा गया, सबऑर्डिनेट कोर्ट। एडिशनल एविडेंस उस लेडी का हुआ। 2011 में उन 2 लोगों की बेल हुई। फिर 2018 में वो अपील हमने डिसाइड करी। अभी एकदम आइडेंटिकल ऐसा ही मैटर फिर हमारे सामने आया कि उसमें पुलिस ने चार्जशीट फाइल कर दी है और फादर ने और जो एक्यूज हैं उन लोगों ने आके एक एफिडेविट दिया और कहा कि साहब ये लेडी तो मुंबई में है, जिंदा है ये। तो इस तरीके की जो टिकलिस प्रॉब्लम्स हैं या इशूज हैं, इनको सॉल्व करने के लिए सिर्फ और सिर्फ फॉरेंसिक साइंस ही आगे आके रिजॉल्व कर सकता है। तो ये जो इंस्टीट्यूट है, यहाँ जो बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं, अभी हमने बताया कि एक बार लास्ट टाइम यहाँ से कुछ बच्चे इंटर्नशिप के लिए गए थे, तो जस्टिस जो यहाँ सीनियर जज हैं उनकी डिवीजन बेंच चल रही थी, उसमें बैलिस्टिक एक्सपर्ट्स के ओपिनियन के बारे में कुछ आंसर्स इनवाइट किए बाहर से ओपन कोर्ट में। तो यहाँ से जो भी बच्चे गए थे उन्होंने हमको बताया कि 2 बच्चों ने बहुत अच्छे से एक्सप्लेन करने की कोशिश करी। तो ये तो इस स्टेज पे है कि जब बच्चे अभी केवल यहाँ पढ़ रहे हैं और अभी फाइनल ईयर में है, तब उनका ये स्टेटस है। तो इस इंस्टीट्यूट के बारे में आप ये समझ सकते हैं कि ये आगे कहाँ जाने वाला है। और इसी तरीके से जब ये फॉरेंसिक साइंस का प्रॉपर इस्तेमाल हो गया, जितनी सोसाइटी डेवलप करेगी उतना ही आपको इस तरीके के क्राइम्स से फेस करना पड़ेगा। इसका एक एग्जाम्पल हम अपने आप समझते हैं कि जब कभी नदी बहुत अच्छे से बह रही होती है तो नदी के दो किनारे होते हैं, और अगर नदी सूख जाती है तो नदी का दोनों किनारे एक में मिल जाते हैं। तो सोसाइटी तभी डेवलप करती है जब दोनों किनारे चल रहे हों। नदी बह रही है तो दोनों किनारे का होना लाजिमी है। एक तरफ डेवलपमेंट है, दूसरी तरफ क्राइम है। तो अब उसे बैलेंस कैसे करना है? जो इंटेलिजेंट और अच्छे बच्चे हैं उन्हीं को आगे लीड लेनी पड़ेगी और आगे बढ़ करके उनको नेशनल इंटरेस्ट में काम करना पड़ेगा। ये इंस्टीट्यूट केवल नेशनल या स्टेट लेवल का इंस्टीट्यूट नहीं है। जैसे अभी डॉक्टर विश्वकर्मा ने बताया कि चाइना में जो रिसर्च पेपर्स हैं उनके नंबर्स मैक्सिमम, हाईएस्ट नंबर। तो इसके पीछे रीजन है। और चाइना का जो डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है, आप देखें जिस तरीके से इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स में, कंप्यूटर्स में, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में जैसा डेवलप कर रहे हैं, उसके पीछे उनके बच्चे स्टूडेंट्स हैं और उनके फैकल्टी मेंबर्स हैं। सबसे ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट रोल होता है ड्राइवर का। अगर गाड़ी का ड्राइवर अच्छा है तो गाड़ी अगर कभी डिफेक्टिव भी होती है तो किसी भी रफ एरिया से बड़ी आसानी से निकल जाती है। किसी को पता नहीं चलता कि गाड़ी में कोई ये डिफेक्ट है। तो यहाँ डॉक्टर जीके गोस्वामी जैसा एक लीडर है जो इस इंस्टीट्यूट को हेड कर रहे हैं, और उनकी लीडरशिप में ये सारे बच्चे फैकल्टी मेंबर्स हैं। कंटिन्यूअस हम देखते हैं कि जो वर्ल्ड के रिनाउंड स्पीकर्स हैं उनको इनवाइट करते हैं सिर्फ बच्चों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए। और आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल फॉर दैट, फॉर दोज स्पीकर्स एंड गेस्ट्स जो आकर के हम लोगों के यहाँ डॉक्टर गोस्वामी के इनविटेशन को एक्सेप्ट करते हैं। अभी लास्ट टाइम डीएनए के स्टालवर्ट से इन्होंने एक मीटिंग कराई थी, बहुत अच्छा लगा था वो फंक्शन, डॉक्टर रॉबर्ट ग्रीन। तो ऐसे ही हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि इसी तरीके से कंटिन्यूअस ऐसे फंक्शंस, ऐसे वर्कशॉप, इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार्स होते रहें, और आने वाले समय में इसको वर्ल्ड लेवल पे इस इंस्टीट्यूट को बनाना है। आने वाले समय में जो यहाँ से तमाम एग्जिबिट्स, आर्टिकल्स जो दूसरी जगह भेजे जाते हैं एग्जामिनेशन के लिए, वो सारे इसी कैंपस में होंगे, और जो यहाँ फैकल्टी मेंबर्स हैं उनके गाइडेंस में होंगे, और बच्चे ही उसको करेंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. As organizing an event requires hard work and effort of people, I would like to request our Chief Guest, Honorable Justice Rajiv Singh, sir, to facilitate our organizing team. I would like to request Shri Chiranjeev Mukherjee, sir, to please come on stage. Next, I would like to request Sri Atul Yadav, sir, to please come on stage. Now I will like to request Sri Bijesh Kumar Singh to please come on stage. Now I would like to request Dr. Shruti Das Gupta ma'am to please come on stage. Now I would like to request Dr. Sapna Sharma ma'am to please come on stage. Now I would like to request Dr. Roshan Singh to please come on stage. Now I would like to request Shri Santosh Tiwari sir to please come on stage. Now I would like to request Shri CM Singh sir to please come on stage. To honor and appreciate the invaluable contributions of our dignitaries, we will now proceed with the memento distribution ceremony. Sorry, sir. To honor and appreciate the invaluable contributions of our dignitaries, we will now proceed with the memento distribution ceremony. These mementos are a token of our respect and gratitude, symbolizing the cherished memories of this occasion. I would like to request our founding director, Dr. G.K. Goswami sir, and Shri Pavan Sharma to please present a memento to our chief guest, Honorable Justice Shri Rajiv Singh sir. Now, I would like to request our founding director, Dr. G.K. Goswami sir, and Shri Upendra Giri to please come on stage and to present a memento to Shri Asim Arun ji. Now I would like to request our founding director, Dr. G.K. Goswami sir, and Shri Ranjit Singh to present a memento to Shri R.K. Vishwakarma sir. Now I would like to request our additional director sir and Shri Balaji Venkateshwar sir to present a memento to our founding director, Dr. G.K. Goswami sir. Now, I would like to request our founding director, sir, Dr. G.K. Goswami, sir, and Dr. Shri Sameer Dutt to please present a memento to our additional director, Shri Rajiv Malhotra, sir.
मंचासीन सभी अतिथियों से मेरा ये अनुरोध है कि हमारे बच्चों ने एक छोटा सा सर फोरेंसिक साइंस का करीब 8 मिनट का सर नुक्कड़ नाटक किया है। तो हम लोग पहले ये सोच रहे थे सर कि हम यहीं कराएं, लेकिन सर अगर आप सामने आ जाएंगे तो सर ज्यादा अच्छा देखने में लगेगा। तो सर आपसे अनुरोध है कि सर आप सामने आ जाए। नुक्कड़ नाटक सर आप सभी को बहुत आनंद आएगा। वैसे तो बहुत जल्दीबाजी में हमारे बच्चों ने किया है, लेकिन एक प्रयास है जिसको शायद आप लोग सराहेंगे और आप देखिएगा, आनंद लीजिएगा और इसके बाद फिर ये हम कार्यक्रम का समापन का कार्यक्रम करेंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
तुम जाग रहे हो तो तुम जाग रहे हो क्या? तुम जाग रहे हो तो तुम जाग रहे हो क्या? जो देख रहे हो तुम वो ताक रहे हो क्या? ऐसे ही सवालों से, रोटी के निवालों से, रिश्ता तो सभी का है, बोलो से तानों से। कुछ तुमसे सुनना है, कुछ तुम्हें सुनाने से, कुछ हमें सुनाने से। भाग रहे हो क्या? तुम जाग रहे हो तो तुम जाग रहे हो क्या? तुम जाग रहे हो तो तुम जाग रहे हो क्या? आओ नाटक देखो नुक्कड़ का ये नाटक देखो। आओ आओ नाटक देखो नुक्कड़ का ये नाटक देखो। आओ आओ नाटक देखो नुक्कड़ का ये नाटक देखो।
नमस्कार, सत श्री अकाल, जय श्री राम। साथियों, आज हमारी नाटक मंडली लेकर आ रही है एक छोटा सा नुक्कड़ नाटक जो डिजिटली हो रहे अपराध पर आधारित है, जिसका शीर्षक है आभासी पिंजड़ा, द वर्चुअल केज। बड़े धोखे हैं इस राह में, तो जरा संभल कर। तो आइए हम सब मिलकर इस छोटे से नुक्कड़ नाटक का आनंद लें। नमस्ते मम्मी। नमस्ते पापा। अब मैं चलती हूँ, मेरी ट्रेन आ गई।
ठीक है चित्रा, ध्यान रखना, कॉलेज में खूब मन लगा कर पढ़ना।
ख्याल रखना बेटी।
बाय।
दो महीने बाद चित्रा के हॉस्टल में।
अरे चित्रा,
तुम्हें नए कपड़े लेने थे ना? मुझे एक वेबसाइट का पता है जिसपे अच्छे कपड़े सस्ते में मिलते हैं। मैं उसका लिंक तुम्हें अभी शेयर करती हूँ।
www.sastanahii-sabse-acha.com।
रुको, मैं अभी डाउनलोड करती हूँ।
बाबूजी धीरे चलना, खेल में जरा संभलना, हाँ बड़े धोखे हैं इस राह में, बाबूजी धीरे चलना।
डाउनलोड नाउ।
यस।
इंस्टॉल नाउ।
यस।
अलाउ एक्सेस इंटरनल स्टोरेज।
यस।
एक्सेप्ट और डिक्लाइन कुकीज।
एक्सेप्ट ऑल कुकीज।
सारा डेटा हैकर के पास।
वाह, क्या डिजाइनर और ब्रांडेड सूट्स हैं। ये ब्रांडेड सूट कितने सस्ते में मिल रही है। अभी ऑर्डर करती हूँ।
डेबिट कार्ड से पहली पेमेंट करने पर पाए 25% की छूट।
अभी ऑर्डर करती हूँ।
अकाउंट नंबर
दे दिया।
डेबिट नंबर
दे दिया।
सीवीवी
दे दिया।
ओटीपी
ये भी दे दिया।
एक हफ्ते बाद कॉल फ्रॉम अननोन नंबर।
हेलो, मैं चीफ ऑफिसर रविंद्र सिंह पाल सीबीआई से बोल रहा हूँ। क्या मेरी बात चित्रा से हो रही है?
जी।
आपके नाम से एक पार्सल रिसीव हुआ है जिसमें ड्रग्स पाए गए हैं।
नहीं, ये मेरा नहीं हो सकता। आप दोबारा चेक करिए।
क्या आपके पापा का नाम मोहन और मम्मी का नाम नीलम है?
हाँ।
आपका आधार नंबर 5727306753। आपका अकाउंट नंबर 9720532780। आपका डेबिट नंबर 9720538730। आपका सीवीवी 971 है।
ये सारी तो मेरी ही पर्सनल डिटेल्स हैं।
अब आपके ऊपर सीबीआई इंक्वायरी होगी और अभी आपका वीडियो कॉल से स्टेटमेंट लिया जाएगा। उसके बाद आपको अरेस्ट करने पुलिस जाएगी।
नहीं सर, ऐसा मत करिएगा। मेरी जिंदगी बर्बाद हो जाएगी।
अगर तुम नहीं चाहती कि तुम्हें अरेस्ट किया जाए तो तुम्हें एक लिंक सेंड किया जा रहा है। उस पे जल्द से जल्द 10,000 रुपया भेज दो।
क्या 10,000? इतने पैसे नहीं है मेरे पास।
मैं कुछ नहीं जानता। अगर 1 घंटे के अंदर उसी अकाउंट में पूरे पैसे नहीं आते हैं तो तुम्हें अरेस्ट करने पुलिस जाएगी।
नहीं, ऐसा मत करना। मैं अभी भी रुपए भेजती हूँ। पेमेंट रिसीव सक्सेसफुली। अब प्लीज सर, मुझे जाने दीजिए।
इसके बाद कॉल कट जाती है। फिर 24 घंटे बाद फेक ऑफिसर फिर से कॉल करता है।
मैंने तुम्हें कुछ भेजा है, जरा देखो तो।
मैंने आपको पैसे दे तो दिए थे, फिर आप मेरे साथ ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हैं?
अगर तुम नहीं चाहती ये सारे फोटोज और वीडियोज इंटरनेट पे दिखे तो जल्द से जल्द उसी अकाउंट में 25,000 रुपया भेज दो।
नहीं, ऐसा मत करना। मैं अभी भेज रही हूँ। पेमेंट रिसीव सक्सेसफुली। प्लीज सर, अब मेरी सारी पर्सनल फोटोज और वीडियोस डिलीट कर दो और मुझे जाने दो।
अब आगे देखो और क्या क्या होता है। नायक नहीं खलनायक हूँ मैं, नायक नहीं खलनायक हूँ मैं।
अब लड़की धीरे धीरे डिप्रेशन में जाने लगती है। हैकर जो कि फेक ऑफिसर बनके चित्रा से कभी 40,000, कभी 60,000 तो कभी 80,000 की मांग करता है। अब तो हैकर ने हद ही पार कर दी। अब वो चित्रा से 2 लाख की मांग करने लगा।
तभी माता पिता का ध्यान उनकी बेटी की तरफ जाता है।
आओ आओ नाटक देखो नुक्कड़ का ये नाटक देखो। आओ आओ नाटक देखो नुक्कड़ का ये नाटक देखो। आओ आओ नाटक देखो नुक्कड़ का ये नाटक देखो।
ये हमारी बेटी इतने पैसे कहाँ खर्च कर रही है? अब सीधा उसने 2 लाख की मांग की है। तुम्हें इसके बारे में पता है क्या?
क्या 2 लाख? मुझे तो नहीं बताया।
रुको, मैं उसे फोन करके पूछता हूँ। हेलो।
हाँ पापा।
लाडो, तुम इतने पैसे का क्या कर रही हो? कभी 40,000 तो कभी 50,000। अब तो तुम 2 लाख तुम्हें क्यों चाहिए?
मुझे बस चाहिए, वो सब मैं नहीं बता सकती हूँ।
बस बहुत हुआ तुम्हारा। मैं तुम्हें पैसे अब नहीं भेजूंगा।
पापा ने तो मना कर दिया, अब मैं पैसे कहाँ से लाऊंगी? मेरी जिंदगी बर्बाद हो जाएगी।
ये कहकर पिताजी तो कॉल रख देते हैं, लेकिन चित्रा घबरा जाती है एवं मानसिक संतुलन खो देती है और आत्महत्या कर लेती है।
आओ आओ नाटक देखो, नुक्कड़ का ये नाटक देखो। आओ आओ नाटक देखो,
नुक्कड़ का ये नाटक देखो। आओ आओ नाटक देखो, नुक्कड़ का ये नाटक देखो।
तो साथियों, देखा आपने, साइबर फ्रॉड से अनजान होने के कारण चित्रा अपनी जान खो देती है, लेकिन यहीं पर अगर उसे साइबर क्राइम की जानकारी होती तो आइए देखते हैं तब क्या होता। आओ आओ नाटक
देखो, नुक्कड़ का ये नाटक देखो। आओ आओ नाटक देखो, नुक्कड़ का ये नाटक देखो। आओ आओ नाटक देखो, नुक्कड़ का ये नाटक देखो।
हेलो हेलो पापा, आज मुझे अननोन नंबर से कॉल आया है।
अरे क्या हुआ बेटी, तुम इतनी घबराई हुई क्यों हो?
पापा, पिछले हफ्ते मैंने ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग की थी और आज मेरे पास कॉल आया जिसने उसे मुझसे बोला है कि मेरे पार्सल में ड्रग्स पाए गए हैं और मुझे अरेस्ट करने के लिए पुलिस आएगी। उसने मुझसे कहा है अगर तुम्हें पुलिस अरेस्ट से बचना है तो जैसा मैं कहता हूँ वैसा करो।
घबराओ मत बेटी, तुम्हारे साथ साइबर फ्रॉड यानी कि डिजिटल अरेस्ट करने की कोशिश की गई है। इससे बचने के लिए हमारी सरकार ने साइबर पुलिस बनाई है अथवा टोल फ्री नंबर 1930 और वेबसाइट www.cybercrime.gov.in जारी की है। तुम इन माध्यमों से जल्द अपनी शिकायत दर्ज करवाओ बेटा।
ठीक है पापा, मैं अभी जाकर अपनी शिकायत दर्ज कराती हूँ।
ठीक है बेटा।
कॉलिंग 1930।
हेलो
हेलो जी, बताइए हम आपकी किस प्रकार सहायता कर सकते हैं?
हेलो सर, मेरे साथ साइबर फ्रॉड करने की कोशिश की गई है। सर, पिछले हफ्ते मैंने ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग की थी www.sastanahii-sabseacha.com से और आज मेरे पास कॉल आई जिसने मुझे धमकी दी है कि मेरे पार्सल में ड्रग्स पाए गए हैं। अगर तुम्हें पुलिस अरेस्ट से बचना है तो जैसा मैं कहता हूँ वैसा करो।
आप परेशान मत हुए, आपकी शिकायत दर्ज की जा चुकी है। आपकी समस्या का समाधान जल्द ही होगा।
6 घंटे बाद ऑफिसर फिर से कॉल करता है।
हेलो मैम, आपके साथ जिसने साइबर फ्रॉड किया था उसे पकड़ लिया गया है। आपकी सारी डिटेल्स और फोटो सभी स्थानों से डिलीट कर दिए गए हैं। अब आप बिल्कुल सुरक्षित हैं।
धन्यवाद सर।
तो देखा अपने दोस्तों, आजकल इस तकनीकी दौर में कैसे डिजिटल फ्रॉड किए जा रहे हैं, जिनमें कुछ बच पाते हैं और कुछ नहीं, लेकिन आपको इन सब में नहीं फंसना है।
अगर आपके साथ भी कभी साइबर फ्रॉड हुआ है तो भारत सरकार द्वारा जारी टोल फ्री नंबर 1930 या वेबसाइट www.cybercrime.gov.in पर जाके अपनी शिकायत रजिस्टर कराएं और दूसरों की भी सहायता करें।
हमारी सरकार ने ऐसे डिजिटल फ्रॉड से बचने के लिए कई योजनाएं बना रखी हैं और कितने ही इंस्टीट्यूट में ऐसे फ्रॉड से बचने के लिए अवेयरनेस कैंप भी चलाए जाते हैं,
जिनमें से एक हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश स्टेट इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ फॉरेंसिक साइंस भी है। यहाँ पर साइबर सिक्योरिटी की पढ़ाई एवं लीगल एड क्लिनिक भी है। यहाँ पर कोई भी आकर इन सब चीजों से जुड़ी जानकारी प्राप्त कर सकता है।
ऐसे ही हम आपके सामने कुछ और किस्से अपने नाटक के द्वारा लाते रहेंगे। तब तक के लिए सावधान रहे, सतर्क रहे। जय हिंद, जय भारत, धन्यवाद।
Thank you everyone. Thank you to our Nukkad Natak team, which was performed by our UPSIFS student and choreographed by our PRO sir, Santosh Tiwari sir. Now I would like to request our some institutional partners, including first, Navodaya School. I want to like to please the representative of Navodaya School to please come ahead to have the felicitation. Next, I would like to request the representative of Amity University to please come forward. Next, I would like to request representative of RPF Academy to please come forward. Now I would like to request our additional director, Shri Rajiv Malhotra sir, to please present a vote of thanks.
आज 2 दिवसीय कॉन्फ्रेंस का जो रोल ऑफ फॉरेंसिक्स एंड साइबर सिक्योरिटी आज जो 2 दिवसीय कॉन्फ्रेंस UPSIFS ने आयोजित की, रोल ऑफ फॉरेंसिक्स एंड साइबर सिक्योरिटी फॉर इनेबलिंग जस्टिस अंडर द 3 न्यू क्रिमिनल लॉज, उसका समापन हो रहा है। इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में वैलिडिटी फंक्शन में आए हमारे मुख्य अतिथि ऑनरेबल जस्टिस राजीव सिंह जी, उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस के गौरव और वर्तमान में राज्य मंत्री समाज कल्याण स्वतंत्र प्रभार श्री असीम अरुण जी, हमारे प्रदेश पुलिस के मुखिया रहे और वर्तमान में मुख्य सूचना आयुक्त श्री विश्वकर्मा जी, इस संस्थान के फाउंडिंग डायरेक्टर डॉक्टर जी.के. गोस्वामी जी, शिक्षाविद, तकनीकी विशेषज्ञ, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, इंडस्ट्री से आए प्रतिनिधिगण, हमारी फैकल्टी और हमारे स्टूडेंट्स, ये कॉन्फ्रेंस आज इसका समापन तो हो रहा है, लेकिन मेरा ये मानना है कि यह एक प्रारंभ है। ये प्रारंभ है नई सोच का, नई शिक्षा का और नई जिज्ञासा का। 2 दिन के कॉन्फ्रेंस ने आपको, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है, अंदर से इतना सशक्त कर दिया होगा कि अब आप लोगों में एक ऐसा जुनून आएगा जो कि आपको भविष्य में नई ऊंचाइयों को प्राप्त करने के लिए प्रेरित करेगा। मैं इससे पहले अंत करूं, मैं डॉक्टर जी.के. गोस्वामी साहब के बारे में जरूर कुछ कहना चाहूंगा। ये आज जो कॉन्फ्रेंस सफल हुई है और जो ये शेप आप देख रहे हैं इस पूरे के पूरे हमारे संस्थान का, इसके पीछे जो पूरी दिशा और दशा है उसके निर्धारण करने में मैं डॉक्टर जी.के. गोस्वामी को साधुवाद भी देता हूं और उन्हें बधाई भी देता हूं और उन्हें विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि आने वाले दिनों में जो आपने एक परिकल्पना की है कि इस संस्थान को एक विश्व स्तरीय संस्थान बनाए, वो फलीभूत अवश्य होगा। इसके साथ ही मैं पुनः आप सभी गणमान्य व्यक्तियों का यहाँ पे अपना दिल से आभार प्रकट करता हूं कि आप लोगों ने अपने बहुमूल्य समय दिया और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में शिरकत की और हम लोगों को एम्पावर किया। यहां से हम एक नई लर्निंग, एक नई सोच, एक नई जानकारियां लेकर जाएंगे जो भविष्य में हमें कुछ अच्छा करने के लिए प्रेरित करेंगे। इसी के साथ विद योर परमिशन सर, इसको मैं कंक्लूड करता हूं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को। पुनः सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Before we conclude, I request everyone to rise for the national anthem. Thank you everyone for being a part of this beautiful ceremony. With this, we conclude today's valedictory function. Wishing you all continued success and fulfillment in your future endeavors. Have a wonderful evening ahead.
Refreshments are served